Chapter 551 Days Without Attack Speed. Qin Heng and Xiao Dong sat on the beach of Sanyue Island and chatted all afternoon. Many times, the two of them were silent, just blowing the waves quietly and looking at the sky in the distance in a daze. Occasionally asked a small question or something like that. Qin Heng actually had no distracting thoughts about the little one, because in his heart, he always felt that the little one was his little sister. As for what the little one thinks, he doesn't want to think too much about it. Speaking of which, he is the same age as the little one. Qin Heng entered this game at the age of 16. And so did the little ones. It's just that. At first, this girl spoke in a milky voice. It made him think that the other party was a minor. But the game has been open for more than 2 years. And the little one is already an 18-year-old girl. After another reminder to the little boy, Qin Heng finally decided to log off. Before going offline, he named people from needy households and Jiang family Lei who had others to see them off. Here, these are the gadgets that the brothers collected during this period. Named a needy household, Qin Heng was given more than 20 special rings through the transaction. Defense rings, fire rings, and divine power rings. Thanks! Qin Heng also traded a bunch of equipment with attack speeds of 4 and 5, as well as extra Thunder Series equipment to name needy households. Give it to the brothers and see who needs it. He has no use for these equipments. If he wants to sell them for money, it would be too much of a loss to sell them directly to the store. He doesn't need to sell gold ingot coins. If you sell Chinese coins, you still have hundreds of billions left. Little one. So at this stage, Qin Heng will value brotherhood more than equipment. In the past, he was very weak in China and lived a cautious life. Therefore, when it comes to brothers, you can deduct whatever you can. We even buy equipment together and secretly deduct some. But now, he is invincible in China. Money is not so important to him. And he is naturally more generous. Although you should be able to buy spiritual talismans with Chinese coins in the future. But by that time, the hundreds of billions of Chinese dollars that the little one has will probably reach 1 trillion. He doesn't lack the money at all. In fact, sometimes it doesn't mean that he is not short of money, but that he cannot buy a large amount at once. For example, there are not many markets for magic talismans. If you sweep them all like a sweepstakes, you won't be able to buy anything. Therefore, money is currently in a cycle, and Qin Heng is not short of money for the time being. If not, I don't know what the other world will be like after being promoted outside. Qin Heng said that he might also name the 3 Thunder Set series with number 1 attack speed to those in need. But whether the other world is dangerous or not is completely unknown at the moment. Therefore, it is important for him to be stronger. Besides, even if he gave his best equipment to the poor people, it would be useless. Yu Xiaoyao and the others didn't know what was going on. But their attack speed reached 38 rounds per second. They only have 33 shots per second for naming difficult households. Even if they were Qin Heng's equipment, they can't reach 38 rounds per second. Because Qin Heng's attack speed is fast. A large part of the reason is because of the official position system. As for Yu Xiaoyao's attack speed problem, Dujala and the others went to the official website to complain a few days ago. But the official explanation is that it is normal. That's intriguing. However, with Tianyao Longzi and Duanmu Anren leading the way with an attack speed of 47 rounds per second, Xingye Sadness and the others did not continue to complain after being depressed for a while. Some of your people have 47 rounds per second, but others 38 rounds per second is normal. Well, after you guys leave, this dragon will be their territory. The fearless lone wolf said depressedly. Mu Shuiwei. I said, can't the 3 of you take turns to rest? Guan Hai. Yes, as long as one of you is here. We don't have to be afraid of them. Deep Sea Arowana. Nothing else matters. The key is, can you get just 1 set of equipment? As long as we have your equipment, we don't have to be afraid of them. Duanmu said sadly. We also want to keep 1 person. But sometimes we can't help ourselves. Qin Heng didn't answer the question of not leaving any equipment. There was nothing he could say about it. Even if he leaves all his equipment to others, it will be useless. Besides, he didn't dare to do this. If he does this, if others of the same level put it on, and find that it is far from 47 rounds per second, how can he explain it? Therefore, it is impossible for him to do this. Seeing that Qin Heng and the others ignored his suggestions, the deep-sea dragonfish's eyes flashed with light. But he said nothing in the end. After everyone exchanged pleasantries again, Qin Heng finally logged off. As soon as the 3 of his accounts left, Yu Xiaoyao and others who were killing monsters at the demonic dragon altar immediately got the news. Baga! These three plague gods have finally taken a rest. Gaga! The great ancient god realm laughed wildly. Wen Dao. Let's go! Fight the demon dragon called Leader. Our attack speed is higher than that of Jiang Leihu and others, so we will definitely have no problem overcoming him. Yu Xiaoyao. Don't rush. Let's take a look for half a day to see if they have really fallen. Don't come back to kill us. Q Bilyua Huangquan questioned. Wait a minute. Didn't we add them as friends? If they are online or not, I won't know how to read them. At worst, they're online, and we won't have time to run away again. Rising Pork. Yeah. Let's go! Let the demon dragon cult master do it. As soon as Tianao Longzi and Duanmu left sadly, the group of people became excited instantly. Organize your troops immediately to seize the territory. Although they were reluctant to name the households in difficulty, and Leihu from the Jiang family, they could only accept their fate. The gap was so big that they could still withstand one shot. After several shots, they were not missing one person, but a group of people. This is not a fight. If others teleport and pull people, 3 groups of people can eat them to death. In short, how Tianyao Prodigal Son and the others restrained Yu Nu and others before. Now Yu Xiaoyao and the others restrained them from the poor households. The helpless people had no choice but to level up. When I get tired of leveling up, I go back to Tianzimifa continent to hunt for treasures. But Yu Xiaoyao and others immediately sent people to guard the top maps. These people all have a speed of more than 35 rounds per second, which makes it difficult for people who have trouble naming. Of course, Yu Xiaoyao and others only occupied the Heavenly Sabbac Treasure Pavilion, the 9th to 10th floor of the illusion. And there is the Red Moon Canyon in the sky. They didn't dare to go too far in other places. But this was enough. In short, they gave all the treatment given to them by Tianyao Prodigal Son to the needy households. Let's level up first and save more talismans. When the Prodigal Son and others come online, they will probably need a lot of talismans. They will look good then. With a sigh, the tone was set by the likes of Jiang Leihu and Xingye Sadness. What the HL? It would be great if there was no such thing as attack speed. At least we can still fight with him. Right. Timon_Peppercake said depressedly. Eugen goes to hell. Yeah. It's still as fun as when I first started playing. There is no attack speed bonus. When fighting, you have to rely on positioning and technique. The Sterilator. This is true. Before the Walmart brand appeared, we had a lot of fun fighting. Dragon Tattoo. Indeed. I still remember when we went to Woma Temple together. The fight was so fierce. Unlike now, if you don't have attack speed, you can't fight. 27 Boohoo. Now others can't play as long as their attack speed is 2 or 3 points higher. A group of people missed the days without attack speed. Tears for the Great Wall. You are overthinking. Without attack speed, we can fight them. But do we have enough of them? Without attack speed, can you fight thousands of people alone? One sentence immediately made everyone fall into deep thought. Indeed, there are 40 other factions, and the top players from each faction can crush them to death if they enter the Demon Dragon City. The reason why they were able to suppress the opponent was entirely due to the attack speed of the 3 Tianyao Prodigal Sons. Without the attack speed bonus, their lives would be even worse. It is estimated that all maps will be occupied by others, because the number of others is more than 10 times theirs. It's just a game. Winning or losing is normal. Why do you think so much? Wait for the Prodigal Son and others to come back, and then torture them to death. Our business now is to guard the 2 Heavenly Sabbacs. Let's go for a walk and level up. After naming the difficult households, everyone went to level up. We can wait until the Prodigal Son and the others come back to discuss everything. On the other side, the first thing Qin Hung did after going offline was to evolve various rings. The strength continues to skyrocket. Of course, such as protective rings, paralysis rings, etc. He does not evolve outside the game. Evolve directly in the game, and the outside will follow. There are only 2 rings evolving outside now. One is a defensive ring. One is a divine power ring. Ring of Fire. He always chooses to evolve in the game. After all, after evolving in the game, its function becomes more powerful. And Tianyao you can still use it when releasing the fire wall. After evolving the ring, Qin Hung stayed with the girls for another 2 days. By the way, I learned about the current situation in China. Now, because of his presence in China, the monsters and demon generals in the entire Gate of the Abyss have become extremely restrained. Rarely come out. But the major holy places cannot be sealed at present. because the demon emperor inside broke free of his shackles. The saints and saints did not dare to seal it. But the demon king didn't come out either. It's so deadlocked. Husband, after you leave, I wonder if the demon emperor will come out. Knowing that Qin Hung was going to break through and ascend, Mingyu and others looked worried. Legend has it that after the immortals ascend to the 9th level, they will shatter the space and go away. The husband has ascended and the demon emperor comes out. What will they do? In addition, they are more reluctant to give up. Qin Hang's ascension may mean that they will never see each other again. After all, they themselves don't know if they can ascend. If you can't ascend, won't you have to be a widow in the future? However, they can't let Qin Hung not ascend and hinder his cultivation. Right. Haha. Don't worry. Forgot? We have couple teleportation? Qin Hung comforted with a smile. But what if it can't be teleported from that world? Yin Wuxuang asked worriedly. After saying this, Qin Hung also fell into deep thought. Don't tell me. This situation is very likely to happen. After all, he hasn't tried it either. After a moment of silence, his eyes lit up and he said, how about I combine you when I ascend? In this way, you are in my mind. Can't I secretly take you to another world? When the girls heard this, their eyes lit up, and it sounded like there was really no problem. However, the problem comes again. Qin Hung frowned and said, it's just that if you can really follow me to another world, then after we go there, we may not be able to come back. No one is here. How can I teleport here? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. This is indeed a problem. Unless they don't want to go back to China. But this is their home. How many people would be willing to leave forever? Everyone suddenly became distressed. At this moment, Mingyu smiled and said, husband, I have an idea. Oh, tell me. You can find another lady and give her this engagement ring. Let her stay here first. Isn't it good to leave others here alone? Qin Hung felt a little pained. Haha. You can find someone first. But you don't have to get married. If she agrees, let her stay here to pick you up. If you can really teleport back, then you will really marry her. Before you leave, tell her that if she doesn't come back, she will remarry. Qin Hung was speechless for a while. This seemed to be a solution. But it's also a little cruel. Who are you looking for? I don't seem to be familiar with anyone. Qin Hung scratched his head. Husband. Mingyu chatted to Qin Hung privately. Ah. Isn't it appropriate? Qin Hung shook his head upon hearing this. It's okay. She has always been thinking about you. Uh-huh. Who is it? The girls asked. Mingyu said a name, and everyone suddenly understood. Okay. You don't have any objections. And it doesn't matter to me either. Soon, Mingyu brought Qiuyue over with a worried look on her face. Qin Hung took out an engagement ring, handed it over, and said sincerely, Sister Qiuyue, I'm about to ascend. I don't know if I can come back. Now I need someone to take care of me here. This is an engagement ring. If you want to be my wife, wear it. After putting it on, no matter how far apart we are, we can teleport to each other immediately. Stop talking. I am willing. And I am willing to wait here. But I have a request. Qiuyue interrupted Qin Hung. Any request? Stay with me for 2 days. Since I promise to be your wife, I will never remarry whether you are here or not. Do you understand? Qiuyue looked determined. I'm sorry. Okay. Qiuyue put on the engagement ring. Qin Hung accompanied Qiuyue to practice and compete for 2 whole days. Perhaps she was afraid that Qin Hung would never come back after leaving, which made Qiuyue crazy. In the past 2 days, it has been like 10,000 years of snow and frost, and I eat it from time to time. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. I hope I can have a child. I can still raise him when you are away. Qiuyue had tears in her eyes. Qin Hung suddenly felt a little pain in his balls. And there was another thing that also troubled him. That was Chunju's child. And Chunju was a little reluctant to part with it. I'll take care of her. Don't worry. I will treat her as my own. Qiuyue took over the responsibility of taking care of the child. In fact, Qin Hung was not afraid of his children suffering. With Song Yuan and others here, his child will definitely not suffer. However, it would be nice to have Qiuyue take care of her personally. After everything was settled, Qin Hung came to the outside of Fengyu City. Stay away from Fengyu City and merged with the girls to start overcoming the tribulation. Chapter 552, Promotion to the Divine Realm. Go to China. Fengyu City. Hundreds of miles away. Boom! Qin Hang's endless aura soared into the sky. Disperse all the clouds in the sky. He wants to survive the tribulation. However, except for the clouds that were wreaked by him, everything in the sky was quiet. There's no movement at all. Something seems wrong. That's right. I was supposed to be promoted while lying down. Why did I come out to survive the tribulation? Qin Heng felt a little pain in his balls for a moment. He was misled by Yin Wuxuang, Mingyu and others. So, with a whoosh, Qin Heng was teleported directly back to the Sun and Moon Pavilion. Husband, why don't you survive the disaster? Mingyu asked curiously. Yes, husband. Are you not ready? Yin Wuxuang and others also asked. No. I seem to have made a mistake. Qin Heng scratched his head. My system's promotion level is very special. You have forgotten that I was promoted lying down before. The girls already knew about the existence of this system, so they were not too surprised when they heard it. But Mingyu still asked worriedly, is it still the same as before? But you are going to ascend this time. Are you going to ascend while sleeping? I don't know. But you guys have also seen that I can't cause thunder disaster outside. So I can only be promoted while lying down. Ah. Then do we still want to be united with you? Xuanju asked a question that everyone was concerned about. If we merge together, we might have to live in the consciousness space of Qin Heng's mind for a month. Not eating or drinking for a month is nothing to them, who have cultivated to this point. But they are not free. It doesn't fit. Who knows if my husband will disappear immediately after being promoted? After much thought, the girls decided to continue to merge with Qin Heng. Anyway, in Qin Heng's mind, playing cards for a month at most is nothing. So, after Qin Heng told Xiao Yu to greet the players who came from the game, he began to lie on the bed and get promoted. I first checked my experience points and gold ingots, and they were already high enough. At this time, his character panel still displayed the experience points he had gained when he was in Tianzimifa continent, not the experience points he had gained when he entered Demon Dragon City. Promotion to the next stage requires 100 billion experience and 100 billion yuan. None of this is a problem. Promotion. Boom. Following Qin Heng's thoughts, a legendary door once again appeared in his mind, accompanied by the sound of dong dong clang. It opened babblingly. Countless energy surged out, instantly tempering Qin Heng's whole body. Soon, he fell asleep amid the warm energy. He was asleep. But Mingyu, Yin Wuxuang and others had nothing to do, so he played mahjong and poker in the room that was imagined in his mind. Or, you can also practice. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Players who come to Fengyu City to play are restricted during this month, and are not allowed to go out to guard Fengyu City. There is no way. At this stage, Qin Heng is being promoted, which is when Fengyu City is at its weakest. Fortunately, Qin Heng's previous reputation was still there, and no force dared to cause trouble. Even the monsters in the Gate of the Abyss cannot shrink out. Therefore, this month has been quiet. Finally, a month passed, and on the 31st day, Qin Heng finally woke up. When he woke up, he did not check his current cultivation level. Instead, he quickly sat up and opened his eyes to see if he was still in China. As a result, when he opened his eyes, he was stunned. He is still in the room of Sun Moon Pavilion. No ascension? Just when Qin Heng was in a daze, Mingyu and others, who were already bored, jumped up happily when they found out that he was awake. Wow! Husband? You're awake! Great! Let us out! Husband! Have you been promoted? Why haven't you been promoted? Husband! You won't fail the promotion. Right. Qin Heng didn't know how to answer a series of questions. He quickly waved his hand, released the combination, and released the girls. When the girls come out, it's a joy. Woo! You're suffocating me to death! Xiaoju ran to the toilet in the blink of an eye. Xiaoju. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten for a month and I feel so hungry. Dongmei. Me too. I have to cook quickly. Just when the whole room was chirping, Xiaoyue, who heard the movement, appeared. Husband! You're awake! Huh? You didn't ascend? Xiaoyue was surprised and happy. She would visit Qin Heng many times every day, and even sleep next to him at night. It's been a whole month, and I've been afraid all day long that my husband would disappear when we came together. I didn't expect that after my husband woke up, he didn't ascend. This is simply a great joy for him. Ah. Ha ha. I don't know yet. I want to be quiet. Qin Heng scratched his head. What? There are so many of us. And you still want to be quiet? Mingyu put her hands on her hips, a look of resentment on her face. No. I mean I want some peace and quiet. Ha ha. Then I'll let the chef serve the food. Xiaoyue hurried away. No. Let's wash up first. After cleaning up, Qin Hung did not go to eat first, but lit a pipe and quietly carefully checked the situation inside his body. Just now, he just glanced briefly and knew that he had been promoted. So he was dragged away by the girls to clean up. I don't even have time to check this thing out. Now when he saw the real-life character panel, his eyes suddenly lit up with joy. Qin Hung, host. The first level of the Divine Realm. Divine Power Experience Value, 52,200,000 to 100 million. Remaining Experience Value, 522,000. Talisman, 46,666 to 100 million. It's really improved. The first level of the Divine Realm. After this, there won't be the 9 heavens. Right? Qin Hung secretly guessed. They should be inseparable. After all, the Immortal Mirror is the 9th heaven. So if there is 1 heaven in the Divine Realm, there should also be the 9th heaven. You need to practice at this level. After complaining, Qin Hung finally nervously opened the small map of reality. After seeing it, his face suddenly became overjoyed. Sure enough, after being promoted to the Divine Realm, there are many more places to go on the mini-map. The coordinates of the 4 holy places. The coordinates of the Gate of the Abyss in China. The coordinates of the Divine World. And the 2 coordinates he cares about most are now available. The coordinates of the blue star where China is located. The coordinates of the Earth and star where he was in his previous life. I can finally meet the little ones. Qin Hung became excited. What made him even more excited was that he could return to his previous life. Earth and star coordinates. Dixing. I have been away for more than 2 years. I wonder if my house is still there. Are those brothers still playing Legend? And those 7 ants and 8 ants? Would they be happy if they knew that they were back? However, he has changed his appearance. Will others still recognize him after he returns? Probably not. Thinking of this, Qin Hung felt melancholy again. When I can't go back, I dream about returning to my hometown. Now that he can go back, he feels timid about his hometown again. I always feel like I am already a stranger. So what if you become a god? Does that Earth star have anyone he cares about? A bunch of old brothers who play Legend. A group of 7 ants and 8 ants who don't usually interact with each other. Then, classmates and friends who get together occasionally. And then, gone. It seems that there is another girl hiding in the corner. The female apprentice who walked with him on the beach of Sanyu Island and spent several years of his gaming youth with him. At that time, no message was left, and he never came online again. But, it's been almost 20 years. Can I still find her? So what if you find it? Other people's children are probably already in high school. Why are you in elementary school? If you get married early, your children will almost be in high school. Besides, he didn't have any contact information for this female apprentice. Except for QQ, which has not been used for more than 10 years. With a sigh, Qin Hung shook his head, took a few puffs of cigarette, and slowly put away the worries in his heart. Husband, are you worried? Mingyu asked, blinking. No. Let's go and eat. The past is in the past. Why think about it so much? Cherish what is in front of you is the real thing. At the dinner table, the girls ate and drank without scruples. All of them were hungry. And when they learned that Qin Hung had been promoted to the Divine Realm, they all cheered. Come and drink to my husband's promotion to the Divine Realm. Cheers! While eating and drinking, Qin Hung was also thinking about one thing. Should I go to the God Realm first to see it? Or go to Earth Star first? Or the blue star where China is located? After thinking about it, Qin Hung felt that he should try the game first. By the way, let's take a look and see how the families who have difficulty naming are doing. If everything is fine for the time being, it won't be too late to go there by yourself. As for the God Realm, let's postpone it first and then move on to the game. As for Earth Star, it doesn't matter if we go there temporarily or not. Anyway, if others think he is dead, they don't care how many more days he has to die. After eating and drinking, Qin Hung finally lay on the bed and entered the game. As soon as Qin Hung controlled the 3 characters to enter, a familiar voice sounded excitedly. Wow! Brother Qianya, sister-in-law, brother Duanmu, you are finally here. It's the little one. Only the little one stared at Qin Hang's friends' profile pictures after they left. Especially after 20 days. As usual, the 3 Tianao prodigal sons may come online at any time. Therefore, the little one was watching even more diligently. Tianao prodigal. Ha ha. Hello everyone. We are back. Mu Shui Wei. Ha ha! Boss Prodigal. You are finally online. Naming a household in need. Brothers, welcome back. Jiang Leihu. Ha ha! You Xiaoyao and the others are probably going to cry. Deep Sea Arowana. Isn't it right? As soon as Boss Duanmu and the others come back, they will be scared to death. Tears fell on the Great Wall. Brothers Prodigal Son. It would be great if you came back. Damn it. Since you left, we haven't defeated any of the bosses in Magic Dragon City. Tyban_Pepper Cake. My day. Just come back. Those birdmen. Look how arrogant they are. In less than a minute, there were tens of thousands of voices in the guild welcoming Tianyao Prodigal Son and the others back. Qin Hung first had a private chat with the households who had difficulty naming. Boss, how is your family doing? Ha ha. Don't worry. It's okay. The person who named the person with difficulty laughed heartily. And it sounded like he was in a good mood. But who is Qin Hung? He is a powerful person in the divine realm. As soon as he heard the sound, he could hear a feeling of rustling wind and cold water. Oh, that's good. After a perfunctory reply, Qin Hung chatted privately with Jiang Department Thunder Tiger. Brother Tiger, how about naming families with difficulty? Tell the truth. There was silence for a while. And then a sigh came. It's over. Is it over? The time for delivering the order hasn't come yet. Right. Qin Hung asked in shock. Well, there is still 1 week. 7 days. However, we have searched all over the world, and there is no large amount to replenish. They have almost a monopoly on upstream materials. What kind of material is it? A black stone mine. Are there any pictures? What do you want to do? A relative of mine is in the ore business. I asked him if there is any over there. Doing ore business. The Jiang-type Thunder Tiger on the other side was stunned. Are there any ore bosses in China that I don't know about? However, when he thought of the mysterious identity of Tianyao Prodigal, there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. If the other party is really from an invisible family, maybe there is one? So, he said, wait a minute. Immediately logged off, found pictures and videos, uploaded them, and sent them to Tianyao Prodigal Son. Qin Hung opened it and was speechless. At the same time, he felt ecstatic in his heart. It turns out this is the Black Stone Mine. He has seen this thing before. It is a commonly used additive or used to refine magic weapons on the Chinese mainland. Before, when he swept through the 10,000-year snow mountain, the forbidden land of the East China Sea, etc., he killed many evil cultivators, and found this thing from Tianliang in their storage rings. What's more, even if he doesn't, as long as he says a word, the monks in the entire China will probably get him a large amount of black stone mines in the shortest time. How about it? No. Right. Forget it. The naming group can't be saved. Even if I have other side jobs, I probably won't be able to fill this hole. I guess the best outcome would be bankruptcy and liquidation. If the debt is insolvent. Maybe. Jiang Leihu didn't continue. But of course Qin Hung understood the implication. However, Tianyao Prodigal's reply surprised him a little. My relatives have this ore. What? Are there many of your relatives? A lot of. How many? I don't know the details. But it should be possible to fill the hole. Is it too late to give it to them now? Of course. There are still 7 days. They have prepared everything. As long as they have the ore, they will be able to make it in 7 days, and with our full help in refining it. What if it's refined? Then it's no problem. Just put it in the machine, and it will be made automatically. Jiang Leihu's voice was so excited that he almost trembled. Next, Qin Hung once again privately chatted about naming households with difficulties. Brother, I have a large amount of refined black stone. How can I give it to you? Ah, is it true? Do you have a large amount of black stone mines? Hearing this voice, the poor households almost jumped up. Of course. Why did I lie to you? Where is it? Let's get it. Hurry. 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 The price is easy to negotiate. The households who had difficulty naming were excited. Where is your factory? Qin Hung asked. Kyoto. Eastern suburbs. Name Avenue. Number 88. Okay. Wait. When will it arrive? I'll have the factory ready. Almost there. Arrive soon? He was a little dumbfounded by the name of the poor family. Well, I should be able to arrive today. I'll log off first and give me a call. After writing down the phone number of the needy household and telling the little one again, Qin Hang's 3 numbers were immediately offline and ready to go. The little one on the other side was a little confused. Finally, I can see Brother Tianyao. Chapter 553 Shocking Secret. President status is activated. Demon Dragon City. In the second line of Demon Dragon Ridge, Princess Quantua, who was leveling up with Quantua Yame, Quantua Prince and others, suddenly froze in her hands and did not add blood to Quantua Prince and others. Sister, what are you doing? Come on. Add on. These little monsters are so fierce. Oh. The distracted princess quickly apologized and added blood and defense to everyone. At the same time, the corners of her mouth outlined an arc. She just received good news that Tianya prodigal son and the others were coming to Kyoto. Finally, I can see that dead ghost. Thinking of this, she was extremely happy, and her little heart was beating wildly. Could it be that I really like him? But that guy has a bright mood in the sky. Could it be that the princess of her own dignified princely group still wants to compete with other women for men? Steal a man? It seems that I am not necessarily worse than others. No, I'm not going to steal men. I just want to trample him under my feet and dig into his flesh. Hoo ho ho. Some perverted thoughts arose in his mind. But Zui Shang shouted, I'm going to kill you after you clear this wave of monsters. You guys can play first. On the other side, in the blood domain of the first line demon dragon, Yu Xiaoyao, Daegu Shinyu and others who were brushing monsters also received news of the return of the three prodigal sons from Tianya. Baga. The three of them are back. What should we do? Daegu Divine Realm looked fierce. Yu Xiaoyao. It's okay. We got all the equipment we should get. If you keep fighting, it will be difficult to get good things. Besides, number 0 has been upgraded. So it's time to test their power. Wen Dao. Our number 1 can also be put into action in these 2 days. Q Bill Yo Wang questioned. They came up just in time. Let them see their friend's company collapse. Better let them see how the little one dies. Yu Xiaoyao. Well, the collapse of Mingming Group is just the beginning. With number 0, number 1, number 2, etc., we can crack the black technology of China. Quack quack. Feng Yu City. In the Sun and Moon Pavilion. When Qin Heng got off the line, he immediately found Ming Yu and asked about the black stone mine. Black gold? We have a lot of them. And they're all in this storage ring. Ming Yu gave Qin Heng a storage ring. Qin Heng opened it and was stunned for a moment. The area within dozens of kilometers is filled with that kind of black stone mine. Obviously, Ming Yu and others have already classified various materials. Qin Heng came to the martial arts field of Feng Yu Tower and raised his hand. The huge martial arts field was suddenly filled with black stone mines. As soon as he stretched out his hand, divine power surged out and instantly enveloped the black stone mines. In the blink of an eye, the entire black stone mine in the martial arts arena was completely refined by him. What remains is pure or that has been refined and exudes black light. Here, also known as black gold. Brush. With a wave of his hand, Qin Heng put away what had been refined and took out a large amount of black stone or to continue refining. If the people from the difficult households and Jiang family lay who were named here, their jaws would definitely drop in surprise. It took many machines and several days to refine something, but Qin Heng finished it in the blink of an eye. It's a long story, but with Qin Heng's hand speed, it doesn't even take a second from taking it out to refining the ring in the black stone mine. After everything was done, Qin Heng summoned the girls to him. Husband, what are you doing? Are you going to the God Realm? Ming Yu asked curiously. No, I want to take you to a fun place. A different world. Another world? Everyone looked confused. Is it fun there? Of course. This time I was promoted. I took a trip to Xinyu and memorized the route. So now I will take you to have fun. Wandering? The girls were stunned for a moment, then showed a look of understanding. Fugue. This term is not uncommon among warriors in China, because many monks will have wandering thoughts in their dreams. But they usually wander around China. It's awesome. Maybe the soul will travel to the 4 major territories. But this was the first time they had heard of her husband traveling directly to another world. Okay. I'll go. Yin Wuxuang signed up playfully. I am coming too. Everyone is rushing to go. If you can play, why not do it? Qin Heng promised dangerously. Okay. I was going to take you with me. I won't go. I will serve as a guide for my husband. At this time, Xiao Yue suddenly said, Ha. Fool. I can come back this time. The mini-map actually marked it, so it should be okay. Xiao Yue shook her head. My husband has never been there in person, so it's better to be careful. Qin Hung was silent for a moment, thought about it, and didn't insist anymore. Okay, then you stay here first. After we pass, I'll come back and take a look myself. If I can come back by myself, I will take you with me. Let's go now. I've made some friends over there. No, husband, wait for me. I'll change my clothes and comb them again. Mingyu chuckled and went back immediately. Ah, I need to sort it out too. The girls all ran back to the house to dress up. Seeing this, Qin Hung quickly shouted, "One stick of incense at most. Don't wait until it's too late. This group of people must be restricted. Otherwise they will be in trouble if they dress up endlessly." Call out. Qin Hung also returned to the room, ignoring the surprise of the girls, and started to pinch his face in front of the big mirror. Husband, what are you doing? Everyone asked curiously. Hey, I'm too handsome. If I don't change a little, it will have bad effects. Qin Hung found a reason at random. In fact, he was afraid that the little ones would be in trouble if they saw that he looked like the Chinese teleporter from teaching, and they wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Therefore, in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Qin Hung had to change his appearance a little bit. With his current strength, there is no need to deliberately hide it with makeup, but a real transformation. Looking at the mirror, the muscles on Qin Hung's face changed randomly. Soon, another Qin Hung appeared in the mirror. The original Qin Hung was extremely beautiful, no less beautiful than Mingyu and others. At first glance, he is just a pretty boy. And now, although she is no longer so beautiful, the lines on her face have become much harder. Handsome, tough, and full of masculinity. But if you look closely, your face shape is still very similar to before. But after the change in temperament, one would never think of the two of them together. After changing himself, Qin Hung looked at Mingyu and others and felt dizzy again, because the people who named the people in difficulty have met Mingyu and the others. If they just let it go, they will not be able to explode by then. So, he asked all the girls to slightly change their face shape, height and hairstyle. Fortunately, their cultivation levels are very high now, so it is very easy to do this kind of thing. Everything is done. Everyone looks at me and I look at you. They almost don't recognize each other, but everyone's aura is different, so it's easy to recognize each other. Well, if this doesn't work, you can change into the clothes I designed. Qin Hung looked at the girls and asked again. A group of ancient people, imagined to be somewhat similar to the people of Fengyu City, would really arouse suspicion. So all the girls put on dresses, miniskirts, etc. Only Mingyu wore a slightly wider skirt because she was pregnant. After everything was settled, Qin Hung left Chiu Yue to combine all the other women. Afterwards, he first turned on the function of the invisibility ring for himself, and then chose to go to Blue Star. A beautiful female voice sounded. Ding dong! The host chooses to go to Blue Star. There are a few things that the host must pay attention to. First, other intelligent systems have appeared in Blue Star, and the host's Blue Star mission has started. Mission: kill other intelligent systems and collect fragments of intelligent systems. Second, Blue Star humans are the source of the host's power and should not be killed unless absolutely necessary. Third, Blue Star's aura is recovering, and wisdom systems will continue to come. Hosts should not kill each other's hosts at will, but should know how to take a long-term approach to catch the big fish. Fourth, if you have any questions, the host can ask. Qin Hung was a little confused for a moment. There are other intelligent systems on Blue Star. What are they? Ding dong. The intelligent system is the same as this system. It's just that they are not as strong as me, and they will enter the legendary game and want to devour the system. So the host needs to be cleaned up. How do I clean them up? Can't you just go to the door and blow them all up? Qin Hung wanted to solve it directly and violently. Currently, the revival of Blue Star's spiritual energy will attract intelligent systems from all walks of life. China, as long as I am here, they will not land. It will only land in other countries. However, what they just landed on was still souls, not complete systems. Therefore, what the host has to do now is to be patient. When the other party's system is complete, they will naturally want to come to China to snatch my body. At that point, it's time for the host to take action. What about? Qin Hung scratched his head. For example, Jiangmo currently has a superhuman system, and they have chosen the host Yu Xiaoyao. Yu Xiaoyao will use its power to become powerful in the game. At the same time, Yu Xiuya's body strength will also become stronger. Qin Hung, Well, how strong is it? Don't be too strong by then. I can't protect you. It's better to slap you to death now. Don't worry. When it was at its strongest, you can slap it to death now. Qin Hung. I'm going. You told me earlier, and I was still nervous for a long time. Isn't this just gods beating mortals? Host, you can think so. Qin Hung. I understand. What you mean is that Blue Star is recovering spiritual energy, so it has attracted a large number of intelligent systems. They can also strengthen their host's strength in the game and reality, but they are still very weak at the moment. It is not cost-effective for us to eat them. We have to wait until they grow up and want to deal with you before harvesting them. Do you mean this? That's right. Holy crap. No wonder you Xiaoyao and the others can do 38 rounds per second. Qin Hung said in pain. No, they can now adjust to 45 rounds per second. What? What a slap in the face. There are only 3 of us here. It seems that they can distribute the system functions to many people to use them together. Can't you distribute them to those who have difficulty naming? Or block their account? Qin Hung couldn't imagine how terrifying a group of players firing 45 shots per second would be. No matter how awesome the 3 of them are, they can't hold up when there are so many others. Don't worry. I will make an update in the next 2 days. What update? As for the issue of attack speed, the host will understand it by then. Do you have any other questions? When you enter there, are you really not allowed to kill at will? If I want to take care of someone, I can do that. Right? Q Billiu of Wangquan Q. He has been selected by another clone of the evil system. If we kill him now, that evil system will not come completely. Are you sure you want to kill him? Then, can I give him a good beating? Qin Hung asked unwillingly. If he didn't give the other party a good beating, he would feel angry inside. After all, he had taken action against the little one. As long as you don't die, anything else is optional. Qin Hung's eyes suddenly brightened when he heard this. What do you mean? All system selectees can do whatever they want as long as they are not killed. Is it possible to be paraplegic? Yeah. But don't be too forceful and leave them with hope that those systems will fully come to pass. Isn't it just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Can you hide your strength? I can do this. As long as he can give his opponent a beating, Qin Hung will be satisfied. Give them hemiplegia and break their 5th limb. It would be great to let them feel that life is worse than death. Any question? Of course. How can I protect you at all times? I'm in China. Do I want to live here in the future? Idiot. Won't you find a woman here to be your wife? I'll arrange for him to work inside the game company. If something happens here, she can resist it. And you can send support as a couple at any time. Oh, I have several wives. Can't you just arrange for one to stay here? No. It must be from Blue Star. Understood. Any more questions? No. I'll smoke a cigarette first. Lighting a pipe, Qin Hung took a puff and began to digest the shocking secrets his system had told him. I have to say that it was rare for the system to tell him so much in one breath today. After smoking a cigarette, he also straightened out many things. Teleport me there now. Call out! Following Qin Hung's thoughts, his body suddenly disappeared. I don't know how long it took. Maybe decades. Or maybe a moment. The next moment, with a whoosh, Qin Hung appeared above a bustling city. Here it is! Qin Hung glanced at the city with his spiritual mind and immediately understood that this was the capital of China. He even spotted the naming group and a large group of huge trucks preparing to go out at the door. However, here comes the problem again. How can I give these things to the needy households? You can't just fly over and give them a slap in the face? Wouldn't that scare people? He does not currently want to meet them as a god. It is very likely that even brothers will not be able to do this. If the identity gap is too large, the relationship between the two parties will become sour. Just when he didn't know what to do, the system prompt suddenly sounded again. Ding dong. The host comes to Blue Star, and the identity of the president of Kamikaze Group is revealed. Qin Hung. Damn it! So awesome! Chapter 554, The System's Luxurious Gift. See you? China. Kyoto. Just when Qin Hung didn't know how to contact the households with difficulties in naming, a system prompt sounded. Ding dong. The host comes to Blue Star, and the identity of the president of Kamikaze Group is revealed. Damn it! Kamikaze Group? Legendary Games Company? System YYDS. Qin Hung was stunned when he heard this. Don't think too much. More surprises are coming. Ding dong. The protagonist has arrived in Blue Star, China for the first time and is now being rewarded with a Kyoto manor. Reward an amethyst bank card. A manor? Amethyst bank card? What the H.L. is this? Jin Hung was stunned again. The next moment, the name of the manor was marked on his small map. And at the same time, the coordinates were displayed. The system is so generous. He was directly rewarded with the position of president of a legendary game company and a manor. There is also an amethyst bank card. It sounds so exciting. With a whoosh, Jin Hung appeared in the sky above the Kyoto DC area. Below is a huge manor. He looked down and discovered to his surprise that the entire manor occupies a huge area. Surrounded by commercial streets and busy traffic, there is only an urban manor with a radius of 5 kilometers in the middle. This is Kyoto, and we actually have a private 5-kilometer manor in the center of the city. Jin Hung had to sigh at the awesomeness of the system. At this time, there was a security booth at the entrance of the manor, and the huge and luxurious door was closed. There are also 2 lifelike circling golden dragons carved on both sides of the gate. When the sun shines, it emits a dazzling light. For large gilt characters on the door. Jin Long Villa. After Jin Hung looked left and right, he asked depressedly, "System, if I just walk over here, will anyone recognize me?" At this time, there were still people in the manor, and he felt the aura of many people. "Don't worry, host. You'll know when you get to the gate." "All right." Jin Hung looked left and right, and the next moment, he appeared not far from the entrance of the manor. This is a huge greenway with many lush trees planted on both sides. At this time, it was afternoon, and there were many people coming and going, with children, walking here. Jin Hung and the girls suddenly blended in and managed it just right, avoiding everyone's feelings. It was like they were walking on this road from the beginning. But they immediately attracted everyone's attention. 1 boy. 7 girls. The man is handsome. The woman is as graceful as a fairy. Like a fairy in a painting. When did such a group of people come to this street? Are they big stars? Even the 2 old men who were playing chess on the roadside did not play. Like the other old men, they stared at Mingyu and others. Being stared at by so many people. Mingyu, Yin Wushuang and others were not the least bit shy. What are their identities? How can such a small scene scare them? All of them smiled and looked around, with surprise in their eyes. No one communicated. But in the team chat, the girls were in a rage. Mingyu. "Ha. Is this a different world? What a strange building." Yin Wushuang. "Huh? What we wear is very similar to what those girls wear." Shunju. "Yeah. Look at the people here wearing weird clothes." Xiaju. "Look on the right. Those iron bars are running very fast." "Ah. Is there anyone else inside? Wow. The iron trap will also make a beeping sound." Jin Hung. "Ha. I've been to this place before. It's called a bicycle. It's the same as the horse-drawn carriage we have over there. It's used for transportation." Dongmei. "Ah. How can we walk without a horse? They use an engine to drive it. How did you do it?" "I don't know the specifics. You can go to the library here to check it out." Xiuju. "Ha. It's quite interesting here. I want to have a lot of fun today." "Huh? Look. You guys. Look. Those people are riding 2-wheeled iron bikes. You can walk very fast even if you step on it with your feet. They are so smart. Uncle, what is this called again?" "This is a bicycle. By the way, you are not allowed to attack people here at will, unless the other party wants to harm you. Do you understand?" "Don't worry, husband." The girls chatted in the team, while Jin Hung acted as translator, answering all questions. But he doesn't know how to deal with high-tech stuff, so he just ignores it. If it doesn't work, just ask the other person to go to the library and check it out by themselves later. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jin Hung and the others arrived at the entrance of Jin Long Villa and stopped. "Huh? They aren't going in. Are they? I don't know. Jin Long Villa never seems to be open to the public." "Right. Well, this is the largest villa in Kyoto. I have been playing chess here for more than 20 years, and I have never seen the door open." "Yes. Those servants always go through the small door. I don't know who the super rich man is in this villa." Just as everyone was talking about it, a head popped out of the security booth at the entrance of the villa. It was a man with a crew cut in uniform and a stern face. At first glance, he looked like the kind of carefully selected security guard. "Guys, this place is not open to the public. Okay, let's take a look." Jin Hung did not retreat, but continued to move forward. The security guard looked at it, retracted his neck, and ignored it. Every day, Many people come to the gate to take photos and post them on WeChat. And he is no longer surprised. Anyway, the main door wasn't open. So he just kept an eye on the small door next to it to prevent anyone from entering. At this time, besides Qin Heng and the others, there was also a group of young men and women at the gate. Their purpose is obvious. They are wearing beautiful clothes and exquisite makeup, standing here taking pictures. The security guard inside was used to it and didn't chase them away. After all, as the most awesome villa in Kyoto, many people come here to check in every day, so it's really nothing surprising. Qin Heng ignored the group of people and walked directly to the gate with the girls smiling. The faces of Mingyu, Yin Wushuang and other women immediately attracted the attention of the men taking pictures. I even forgot to take pictures of my female companion. As a result, the girls who took the photo were extremely dissatisfied. They each glared hard at their male companions, and then said to Qin Heng and others, "Hey, new guy, do you understand the rules? Don't block the photo. Come back after we finish taking the photo. That's right. Give way first and don't block us from taking pictures." The girls scolded each other, but Qin Heng's next words made them burst into laughter. "I said, don't block me first, and then you can take pictures when I enter the house." What did this man say? Can we take pictures after he enters the house? Did he think this was his home? If it was really his house, why didn't the security guard recognize him just now? Therefore, everyone who heard Qin Heng's words laughed. "Ha ha. What did I hear? He said this is his home. Ha ha. Did I hear correctly? He actually said this is his home. I thought he was a handsome guy, but I didn't expect him to be a fool." Amidst the sarcasm, even the two security guards in the security booth looked at Qin Heng outside speechlessly. "Brother, you can't brag like this. How do you want to end it after blowing it?" Just when everyone was waiting to see Qin Heng's joke, they saw him walking straight to the gate. Then, the cameras on both sides of the door glanced at him. The next moment, something shocking happened to everyone. A beautiful electronic voice sounded at the gate. "Welcome home, master." Babbling, the gate of Jinlong Villa, which was said to have never been opened, slowly opened automatically. At a glance, you can see the roads inside, gardens, huge villas in the distance, old castles, and countryside. "It's open." The people around him, including the security guards, were completely stunned. The group of boys and girls taking pictures at the door were so wide-eyed that their eyeballs almost bulged out. No one expected that when Qin Heng said he would go home, he would actually go home. He is the owner of this villa. The two security guards in the security booth were stunned for a moment and rushed out immediately. But facing Qin Heng, they didn't know what to do. They applied to guard here, but they didn't know the owner of this place at all. Now this person is recognized by the gate. Do they recognize him? Just when the two of them were at a loss, a group of hundreds of people suddenly came running towards them from the villa in the distance. The leaders are the security captain in charge of security, and the big housekeeper here, Mr. Kim. Qin Heng didn't move, waiting for the other party to arrive. The onlookers outside were all excited. With so many people here, could this person really be the owner of this place? Soon, the men and horses in the distance rushed towards them at a sprint speed of 100 meters. A middle-aged man wearing a black dress bowed to Qin Heng in a standard gentleman's manner. "Welcome home, master. Welcome home, master." Hundreds of people lined up on both sides and spoke at the same time. The sound was loud and uniform, making the people around them feel crazy. The two security guards quickly agreed and bent down. "Welcome home, master." This was not over yet. From the depths of the villa and castle in the distance, several more phantom luxury cars came suddenly. Watching Qin Heng and the girls go in the car, everyone at the gate could not calm down for a long time. He is actually the master of this place. In the end, this was the only thought left in everyone's mind. But soon, many people were holding up their mobile phones and laughing wildly. "Ha ha. You're lucky. I actually took a photo of the owner here. Post it to Moments. Hey, did you take a picture of that man when you took a picture of me just now?" The clever one has even planned to send the incident and photos to the newspaper, which will definitely make headlines. But the next moment, everyone was a little dumbfounded, and then screamed, "Ah! Where are the photos I took? Why is my video gone? How is that possible? I obviously photographed them?" At this time, Qin Heng and the girls were already sitting in a huge hall. Various servants brought fruits and cakes and came up to pay their respects. After everyone had seen it, Qin Heng looked at Mr. Jin with a smile. "How did you determine my identity?" The master was joking. But she now here personally confirmed that it was correct. No one can open the door of the villa except the owner. So this is all. Jin Hung waved everyone to leave. And then he asked Mr. Jin about various situations in the villa. Soon, he and the girls, led by Mr. Jin, arrived at a giant empty warehouse. This place was exactly what he needed. After waving Mr. Jin out, he raised his hand, and the entire warehouse was filled with refined black stone ore. He took out a mobile phone that Mr. Jin had prepared for him, and dialed the number of a household in need. Hello! Hello! Came the slightly tired voice from the person who had trouble naming. I am the prodigal son, Jin Hung said with a straightforward smile. Ah, brother, you are here. Where are you? I will pick you up. The voice naming the needy household was instantly filled with excitement, even vibrating. Jin Long Villa. The goods are here. You can bring the truck to pull them. Jin Long Villa? Are you at Jin Long Villa? The person who had difficulty naming asked in shock. Well, do you have any questions? Come on. I'll greet the security guard. No problem. Ha. I'll be here soon. By the way, the little one will be here too. Little guy. That's right. We'll be there soon. The other person hung up the phone. However, Jin Hang's spiritual thoughts instantly swept over to the naming group. I saw a dignified-looking young man greeting everyone to come downstairs. At the same time, he was pushing a wheelchair in his hand. Sitting on it was an uneasy young girl with a delicate face. Although Jin Hung had never met the little one, a feeling instantly made him understand that she was the little one. What pushed her was to name the poor households. It turns out that her legs had never been well. Jin Hung felt a slight pain in his heart. But he immediately laughed. Because he's here, the little one can really jump around. With his method, it is not easy to treat the little one. But his eyes suddenly turned cold again. Because in the mini-map, there are many small red dots in the naming group. Outside the naming group, there are also many little red dots. What made him even more angry was that many of the little red dots outside were carrying firearms. And there were even 3 sniper rifles on the building in the distance. Is this the strength of the HL organization? Although the system says that the humans here are the source of his strength, and should not be killed indiscriminately. But he couldn't stand this kind of evil character. Is it okay to kill these people? Of course. The system's beautiful voice sounded. Other side. Outside the naming group, many members of the HL organization received the news instantly. The little one will come out. Damn it! That bitch finally came out! Brothers, as soon as she comes out, beat her into a scum immediately. No problem. Quack quack. All members of the Hell organization present received the news and began to prepare for action. But in the next moment, all the members of the dangerous Hell organization, including their firearms, were all turned into powder, blown by the wind, and disappeared. Less than 5 minutes after these people disappeared, Jin Hung saw groups of heavily armed security personnel rushing into the place where these people were, searching carefully, but found nothing. It's strange. These people are obviously gathered here. Where are the people? Where are they gone? The leader was stunned and quickly reported to his superiors. Because these people disappeared, these security personnel thoroughly searched the nearby streets and felt relieved. Named needy households. Their convoy drove out of the gate. Soon, a motorcade arrived at the gate of Jin Long Villa. The motorcade had just arrived, and before naming the needy households, the door was already opened and everyone entered the huge Golden Dragon Villa. Led by the security guard who led the way, the convoy quickly arrived at a huge warehouse. A young man was standing there waiting with a smile. Crunch. After getting off the car, the named poor man pushed the little boy and walked towards Jin Hung step by step. Prodigal son? Well, welcome to my home, Brother Tianya. Little guy. Chapter 555. Do you believe in light? China. Kyoto. Golden Dragon Villa. Prodigal son. Brother Tianya. Ha. Name me brother. Little one. Jin Hung walked over in an instant, and first hugged the person in need. What about me? The little one stretched out his hand. Ha. Jin Hung didn't show any pretense. He stretched out his hand, picked up the little girl, and spun her around a few times in the air, making her giggle. Putting down the little one again, Jin Hung faced the two of them with a smile. Reintroducing me, Jin Hung. Naming a household in need. Hey, I am He Ming. The little one. Hee. I'm Fang Xiuyu. Brother Tianya. Thank you. The little girl's tone was sincere, and she was sincerely grateful. Without Tianya Prodigal, she might be dead. What a good name. No matter how polite you are. Bygones are bygones. Qin Hung laughed. Hey, forget it, Qin. I'm still used to calling you Brother Tianya. You look very similar to the same person. Xiao Budian tilted his head and said suddenly. Yeah. I also think he looks like a person. I seem to have seen him somewhere. The person who had difficulty naming him scratched his head. Hey, don't think about it. Does he look like the teleporter from China? Qin Hung laughed at himself, took out a pack of Chinese cigarettes that he had received from butler Jean, and handed one to a named needy household. Ah. Yes. Yes. You are a bit similar to that teleporter. I'm just not as handsome as him. Ha. The two lit cigarettes and laughed. Brother, this is your home? It's so well hidden. The named poor household blew out a smoke ring and looked at the surrounding scenery with envy on his face. The most awesome villa in Kyoto. I didn't expect it to be yours. The little boy also turned his head and looked around. His eyes filled with surprise, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. She found that the gap between herself and Brother Tianya was really too big. Ha. Just so. Let's unload the goods first. Business is more important. Qin Hung laughed. Okay. Where are they? He had already been anxiously naming the needy households and nodded repeatedly. Qin Hung waved his hand, and two security guards slowly opened the door of the huge warehouse behind him. Suddenly, black light flashed inside, almost blinding the eyes of the households in need. Hack! So many? The eyes of the households, who had difficulty naming it, almost bulged out. Is it enough? Not enough, Qin Hung said proudly. Enough? Damn it! That's enough. The person with difficulty naming his name trembled all over, and as he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something, picked up the phone and dialed a number. Dad, the stock is available. Enough. Buy back the stock with all your strength. After hanging up the phone, he opened WeChat and said in a group called Marfa Alliance, Brothers, the prodigal son is here, and he has brought enough goods. Let's go all out to buy stocks. Lei Hu of the Jiang family. Ah. Ha. The prodigal son really has a skill. He is the king of attack. Taiban_pepper cake. How awesome. I mobilized all my energy and couldn't get the Blackstone mine. But he can actually get it. Quanja princess. Is he with you? Phantom ultimate. What's wrong with the princess? Can't wait? Humph. What is my identity? I can't wait any longer. I just want to catch him and torture him. 27 Buhua. Princess, do you want the little whip to torture me? Torture me. Doodle-a-doodle-da. Don't torture me. I can bear it. Dragging the princess. Get out. Xingya's sadness. Stop talking about it. Let's get people to boost the stock and blow up the short sellers. Obviously, upon hearing that the prodigal son was coming, the most powerful players in the Chinese server had all gone offline. Quanja princess. I said, name it. Let the prodigal son not leave yet. Let's get together. Naming a household with difficulty. No problem. I'll ask him. He named the needy household and asked the trucks and workers to drive over to load the goods. He turned around and said with a smile, Buy our stocks quickly. You can make a fortune. No need. Qin Hung shook his head. Money in this world no longer means much to him. As the president of a legendary game company, he is probably in the top 10, not to mention the richest person. After all, China has launched many black technologies before. Legend is just an add-on behind it. Of course, maybe the front is just an add-on product, and the legend is its real purpose. Another reason why Qin Hung doesn't buy stocks is that he doesn't have an account here. What a waste. Instead, the little one blushed and said, Brother Tianya, can I use your funds to buy some stocks? Whatever you make is yours. Naturally, the little one doesn't want to miss this kind of guaranteed profit-making business. She has her own stock account, but she used her own earnings, funds, and some stocks. Not much fun. This time, it was like having inside information. So I planned to make a sure profit. Of course. It doesn't matter if you buy them all. Qin Hung chuckled. Let's go. They are loading goods here. Go and sit inside. With that said, he personally pushed the little one towards the villa not far away. Tiger and Princess said they would get together. Do you have time? Okay. I have plenty of time. Okay. Then I'll make the arrangements. I won't come home until I'm drunk tonight. After receiving Qin Heng's affirmative reply, the named households immediately said in the WeChat group, The prodigal son has already agreed. I will make the arrangements in Kyoto tonight. You all should come here early. Invincible and most handsome 888. Uh-huh. Do you want to inform the other brothers to come together? Come all who can come and have a game party. Crazy Princess. Okay. Okay. I agree. Naming the households in difficulty. Let's suppress this first. It won't be too late to wait until the stocks are finished. Fearless Lone Wolf. That's right. Business matters are important. Don't let the news leak out. Let's have a little gathering tonight. And we can gather the brothers to have fun together tomorrow. In the hall of the villa, Qin Hengyi named the poor family. The little boy sat down, and the servants brought various fruits, cakes and tea. Brother Qianya, where is my sister-in-law? And where is brother Duanmu? After looking around, the little boy suddenly asked, Ha, they're not here. Ah, that's a pity. I still want to see them. The little one looked regretful. Naming difficult household was also a bit disappointing. Obviously, he also wanted to meet the other two perverts. At this moment, bursts of crisp laughter came from the stairs on the second floor. After naming the poor family and the little one in search of reputation, their eyes widened in the next moment. I saw 8 women coming down from upstairs. Each one is born with beauty that will captivate the country. 3 of them, in particular, are so beautiful that they look like fairies in paintings. They are Mingyu and his party. But now there is an extra Qiuyue. 8 people. Just now, Qin Heng had already tried to go back to China directly, while waiting for the families in need to be named. No problem. So he brought Qiuyue over. They are seeing this group of fairy-like beauties coming down. The poor man was stunned for a while before he asked with a smile. The little one also pricked up his ears with interest. But there was a trace of uneasiness in his eyes again. Qin Heng sneered, looked at the poor households, and then at the little ones. Oh my God! How do you answer this? You can't say that these 8 are all my wives. Right? It seems that we are monogamous here as well. Wouldn't it be a good idea to be so public about it? Just when he didn't know how to speak, Yan Wushwang took the lead and said with a smile. I'm his sister. Chuanju. I am his sister. Xiaju. I am also his sister. Mingyu. I am also his sister. Looking at these 8 sisters, the little one secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But he almost cried out when he named the poor family. He stood up and showed what he thought was the most handsome smile. Sisters. Sisters. My name is Ming. I am the prodigal son. Qin Heng's best brother. This is my business card. If you need anything, you can contact me. He handed over his business cards with a smile. The girls took it and looked around with a smile. Okay. I'll come play with you when I have time. Yan Wushwang winked mischievously, and immediately made the troubled family souls wonder where they were. Qin Heng smiled and said, Introduce yourself. Xiao Shuang. Xia Ye. Koharu. Xiujiu. Everyone did not use their real names. Their real names were known to the poor households. Fortunately, the appearance of the girls has changed a lot, and they are now dressed in modern clothes. Otherwise, he would really recognize it. But even so, once the name was announced, it was nothing to the little one. He named the poor household, but secretly gave Qin Heng a thumbs up. That means just 2 words, awesome. Obviously, after hearing their names, this guy regarded Mingyu and the others as high-end customer service. This left Qin Heng speechless for a while. Just as he was about to explain, Mingyu had already walked behind him and said with a smile, Actually, we are his servants. Servant? The difficult households and the little ones opened their mouths instantly. That's right. Servant. Hee hee. The girls gathered around Qin Heng, slapping his back and squeezing his legs. The other 2 people were stunned. Don't make trouble. Ha ha. You're just kidding. Please sit down. Qin Heng smiled and waved his hand, and the girls immediately sat down. The generous Yan Wushwang and Mingyu began to chat with the poor people and the little ones, asking them where they were and what they were doing. The 2 of them were chatting away, and Qin Heng still couldn't get a word in. Under the sweet offensive of Yan Wushwang and others, the poor households almost even told them the color of their underwear. An hour later, the cell phone of the person in need rang. It turns out that the goods are all packed. Ha ha. Brother, I'm going back first. I won't take the little one back with me. We'll get together again tonight. Qin Heng did not protect the poor people who had named them as they drove away. There is no need. The entire Kyoto is under the shroud of his spiritual thoughts. Who can take it away? He turned to the little one and smiled. Let's go. I will take you somewhere. Where to go? The little one asked happily. As long as she is with Brother Tianya, she will feel happy wherever she goes. Qin Hung quickly brought the little boy to a large house on the top floor of the castle, which was more than 30 meters high. Looking down from the floor-to-ceiling windows here, you can see a large bustling scenery of Kyoto. Pretty? Well, it does look beautiful from here. Do you like it here? Of course. It's so beautiful here. Then, you can live here from now on. This will be your home from now on. What? I will live here from now on. The little boy was stunned when he heard this, and his heart was pounding. Well, do you believe in light? Qin Hung suddenly asked solemnly. What light? Divine light. Ah. Ha ha. I don't understand. You understand immediately. Look. What is this? Something suddenly appeared in Qin Heng's hand. The little boy turned around and his eyes widened again. Isn't this powerful solar water? Well, drink it, and it will heal your feet, Qin Hung said solemnly. This little one's mind was a little blank, and an idea came up. Brother Tianya, are you being stupid by playing games? Just when she was at a loss, with a hissing sound, a circle of golden light emerged from Qin Heng's body, covering him like an egg. SHL. Magic! Magic shield, the little one stammered. This was not over yet. Qin Hung raised his hand again, and a fireball emitting dazzling light slowly rose. Then, he slowly flew up. His body changed, and the next moment, a warrior wearing thunder armor and holding the sky slash appeared in front of the little guy. The little one's eyes almost popped out when he saw it. Do you understand? Qin Hung asked with a gentle smile while suspended in the air. The little boy nodded, then shook his head. Her mind is now blank and confused. Her outlook on life is collapsing. She even felt extremely strange to the man in front of her. Or a little scared. Finally, she pinched herself hard and said to herself, Am I dreaming? Then, she groaned and frowned. It hurts. Ha ha. Are you dreaming? You will know after drinking this. Don't be afraid. If I really want to harm you, do you think I need to go to such trouble? Qin Hung grabbed it, and a chair flew over, and he caught it in his hand. The next moment, with the little boy's shocked eyes, he was caught by Qin Hung and fell to pieces. Qin Hung landed and returned to his previous appearance. Do you understand? I actually learned the skills in the legendary game. And I can also bring out the potions in it. It can cure your illness. The little one didn't believe it until now, but there were still too many questions and shock in his eyes. Come on. Drink it. The little boy took the powerful solar water, raised his head, closed his eyes, and drank it. The next moment, she opened her eyes suddenly and felt the changes in her feet. My feet, which had no feeling at first, seemed to be different. Qin Hung moved forward, smiled and gently helped her up. Come on. Try to walk. With Qin Heng's encouragement, the little one finally took a small step with trembling. Then he took another step, and then slowly started walking with Qin Heng's support. Don't be afraid. Go boldly. You are already healed. Qin Hung encouraged from the side. But as the little boy walked, he stopped and trembled all over. Tears flowed out immediately, and she threw herself into Qin Heng's arms. I seem to be able to walk again. Thank you, Brother Tianya. Thank you. Chapter 556. One thought becomes an immortal. Smash the plate. China. In the Golden Dragon Villa, the little one was crying in Qin Heng's arms. Since she was a child, her legs have been disabled. Her parents have divorced, and she has been lying in bed by herself for many years. Her miserable mother took her and struggled to live a life of seeking a daughter-in-law. She never even went to school. It was her mother who brought her up by pooping and peeing. So her thoughts were very simple. As simple as a blank sheet of paper. When she was 16 years old, during the open beta of Legend, she won a virtual helmet and entered the Legend game. Got to know the prodigal son from the end of the world. The warm-hearted big brother greatly increased her favorability. That time my condition worsened and I thought I was going to die. Unexpectedly, Brother Tianya entrusted Brother Naming to save her again. After she recovered, she worked hard to learn all kinds of knowledge and helped Brother Tianya manage the business in the game. It can be said that without Brother Tianya, there would be no new life for her little one. And now, Brother Tianya once again gave her endless surprises. He actually helped her heal her legs. She could finally walk like a normal person. It's almost like a dream. Brother Tianya, am I dreaming? Xiao Duan murmured. Qin Hung chuckled and said, Of course not. Not only are you not dreaming, I will also make you the queen of this world. Become the queen of this world? The little one was stunned again. Well, look at who I am. Qin Hung chuckled. Ah, isn't you brother Tianya? Who else can you be? The little one looked up. And the next moment, his beautiful eyes suddenly widened. The mouth was opened wide into an O shape. Qin Hang's face changed slightly at this time. But with such a change, she was completely stunned. After being stunned for a while, she stuttered and said, You, the city lord of Feng Yu City? The teleporter of China? Qin Hung smiled and nodded. Come out. What? The little one was confused. But the next moment, she was shocked again. I saw 8 women suddenly appearing beside the bed not far away. It was the Xiaoshuang and Celia whom I had just met. Have they been here all this time? The little one wiped his eyes in disbelief. Well, it's just a Taoist priest's group invisibility technique. Little one, can you tell us who we are? Mingyu chuckled. And the girls immediately regained their appearance. Mrs. Mingyu, Xiaoju, Chanju, Wushuang lady. The little one was already so shocked that he was a little numb. Ha ha. You got it right. What? You can't believe it. Right. The girls gathered around with a smile. I believe it. Huh? I thought you didn't believe it. I can walk now with my legs. No matter how miraculous things are. I can believe it. The little one said seriously. Then, she said thoughtfully, it turns out that you are NPCs from China. And you actually came out of the game. Are you in a real body? Or have you been digitized? Qin Hung and the girls. Everyone laughed instantly. After laughing for a while, Qin Hung said, I think I need to explain this to you. In fact, we are all real people. It's just that the game is connected to the Chinese continent, which is our home. And currently, I am the only one who can enter the game. Mingyu and the others can't enter. Furthermore, Duanmu Anren, Tianya Mingyu and Tianya Prodigal Son are actually my own accounts. I operate 3 characters at the same time. Qin Hung told the little boy these secrets very calmly. He is not afraid that the little one will say anything nonsense. A woman who has nearly 1 trillion Chinese dollars in his hands and has never betrayed him. He doesn't think the other party will betray him. Besides, he dared to say that there were ways to restrict the little one. After all, he is already a god. When you reach the stage of being a god, you have many abilities that are quite miraculous and reach an unbelievable level. What? You are all real people. The little one was once again shocked by the news. She looked up and down at Qin Hung, Mingyu, and the others in front of her. After a while, she said, No wonder you don't allow players to kill at will in China. No wonder, brother Prodigal Son, you don't have a mobile phone. I can't even get your contact information no matter how I ask for it. No wonder brother Prodigal Son refuses to tell you where you are. No wonder Princess Guangzhou and the others couldn't find you in the first place. Is it any wonder you put all your money with me because you don't have a bank card? The little one said a series of words, and Qin Hung smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. But how can you come out now? And you also own such a large villa? Xiao Dodian asked the doubts in his heart. It's simple. Because I am a god now, and can use the teleportation ring to teleport to this world. Ah, teleportation ring? Well, we can all use the props and skills in the game. Just the powerful solar water you drank just now, Qin Hung said. And he and the girls slowly flew up again, flying around the room. Look, so that's it. The little girl nodded. Her legs had been healed by the powerful solar water. It was much faster to accept these supernatural things. But the next moment, she said bitterly, Then Mrs. Mingyu and the others are all you. Your wife. Well, yes. Qin Hung didn't hide it. And he didn't want to hide it either. After getting the answer, the little boy sat down on the chair a little exhausted. If she had any illusions about brother Tianya before, she no longer dares to do so now. Because the 2 sides are no longer on the same level. A god. One is immortal. Just when she was worrying about gains and losses, Qin Hung slowly flew to her and landed in front of her, smiling and saying, Do you want to become an immortal like us? Ah, can I? The little one stood up in shock. Of course. Then, my lovely little lady, will you marry me? As long as you want. You can become a god like us. Qin Hung held an engagement ring and asked sincerely. He knew the little one's feelings for him. Initially he thought the other person was just a little kid. But after meeting him, he realized he was wrong. Although the little ones are not as good as Mingyu and the others, they can still be said to be beauties. Since the other party is interested in him, he also needs to find someone here to protect China and someone who can teleport at any time. Then, the little one is undoubtedly the best candidate. After all, among the girls he knew here, only the little one seemed to like him. If he didn't choose the little one, who could he choose? Of course, if the little one doesn't want to, he won't force it. I do, the little one said tremblingly. She has waited for this day for too long. Although Brother Tianyao has a group of wives. Does it matter? You don't care about other gods and gods. But you are more delicate than them? So, Jin Hung put the ring on the little one's hand. Ding dong! Congratulations to you two on getting married. After a system prompt, the next moment, a piece of information appeared in the little guy's mind. The information is simple and easy to understand. Just that she has become a special legendary player. Then, colorful light erupted from the little girl's body, enveloping her whole body. 10 minutes later, the colorful light disperses. A mage sister wearing colorful feathers appeared in front of Jin Hung. It's the little one. And the little one has undergone amazing changes at this time. Since she is a gamer herself, and has accumulated an extremely rich experience level, the system directly transformed her experience level into the 7th heavenly immortal mirror. In other words, the little one directly changed from a mortal to an immortal. What's even more awesome is that she is a gamer herself. So she has the same mental portable login device as Jin Hung. No more lying in the gaming cabin, or wearing a gaming helmet. And she also has a real equipment slot, and a package slot. Her game equipment was transferred directly to her. Of course, there is a price to pay for becoming a master. That means you can never betray Jin Hung again. Brush. The little one opened his eyes, and looked at the colorful feathers and dragon teeth on his body in disbelief. After feeling the changes in herself, she thought, and her body slowly flew up. I can really fly! The little one's face showed infinite joy. It flew slowly in the air, flying faster and faster. Finally, it couldn't break and hit the ceiling. Jin Hung pulled him back. How do you feel? Jin Hung asked with a smile. Is this all real? Like a dream? The little one still thought it was a dream. It's really because this dream is so ridiculous. Ha ha. Little fool. By the way, don't tell the families who have trouble naming. Got it. The little one kissed Jin Hang's forehead. Then he bowed down and bowed to Mingyu and others. Fang Xiaoyu has met all the sisters. Please take care of me in the future. Ha ha. No matter how polite you are, we are all our own people. That's right. My cultivation level is not as high as yours, so you have to take care of me. Ah. How dare I? Sisters, please don't break me. The girls exchanged pleasantries. Next, everyone came to the lawn outside. The little one, who has the cultivation level of an immortal, quickly adapted to walking, running, etc. Steward Jean and many servants looked in the distance and were amazed. If they remembered correctly, when this young lady first came here, she came in a wheelchair. But now she can run and jump. Could it be that it was almost healed before? They don't dare to talk too much if they can't guess. They are treated well here, and no one wants to be fired for talking too much. The little one and the girls quickly got along, laughing and joking non-stop. Afterwards, Jin Hung led everyone to the entertainment venue of the villa. There are football fields, basketball courts, swimming pools, roller coasters, etc. As long as there are external entertainment projects, there are basically similar ones here. Everyone first experienced thrilling games such as roller coasters and roller coasters. Although everyone was an immortal, they still screamed again and again when they lowered their bodies and played to their heart's content. Others are better off because they are used to flying in the air and so on. But it's not okay when you're little. She was not used to her status as an immortal, nor had she flown high in the sky, so her sweet screams can be heard from far away. The girls tried all the events several times, but in the end, they were all exhausted and sweating. So they all went swimming. At the beginning, the little one couldn't swim yet, so Jin Hung and the other girls taught him step by step. In the end, this girl only wanted Jin Hung to teach her. After some swimming, the relationship between the two heated up rapidly. After swimming, everyone changed into new clothes prepared by Butler Jean and others and came to the restaurant. All kinds of modern meals were immediately placed on the table. A full banquet of Manchu and Han dynasties. Lobster and abalone, roasted lamb, foie gras, salmon, tuna eaten raw, delicacies from mountains and seas, etc. A long, big table to enjoy. Jin Hung asked Butler Jean and others to do this in advance. Originally, Butler Jean and others thought that these exquisite dishes were enough for the masters. But he found that he was wrong. So wrong. Everyone was very polite at first, but they quickly got used to it and started slurping away. Moreover, everyone is an immortal. With this amount of food, if they were allowed to eat freely, each of them would have enough food for hundreds of people. Therefore, seeing the dishes coming out at a fast pace, Butler Jean quickly ordered the kitchen to cook whatever was available and go all out to serve the dishes. Mr. Jean, no, we can't cook them as fast as they eat, the head chef complained to Butler Jean, who came to order the dishes. Work hard to cook. Cooked food. All kinds of pastries. Fruits. Ice cream. All for me. Hold on to me. The owner asked him to cook more before, and he cooked enough for hundreds of people. I thought it was extravagant enough, but I couldn't be more wrong. What kind of freaks did this master bring? This is too much to eat. Right? Fortunately, the owner is rich. You must resist it now. Otherwise, the master may have to pack up and leave if he becomes unhappy. Fortunately, after going crazy with all kinds of delicious food, I finally withstood it. Well, in the restaurant, everyone was picking their teeth with toothpicks and burping. Wow! Husband! These foods are so delicious! Mingyu exclaimed. Yen Wuxuang. Yeah. I feel like my life has been in vain. Chuanju. Can I come here to eat every day in the future? Xin Hung. Hey, of course. When it's time for dinner, I will bring you over to eat. Long live my husband. Long live my husband. All the girls shouted, but Butler Jean and many servants felt ashamed after hearing this. I am confused and envious. What is puzzling is that the wives of these owners seem to have never tasted these delicacies before. What is enviable is that the master actually has 9 wives. All of them are picturesque. While everyone was laughing, a phone suddenly rang. It was the little one's phone that rang. Hello? What? The Mingming Group stocks have been smashed and they are in urgent need of funds? At this moment, Jean Heng's cell phone rang. It was the name of the person who was in difficulty. Brother, do you still have funds in your hand? Our stocks are being maliciously shorted. Don't you have enough funds? Didn't Jiang Leihu and the others buy it with you? Qin Hung asked curiously. Not only our family stocks, but also the entire Chinese country's stocks. Foreign exchange and other financial products are being smashed. Because we had the supply and were ready to push up the stock. We bought a lot of long orders. But now, the entire market has been severely smashed. If our funds cannot protect the market, our long orders will be broken down. But because they have restricted a large amount of the organization's funds such as foreign exchange, the market is not able to support it. When the margin fails to keep up, we may all collapse and liquidate our positions, resulting in heavy losses. Chapter 557 Qin Heng's Terrifying Energy. China. In the Golden Dragon Villa. Named the needy household and called Qin Hung and made it clear that a large amount of money was needed. This money is no longer used to save Mingming Group, but to save the entire market. Foreign capital took advantage of the naming group incident to secretly accumulate a large amount of Chinese stocks. Moreover, this is not the power of one foreign capital, but many. You don't have to think about who is involved. Foreign capital wants to go short. If short selling by foreign investors succeeds this time, it will be a huge blow to China's financial system. This time, the short selling was done with preparation, not only in stocks, but also in foreign exchange, futures, etc. It was all round. This resulted in the national team being unable to give much help to the stock market. It can be said that foreign capital has gathered together this time to shortchange China, get big profits. The high-end players in the Chinese server actually represent the top wealthy families. But now, everyone is involved. After all, everyone has a listed company, etc. What do you want me to do? Qin Hung asked after understanding. Money! We need a lot of money. Ask your family. If you are not involved, please help your brothers quickly. The voice of the poor family member was anxious. He had no choice but to connect with the tycoons in the game and reality. This time, either they will be defeated by others, or they blow someone up. Well, wait a minute. I have to ask. If there is any, I will let them do it. Qin Hung himself only has the money he has on him. He didn't know if the little one had finished spending it. After hanging up the phone, Qin Hung asked the little one, how much money do we have left? Part of the money was used to buy the stocks of the named eldest brother's family. Others follow them to buy large-cap stocks. The market is currently plummeting, and I am arranging my subordinates to buy various large-cap stocks. But there were too many people selling them, so I couldn't buy them, and we have to keep funds as margin. Otherwise, the long leverage we added will blow up our position. You mean, all our funds have been supported, Well, I'm sorry, Brother Qianya. I didn't know it would be like this. The little one was a little uneasy. It's okay. I'm just asking. Even if we lose everything, do you think we will care about that little money? Qin Hung said with a smile. Well, that's true. The little boy thought that he and others were all immortals. So it seemed that he didn't need to care too much about the money. But that's what you earn from your hard work fighting monsters. Otherwise, let's see who is behind it and kill them directly. The little one was obviously unwilling to give in. With a fierce glint in his eyes, she looked like she would kill anyone who dared touch her money. Huh? Don't be so cruel. I can still use those bad guys. Qin Hung chuckled. What's the use? The little one was a little confused. They are like leeks. They need to be fattened before being cut. I won't tell you now. Let's deal with the stock issue first. I will talk to you in detail about your future tasks here later. Mission? Okay. So what are we going to do now? I'm almost out of money. Hearing that there was a mission, the little one became obviously excited. Let me see. Qin Hung took a sip of cold beer. In his previous life, when he was playing games online at home, his favorite thing to do was to smoke and drink cold beer. That's called comfort. It's just that you can't drink this stuff in Fengyu City. And now you can drink it again. He happily lit a cigarette. And after taking a long puff, he had a card in his hand. Amethyst Bank card. Is there any money in this? He hasn't been able to verify it yet. Even if he does, how many can he have? At present, we want to save the entire Chinese country's finance. Taking the card back, Qin Hung picked up the phone and finally made a call. At the same time, in China, the Kamikaze Group headquarters, Mr. Chen was sitting leisurely in his office drinking tea. A beautiful secretary behind him was squeezing his shoulders. There is also a beautiful secretary in front of him who is helping him review various planning plans. Alas, secretary during the day. Nowadays, Legendary Games dominates the global game resources list. Although Kamikaze Group does not sell game props, but selling point cards, adding game peripherals, and adding various game copyrights can also make a lot of money. In addition, China also releases various black technologies from time to time. The most profitable company in the world today is none other than the Kamikaze Group. It can be said that it is absolutely rich as a country. Even far more than that. It can be said that his little life was very nourishing. Just as he was thinking about the future in his mind, a bell rang. There was a ring in his hand. He didn't care at first, so he picked up his phone and looked at it. And suddenly he sat upright with a sudden thought. This is a special call. It's not a special call. Instead, a card he had never rang. This card was given to him by China, and told him, whoever gets through this card will be the owner of China and its president. Or you can say the master. The Kamikaze Group was originally just a small company, but relied on Shinjo to become the world's hegemon step by step. It can be said that the Kamikaze Group's success today is entirely due to China. If Shinjo stops playing now, the entire Kamikaze Group will be doomed, because all black technologies and all kinds of data are independently owned by China. To put it bluntly, the Kamikaze Group provides electricity and energy to China. The rest is just a matter of sitting back and enjoying the results. And for so many years, the phone card given by China has never rang. Today it finally rang. Still a special day. Why is it called a special day? Because today the entire financial system of China is being hunted by foreign capital. Various departments have contacted him just now, wanting him to take action. Because currently, the most powerful, richest, and yet to be hunted giant company in the entire Chinese country is Kamikaze. Why wasn't it hunted? Simple. Because it's not on the market. If it is not listed, it means that it is fully controlled by itself. Mr. Chen originally planned to go public, but was rejected by China. Therefore, the entire group can be said to belong to Mr. Chen personally. Others have very few shares. But what people outside don't know is that Mr. Chen can only use 10% of the company's funds. 90% are under the control of China. China has made it very clear that 90% of this belongs to the owner. Even with this 10%, Mr. Chen just spent 8% for China. When the country is in trouble, everyone is responsible. Mr. Chen is naturally obligated. Although this 8% has been able to withstand it for a while, it still doesn't work. And at this moment, the mysterious president finally appeared. Is it a coincidence? No. He answered the phone excitedly and happily. Hello, President. What are your orders? Hello. How much liquidity does the company have? Qin Hung asked directly, when he saw that the other person recognized him as the president. There are many. I don't know the details. I need to check the accounts. Mr. Chen really doesn't know the current wealth of the kamikaze group, because every second, billions are earned. How to answer this? The country of China is being hunted by foreign capital. Now, as the president, I have given the order to put our funds on top. No problem. Right. No problem. I promise to complete the mission. Mr. Chen answered excitedly. Okay. Let's do it. After saying that, Qin Hung hung up the phone. Other side, Mr. Chen suddenly stood up straight. After a sprint of 100 meters, I arrived at a huge office next door. There are hundreds of traders here, working on the keyboard. After Mr. Chen arrived, he immediately said loudly, "Ha ha! Brothers, let's get to work. Now, I order, protect the market, foreign exchange, etc. in full. Attack across the board. Don't be afraid to spend money. Kill those foreign dogs. Inform brothers all over the world and start work at the same time." Other side, inside Jinlong Villa, in a luxurious office, there are several world-class computers. The little one was opening the computer and checking various market conditions. The other girls looked on curiously, with curiosity in their eyes. No way. They don't know how to use these high technologies. After an operation, the little one said excitedly, "Brother Tianya, the market has stabilized. And so have other things, which are all violently rising." "Ha ha. Is this what your company does?" "Yeah." Qin Hung nodded. Although he is not in the kamikaze group, the kamikaze group is also in Kyoto. Qin Hang's spiritual thoughts enveloped the entire Kyoto. And naturally he also saw the inside of the kamikaze group. I saw the fat man holding a cigar in his mouth, waving his fists, and directing a group of traders to raise the price crazily. Really? It's so awesome. The little boy couldn't help but hug Qin Hung and let out a sigh. Reward? Otherwise, I will suffer a huge loss. While they were joking, Qin Hang's phone rang. "Brother, has your family intervened? This promotion is so powerful," came the excited voice of a household in need of naming. "Well, can you win?" Qin Hung asked. "It's hard to say. It's a fierce battle now, and the short side is still selling vigorously." At this time, across the ocean, Yu Xiaoyao, Dega Shenyu, Wen Dao, Q Bilio Huang Quan Q and others are also in the video conference. Fake. Why did China's market suddenly rise again? Where did they get so much money? Yu Xiaoyao shouted with a ferocious expression. Bagayalu. Who knows? All their funds should be under control. Wen Dao. Baga. Check it for me. Find out which source of funds is taking action. However, after checking for a while, everyone was a little dumbfounded, because the source of funds this time is not only China, but also 40 or 50 countries around the world. In other words, funds including those from their own countries are helping to boost the price. What the hell is going on? After they investigated carefully, they could not find the source of the funds at all, because all funding sources are top cryptocurrencies. I don't even know which bank the money came from. I only know that domestic funds are constantly flowing into China, dragging down their foreign exchange market, etc. Fake. Fortunately, we still have a hand. Notify the rising pork and them to smash the market with all their strength, no matter the cost. Yes. Thus, the strongest financial showdown in history began. Foreign capital keeps smashing the market. The national team and mysterious funds are constantly protecting the market. At this time, the stock forums and even the legendary forums were even more excited. Many people have posted here, calling on distributors to come up and protect the market. Tyvan_peppercake. Brothers, it's time to protect the country. Fearless lone wolf. You have one move. I have one move. The market is up to 99,000. Tears fell on the Great Wall. Brothers, foreign capital wants to bet against us. Everyone, stay put. Don't run away. Jiang Leihu. Brothers, even if you don't buy it, don't throw it away. Hold on to it. Victory belongs to us. Some people call for resistance, while others call for running away. Dupeng. Don't listen to them. I didn't negotiate with you. The stock market crash is coming. Everyone, run away. What is the nickname? That's right. Run. If you don't run, you'll be standing on the top of the mountain. Missing Ishii. The stock market crash is coming. Everyone is struggling with their own pockets. Stay safe. Mud Judgment. That's right. Keep the green hills, and don't worry about running out of firewood. Wouldn't it be nice for everyone to sell last and buy the bottom? Those who shouted to protect the market and sacrifice their lives for the country. If you shout, run away and be safe. Everywhere. Posts are flying everywhere. In the financial system, the battle between long and short has become increasingly fierce. Zhang's Thunder Tiger, dragging the princess wildly, naming needy households and Mr. Chen to buy and buy. Yu Xiaoyao, Daegu Shinyu and others have been selling and selling. The situation in the stock market is extremely fierce, with several points falling at once. After a while, it rose several points. Countless big shots are paying attention, because this is the most serious financial war in history. The battle for national destiny. If China loses, the economy will be set back by at least 10 years. But if you win, you will have a lot of money and skyrocket. On the other hand, the same is true in foreign countries. If they win, they can plunder a huge amount of money from China and set China back decades. But if you lose, they will create a giant country in history. Therefore, they cannot lose either. I can't afford to lose either. More than 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the stock market closed in the last hour of today. The battle between the two sides is still going on. Everyone is entangled, and no one is convinced. China's strong willfulness really surprised foreign investors. After all, this is foreign investment that accounts for more than half of the world. In order to isolate China, they are also attacking China's allies. Let them take care of themselves. It can be said that China is currently relying on its own efforts to withstand the hunting of many foreign investors. It's simply a miracle that I can persist until now. Fake. I have to say that China is indeed awesome. But it is a country after all. It's all over. The dragon must eventually fall. Attack across the board. Give them the final blow. Yu Xiaoyao ordered coldly. Yes. Following Yu Xiaoyu's order, stocks suddenly began to sell off more violently. The fluctuations in foreign exchange are even more severe. The funds protecting the Huagua market were instantly broken down. All the way down. Hold it. Mr. Chen yelled. It's no longer possible. We even have liquidity. We can't hold it anymore. You have to hold on even if you can't hold it back. On the other side, the faces of those from the households with difficulty in naming, Lei Huhu of the Jiang family, and others all turned pale. I can't stand it anymore. Their funds can only hold up for a while at most. And they will be finished. Lost. Completely lost. Is China really going to go back decades? It's over. Brother Tianya. I can't stand it anymore. We lose. Xiao Baidian turned around and cried. Really? Help me check how much money is left on this card. Qin Hung threw an amethyst bank card to the little one. The little one immediately entered her bank account number. And then her mouth opened into an O shape. A 1, followed by all the zeros on the entire screen. And an ellipsis behind it. Sky! How much is this? Chapter 558, Powerful Crushing. Soar! Huagua. Jinlong Villa. Seeing a 1 in the front, followed by a dense number of zeros, and an ellipse at the end that takes up the entire computer screen. The little girl's eyes almost bulged out. Oh my god! How much does it cost? It's not like the little one has never seen big money. She helped Qin Hung manage finances before. And at the highest level, she had almost 1 trillion in funds. It is estimated that even the households with difficulties in naming may not be able to obtain this amount of money. But compared to the current amount of trillions of funds in this card, it is simply a drop in the bucket. Not worth mentioning. Not to mention the little one. Even Qin Hung was stunned. He knew that the system was awesome. But it wasn't that outrageous. Right? Not to mention China. The total money in the world is not that much. Right? Is this really real money? And although Mingyu and the other girls couldn't understand what it meant. But that doesn't mean they don't understand. After all, after coming here for so long, Qin Hung also introduced the currency here in chat. So, equally stunned. Is this fake? The little boy was stunned for a moment before he stuttered. Ah. Ha ha. I don't know. Give it a try and see if I can transfer some money to your account. Faced with such a terrifying amount of money, Qin Hung was not sure. Ding dong! Your card with the last number is 1314. And your income is 1 trillion Chinese dollars. Please check. It's true. It's true. The little one cheered excitedly. It's impossible for anyone not to be excited when they see so much money. Great! Go to the stocks quickly and kill them! Qin Hung waved his fist. The little boy shook his head. No! I can't do it alone. I have to spread the funds and let professionals do it. Hold on. Qin Hung immediately called Mr. Chen. Hello. CO? We can't stand it any longer. I'm sorry for the heavy losses the company has suffered. From the opposite side came Mr. Chen's frustrated and self-reproaching voice. We haven't lost yet. Do you have a professional team operating there? Yes, but we have no money. Money is the bullet in a financial war. If you have no money, what else can you fight for? I do. Give me an account number, and I'll transfer the money immediately. It's useless. Master, we poured all the company's money into it, and we can't even withstand it. It's better to keep your money, and don't waste it. Mr. Chen's voice was low. The wealth of the Kamikaze Group is at least comparable to that of several superpowers. And they all lost. He didn't think that his master could have as much money as the Kamikaze Group. If you invest in it, it will be in vain. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. If you delay any longer, your positions will be wiped out. Qin Hung swore directly. Okay. Seeing that the CEO was angry, Mr. Chen quickly agreed and set an account. But he has already decided in his heart that if the amount given by the president is not as much as the company's original money, he will not invest. Useless. Soon, he received a message. Ding dong! Your card with the last number is 7,758. And the amount received is 10 million trillion. 1 quadrillion. So much? Mr. Chen was stunned for a moment. And when he took a closer look, he was instantly dumbfounded. 10 million trillion. This is so fake. Right? Have you received the money? Hurry up and get to work. Kill them! At this moment, another message was sent. Yes. Promise to complete the mission. Mr. Chen flew up in excitement. Jump on the desk. Shouted loudly. What the HL? We have money. The president has transferred the money. Brothers, don't skimp. Buy it for me. Hack them. In fact, he didn't need to say anything. The surrounding employees had already heard the cell phone notification just now, and they were all in shock. As soon as Mr. Chen shouted, everyone immediately felt like they had been injected with chicken blood. Everyone performs their duties and works hard to buy. 10 million trillion. What is this concept? They do not know. While everyone was buying and buying, a question also flashed through their minds. Is this money really real? At this time, within the naming group, Chairman, Master, I can't stand it anymore. Should we stop investing? If we invest again, all the company's liquidity will be gone. I can't bear it anymore. In 5 minutes at most, our capital flow will be completely gone and our position will be liquidated. The general manager tried to dissuade him with cold sweat. This matter started because I named the group. Anyone can withdraw, but we cannot withdraw. The father of the poor family member gritted his teeth and said, at the end of the day, if the company goes bankrupt, everyone will just leave. Turning around, he said to the households who had difficulty naming, if the company really goes bankrupt, just sell the equipment in your game. It should be enough for you to live happily for a lifetime. Dad, we haven't lost yet. I'm going to call the prodigal son to see if there is anything he can do. That prodigal son probably won't be able to withstand it anymore. We were able to withstand it for so long before. I heard that the Kamikaze Group took action. They couldn't stand it. Mr. Chen over there had already sent me a message before. No money. Can the Kamikaze Group not be able to withstand it? The face of the person who had difficulty naming him turned pale. At this moment, a trader suddenly exclaimed, everyone, look, the market is rising. It is rising straight up. What? Is the market rising? At this time, it would be great if the market can stabilize. But can it still rise in a straight line? Everyone immediately turned to look at the screen in the office, which contained real-time data on the market, foreign exchange, etc. I saw that all the stock indexes in China were rising in a crazy straight line. How is this going? If a trader clicks on a stock at random, the result will be a huge number of orders going straight up. Soon, there were stocks that were locked on the daily limit board by huge amounts of funds. Although the short side is still selling, but it is useless. Because for every stock that is sealed at its daily limit, its sealed order is enough to buy all the equity in that stock. The same goes for foreign exchange, etc. Of course, foreign exchange only surged until it was a little more than usual and then stabilized, and did not continue to rise wildly. Don't mess with this thing. However, various stock indexes were directly pulled to the top. The Mingming Group is listed both at home and abroad. Even their foreign stocks have been directly boosted by more than 1,000% and are still rising sharply. After a while, the market reached its daily limit. Looking at this incredible scene, everyone burst into tears. Okay. I knew the country would not give up on us. The national team must have taken action. Long live the motherland! Long live the motherland! Long live the motherland! Everyone cheered. The crowd even sang the national anthem directly. Stand up. And at the same time, John's Thunder Tiger, pulling the princess, Sadness of the Starry Night, Fearless Lone Wolf, Tyvan_Pepper Cake and others also looked at the daily limit of the market and reveled. The national team takes action. Long live the motherland! Long live the motherland! In various securities business halls across China. Long live the motherland! Long live the motherland! Stand up. Countless stock investors, rich people, giant companies, etc. who participated in this game are all cheering. Shout long live the motherland. The national anthem dances all over the sky, reaching the ninth heaven. Rumble. Crackling. Over Kyoto. Excited people started setting off fireworks to celebrate. Soon, the entire sky above Kyoto was enveloped in the deafening sound of firecrackers. There has been no stopping. But at this time, in a very large office in China, countless operators and commanders of the national team were a little confused. The victory came so suddenly that they haven't even reacted yet. Wagua made huge amounts of money in an instant. As for my opponent, he probably lost all his pants at the loss. Although the other party still has stocks in hand, they will also benefit from the rise in stocks. However, the other party bought a huge amount of short orders. Compared with those short orders, the stock held by the other party is simply too far behind. What you earn is far from enough to compensate. In an office inside the national team, the report and data detection indicate that the Kamikaze Group organized thousands of traders to rescue the market. Funds are also handled by them. Kamikaze? Okay. Very good. I understand. I will report it. At the same time, in the room where Yu Xiaoyao was, bang! The angry Yu Xiaoyao punched the computer in the room to pieces. Fark. Why? Why do they still have so much money? Why? On the other side of Sang Kingdom, Daegu Shinyu and others were also smashing things angrily. No! All the giant countries that participated in this financial war against China were either ashen-faced or paralyzed on the ground, or roaring in hysterical rage, smashing everything that can be smashed. They lost this battle. Such a complete loss. Many giants went bankrupt directly. The most powerful countries have set back at least 5 years. Other smaller countries that participated have fallen back more than 10 years. As for the country of China in the east, it soared into the sky, become a real dragon. Yu Xiaoyao and others gathered together in the video. Q Bill Wang Wan question. Fake. I'm going to China to kill them. Wen Dao. Are you sure? Q Bill Wang Wan question. Of course. You can just wait and watch the show. In the yard of a luxurious villa, Q Bill Wang Wan Q punched a luxury car. There was a loud bang. The luxury car was smashed to pieces. I am possessed by the evil god system of H.L. Who is my opponent? Name the households in difficulty. Jiang Family Thunder Tiger. Little One. Tianyao Prodigal Son. Just wait and see. On the other side, in Jin Long Villa, when the dust settled, Jin Hung asked Xiao Budian to check the balance on the account. The result is still the same as before. No changes. Jin Hung felt that it was absolutely impossible for China to earn this money. Maybe it invaded and modified the world's financial system. If the entire world's financial system is controlled by it at will, then this situation would be normal. But Jin Hung didn't bother to think about how to make up for the loopholes. It wasn't something he considered. Brother Tianyao. We won. We won. The little one flew up excitedly, flying back and forth in the air, just like a butterfly. At this time, a caller came from the family in need. Brother Prodigal Son. We won. We won. Thank you for your support. Long live the motherland. Long live the motherland. Jin Hung replied. With his spiritual mind, he naturally detected the joyful carnival of people in Kyoto. I'll be the host tonight. At 6 o'clock in the evening. We will be in the clouds and on earth. Don't be late. He warned the needy household with a smile. No problem. Order more. We can eat a lot. Jin Hung said with a smile. I can't make you hungry. Have you finished your WeChat account? I'll pull you into our group now. Soon, Qin Hung was drawn into the group of rich people in the Chinese Server Alliance. Ha ha. The prodigal brother is here. Welcome everyone. Tianya prodigal. Ha ha. Hello everyone. Please take care of me in the future. Phantom Ultimate. Wow. The prodigal brother is here. Welcome. Tianya little Ronin. Ha ha. The newcomer has arrived. Take the photo first. Pulling the princess crazy. Breaking pictures. Blowing pictures. Quick. 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 The ligation surgeon. Hey. The princess is already so horny and thirsty. The invincible most handsome man 888. Ha ha. The princess is probably already looking forward to it. Pulling the princess. Fart. I just want to see what this bastard looks like. Jian Leihu. Princess. Do you want to see if it's suitable first? The slot machine spit out the starting coins. Ha ha. Don't talk nonsense. The princess is not such a superficial person. There was a burst of ridicule from everyone. Plus the princess's angry counterattack. Qin Hung kept chatting with everyone. He looked at the time and saw that there were still a few hours before the dinner. People who have difficulty naming are advised to go online and have a great time. Damn it. Prodigal son. You don't know that we were bullied to death by them during your absence. Now we must take advantage of this opportunity to torture them to death. That's right. Reality is great. We have to kill them in the game too. Tianya prodigal. Uh-huh. We won't go online for the time being. I have something else to do. Qin Hung doesn't know how to surf the internet now. Now that he has reached the divine realm. Other gods can't seem to come to China. Then he is invincible while hiding in China continent. Therefore, he no longer needs to be so anxious about his own cultivation. In the past, he was always afraid of others dealing with him. But now he no longer has to. Then, it's okay to keep practicing. Therefore, when he came to this colorful world, Qin Hung had to take his wives around and stroll around to let them adapt to the life here. After all, China is too monotonous. Maybe you can move things from here to there? The idea just came up, and was immediately cancelled by Qin Hung. Although the world is beautiful here, it is at the expense of the environment. If we turn China mainland into a modern society, the damage to the environment will be huge. Therefore, Qin Hung did not want to do this. Anyway, you can come here anytime you want. It doesn't matter. Now, of course, I have to take my wives around. Soon, Mr. Jean personally drove a stretched version of the top luxury car, took Qin Hung and the girls out of the Golden Dragon Villa, and began to wander around Kyoto. Chapter 559 Alliance Party. Super Spy. China. Kyoto. Mr. Jean drove and took Qin Hung and his party around the streets and alleys of China. Along the way, I saw people setting off fireworks on the street from time to time. Although fireworks don't look very nice during the day, they are more lively and festive. The streets are full of cheering crowds. Arriving at the more lively Kyoto pedestrian street, everyone got off the car and wandered around with a flow of people. Since the little one was still a little unaccustomed to walking, everyone didn't walk very fast. The girls were laughing and laughing, and their perfect looks turned heads. People kept secretly filming Qin Hung and the others with their mobile phones. Some people even came up and wanted to add WeChat. But they were all rejected by the girls. Qin Hung originally thought that there would be a pervert who was not afraid of death and would tease a few girls. But there was no such thing. On the contrary, wherever they went, others couldn't help but step aside and make way for them. Could it be that the immortal aura we exude is powerful? That shouldn't be the case. They've all restrained themselves. Qin Hung listened carefully to the sounds around him and was speechless. I'll go and look at the clothes and shoes those people are wearing. They are all top brands. Each piece costs at least $1 million. Isn't that right? He must be the super rich second generation of some family. Stay away from them. If you get dirty, you can't afford to pay compensation. All right. Qin Hung looked at his and the girl's clothes, but he couldn't recognize the brand, because he is not familiar with this place at all. I don't care what other people think. I just want to have fun. Along the way, various street snacks aroused the appetite of the newly satiated girls. Buy. Eat. Eat. Anyway, if you see something you like, buy it. No matter what you eat or what you wear. Fortunately, everyone has parcel racks. And Qin Hung has unlimited warehouses. If you buy too much, you will throw it away in the warehouse when no one is paying attention. Otherwise, Qin Hung really wouldn't be able to take so many things. I walked around and only visited a small part of Kyoto. It was already past 4:30 in the afternoon when everyone returned to Jinlong Villa. Afterwards, I took a shower. put on makeup, and went out again at 5:30. A phone call came from the named poor household. Brother's prodigal son. Are you here? In the world above the clouds. Don't make a mistake. Ha ha. We've already set off. Jin Hung replied. On the other side, inside the Yunshangrangian Hotel. Stop playing cards. They are already here. Prepare at the door. The named poor person shouted to a table of 3 people playing poker. The 3 playing cards are none other than Zhang's Thunder Tiger, Tears for the Great Wall, and Dudu. The 3 of them were playing landlords, and a circle of people gathered behind them. At this time, Lei Huhu of the Jiang family was a landlord, and the other 2 were farmers. Wait a minute. After this round, I have good cards. Dudu didn't want to. Ah. Ha ha. I originally wanted you to lose less, but you still don't want to. Jiang Leihu, who stood up, chuckled and sat down again, with tears streaming down her face. The Great Wall looked at the card she got, and asked Dudu in a depressed tone. Is that okay? My cards suck. Don't count on me. No problem. Blow his head off. Seeing how confident he was, Chong Wall burst into tears, and had to sit down. The person with difficulty in naming glanced at the beeping sign from behind. Good guy. Double kings, 4 twos, and other cards are also straight. The 2 bombs were taken away directly. No wonder this guy didn't want to. Jian Leihu. Ha ha. Keep going. Then I played my cards? Out. 4th flight. Sorry. Let's go. Heck. What kind of bullshit luck? We have all these cards. Ha ha. It's 1 million magic talismans. Don't be ridiculous. My day. No more fun. Let's go and pick up the prodigal brother and the others. Everyone was noisy and soon arrived outside Yinshang Human World. 27 Buzu. Ha ha. What do you think the prodigal brother looks like? Definitely not as handsome as me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hiding for so long. A handsome young man said with confidence. He was Feng Shigua. Feng Xianhua. My husband is the most handsome. Naming a household in difficulty. Ha ha. The prodigal son is much more handsome than you. At this time, a young girl wearing a pink miniskirt and stockings, with a sky-high figure, delicate light makeup on her face, a very slender waist, and skin like gelatin, hung a women's cigarette and said with a smile. Name it. I'll treat you tonight. This is my home. Come here. Where is the reason for me to treat you? Naming a household in need. Princess, I already told you that I'm going to treat you tonight. Why are you arguing? If you have a bad conscience, I'll give you a 50% discount. The mad princess glared. What a beautiful idea. 50% off. I'll break your bones for you. Don't think I don't know you've made a lot of money this time. I won't be sorry for you if I don't kill you. Humph. Ah. Ha ha. It sounds like you haven't made a lot of money. No. I don't. I do not have either. Fart. Do you dare to show your trading records? Everyone was making a fuss at the door. Smoking, chatting and waiting. The security guard at the door saw them, and didn't let them get out of the way. Because this little princess on earth is here. At this time, this place is reserved. However, the security guard was still curious about who the prodigal son was. To be able to let these princes wait here. Before long, an extended version of the limited edition Phantom drove over. Damn it! The sales version of Phantom worth 2 billion. Am I right? Phantom Ultimate yelled. Holy shit! There are only 5 of these in the world. And I don't have one. Taiban Pepper Cake looked envious. Xingya's sadness. Chow! You are worthy of being the master of Jinlong Villa. You are awesome. Fearless Lone Wolf. When will we go to Jinlong Villa? Damn it. I haven't been there yet. Princess Quanzhao. How about, after the party is over, we can go over and have a look. I heard there is everything there. Yu Jian went to HL. Ha ha. I think you want to sleep over there? The vasectomy surgeon. Don't tell me. The princess will get anxious later and raise the price of the vegetables. Ha ha. Fart. Ouch. The princess hit someone. During the commotion, the phantom finally came closer. The Guangzhou princess, who was kicking someone, stopped immediately, and the cigarette in her hand was thrown away at some point. She looked like a lady, making everyone laugh. The car finally stopped. Mr. Jin got out of the car first, then quickly bent down and opened the door. Jin Hung, dressed in a red tank suit, walked down first, followed closely by a group of women wearing cheongsam. The man is handsome and the woman is picturesque. In an instant, Jiang Leihua and others' eyes were almost straight. Several people secretly exclaimed in their hearts that the prodigal boss was so interesting that he came with so many female companions. When the last person got out of the car, everyone was stunned for a moment. The next moment, their eyes widened and they were all dumbfounded. Little guy. The last one is the little one. We had dinner together before, and they all knew each other. But the key point is that the little one is coming down now. Where is her wheelchair? When will she be fine? Didn't we invite the most powerful doctors in the world to look at her before we decided to name her? Why is it suddenly better now? If everyone was shocked when the little one was good. The people who named the poor people were completely dumbfounded. Damn it! When I sent my little one there in the morning, he was still in a wheelchair. Is he fine now? Can you walk? Everyone originally wanted to ask the person who named the needy household, but saw that he had a dull look on his face. So they probably didn't know. Ha ha! What? Brothers and sisters don't recognize me anymore? The little one twisted his waist proudly and walked up to the crowd. Little one, you? Why are you suddenly well? A beautiful woman asked stutteringly. She is the Pink Queen. Brother Tianya brought a magical medicine and cured me. Is the magic medicine cured? Everyone was stunned again. What miracle medicine is so awesome? Before anyone could think about it, the little one excitedly took Qin Heng's hand and said, Come! Let me introduce you to everyone. This is the prodigal son of Tianya. Brother Tianya. Qin Heng smiled slightly. Ha ha! Hello everyone. My name is Qin Heng. Please take good care of me in the future. Although they had already guessed that this was the prodigal son of Tianya, everyone still admired him greatly in their hearts. Nothing else. He's so handsome. A group of people immediately gathered around, hugged Qin Heng one by one, and introduced themselves. Wow! Boss Prodigal. I am Du. My real name is Lu Shangfei. Boss Prodigal. I am 27 Buhua. My real name is Wang Jihong. Hello, Prodigal Son. I am Leihu of the Jiang family. And my real name is Jiang Tontian. Ha ha! Brother Prodigal. The Deep Sea Arowana. More than 40 male players were introduced first. And there were also more than 10 female players present. When Qin Heng, the beautiful female player who came up first, was hesitating whether to hug her or not, she hugged him unceremoniously. The prodigal son. The crazy princess. My real name is Jing. Dragging the princess crazy? Qin Heng was stunned, and his hands froze unnaturally. Before he could react, a small piece of flesh on his waist had already been pinched by the other party. Twisted gently. Let's settle the account. Ha ha! Ouch! Qin Heng showed an exaggerated expression. Then, he asked curiously, Your name doesn't seem to match you. I want you to take care of it. You're so verbose. This time, the princess gave Qin Heng a hard squeeze on his waist. The momentum made everyone around him sweat for Qin Heng. Ouch! Qin Heng screamed louder this time. Why do I think your voice is so fake? The outspoken Princess Quangtu asked a little doubtfully. Hey, princess, can you put it down? It's my turn. The Pink Empress smiled dissatisfiedly. Oh! After the little trick was discovered, the princess blushed and quickly let go of Qin Heng. The Pink Empress was more of a lady. After hugging Qin Heng, she winked and handed Qin Heng a pink card. Little brother the prodigal son, this is the first time we meet, and this supreme card of our pink lady is given to you. Free forever. Moreover, with this card, you can chat with anyone you want. I can also find my sister. Qin Heng. Hey! Sister Hongfen. Don't go too far. Little Dot said dissatisfiedly from the side. That's right. All the red and pink cards have been sent out. Is there any mistake? Ha ha. You two are jealous. The Pink Empress chuckled and stood aside. Boss of the prodigal son. The clouds in the hurricane. Another beautiful girl came over. Boss of the prodigal son. The little red pink prodigal hoof. After everyone met Qin Heng, they all rolled their eyes and said, Brother prodigal son, why don't you introduce these sisters? Yes, let me introduce you quickly. The men booed. Mingyu Luoluo walked over first. Although she had been pregnant for several months, her figure and face were still there. He smiled slightly at everyone and said with a chuckle, Xiaoya has met everyone. Xiao Shuang has met everyone. Yen Wuxuang walked over. Xuqiu has met everyone. After the girls introduced themselves, Dudu Lulu asked curiously about the relationship between Qin Heng and the girls. As a result, the red and pink little wave hooves behind him grabbed Dudulu's ears. What do you want to do? I'm telling you. I'm still here. Hey. Relax. Relax. I'm just asking. The crowd burst into laughter. Uh-huh. They are all my friends. Jin Hung said casually. In short, it is impossible for him to say that these are his wives. It is too high profile and not good. Friend? The male compatriots all showed an I understand expression, while the female compatriots each had their own thoughts. Princess Guangzhou looked around among the crowd. And finally she focused on the little one. Unexpectedly, the ugly duckling turned into a white swan in an instant. She doesn't feel threatened by other women because she doesn't know them. Only the little one is different. She helps Jin Hung take care of the business and the game, and can be said to be Jin Hung's right-hand man. Now that they have become so beautiful, it seems normal for these two people to be together. Come on. Why are you standing at the door? Go in and eat and chat. I won't come back until I'm drunk today. At this time, the person named the needy household waved his hand, and a group of people immediately walked inside in a mighty manner. Soon, everyone sat down in batches in the supreme box of the human world on the cloud. Jin Hung sat at the top amid the cheers from everyone. Mingyu sat on his right, but the princess on his left was pulled to sit down first. The other girls sat on both sides of him. Isn't it appropriate? I think it would be better for Boss Tiger to sit here. Jin Hung chuckled. Haha. Brother prodigal son. No one would dare to sit here if you didn't sit here. To be honest, were you responsible for the final bailout today? Lei Hu of the Jiang family asked. Yeah. Jin Hung did not deny it. Others have asked directly, and they must have some evidence. So they just admit it frankly. Anyway, to him, this world is like his back garden. No big deal. Because there is no existence that can threaten him. The prodigal boss. Awesome. The prodigal boss is mighty. Everyone is flattering. Jin Hung smiled and glanced meaningfully at the deep sea arowana. This thing is hidden very deep. I didn't expect it to be a big red dot. It should be Yu Xiaoyu's undercover agents. Right. No wonder that in the past, the actions of the households in difficulty, and himself, and others were often known to the enemy in advance. It turns out there is a big spy. Jin Hung did not touch him. It was not the right time yet, so as not to scare the snake. Next, various delicious dishes were served, and everyone started eating and drinking. After drinking for 3 rounds, the poor family members and others looked at Jin Hung's female group, who was sweeping away the delicious food, and they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 560 Drinking Together. Unlucky deep sea arowana. China. Kyoto. In the supreme box in the world above the clouds. Zaligulu. Ba. 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 Click click click. Xingya sadness. Jiang Leihua and others looked at Jin Hung and others who were frantically sweeping up food. They were all dumbfounded with dull expressions on their faces. It feels like I've been hungry for days. Or I've never eaten anything good. If they hadn't known that Jinlong Villa belonged to Jin Hung, they would have driven here in the Phantom again. Everyone thought they ran away from the nooks and crannies of that mountain village. Why are you looking at us? Eat. Come. Cheers to today's victory. Jin Hung raised his glass. Cheers. Everyone drank it all. Ha ha. Boss prodigal son. It's not that my brother's words are harsh. It's the speed of your eating that scares me. Taiban_Peppercake said with a smile. Ha ha. We usually eat like this at home. Yen Wuxuang said nonchalantly. Anyway, my husband said, you can eat whatever you want. No need to pretend to be a lady. Because if the immortal ate slowly and carefully, he would probably have to eat for a whole day to be full. Besides, as immortals, no one really cares what these mortals think. Just like a human being. Would he care about what ants think if he picks his feet? The levels of life are so different that we don't stick to trivial matters. Not give a damn about. Yen Wuxuang. The speaker is unintentional. But the listener is intentional. After her words fell, Fearless Lone Wolf and others were stunned again. And then everyone went crazy. Xingya's sadness. Damn it! Boss prodigal. This is what you usually eat at home. This guy deliberately pronounced the word home very hard. Yes. Is there any problem? Mingyu asked. The other girls nodded matter-of-factly. Jin Hung had black lines on his forehead, lowered his head, and gnawed hard on a big lobster without saying anything. Everyone was stunned again. And then a joking smile appeared on their faces. Wolf King Totem. How awesome! Broken sound. Mr. Payne. That's awesome. Hi Kwapingyu 89. It's so awesome. All the male compatriots gave thumbs up. The female compatriot's eyes widened. Especially the princess's mouth opened wide into an O shape. Then, she lowered her head. Her eyes flashed. Thoughtfully. At this moment, Feng Shigua picked up the wine glass and stood up with a smile. Brother prodigal son, I am so impressed this time. For words to describe it. Envy and jealousy. Come on. Take one. Come. A drink for two. As a result, Feng Shigua's ears were pulled by Feng Shigua as soon as he sat down. What's wrong? Are you still envious? Just 1 minute of fighting power. Plus one more. Can you withstand it? As soon as the words fell, everyone burst into laughter. Feng Shigua blushed at that time. And he didn't know whether it was because of drinking or because he was anxious. Who said that? It's obviously 3 points. More than 3 hours. Okay. Damn it. I'll drink. Drink. During the commotion, Princess Quangtu suddenly asked, Prodigal son, do you really live together? Well, yes. They are responsible for taking care of my food and daily life. It is arranged by the family. I am also helpless. Jin Hung gave a random reason. Really? I heard that Jinlong Villa belongs to your family? Princess Quangtu asked. Well, so the bigger the place, the more people are needed. Jin Hung nodded. TSK. TSK. You are so blessed. Come. Let's drink. The princess picked up a bottle of top-quality mutai and opened it. Then filled Jin Hung with a large glass. I made myself another large glass. Come. Let's drink this cup and our grudges will be wiped out. Are you okay? This wine is over 50 degrees. Jin Hung looked at the girl with a bit of pain on his face. Who are you looking down on? I, Chen Jingjing, have never been afraid of anyone when I drink. Huh? I'll do it first. You can do whatever you want. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the princess and drank 3 ounces of a large cup. In an instant, her face flushed a little bit, and she looked so pretty. Why are you looking at me? Can't drink? Just drink less. Princess Quangtu chuckled. Ha ha. My drinking capacity is okay. Jin Hung picked it up and finished it directly. There is no discoloration on the face. Hey, you're pretty awesome. Do you dare to do it again? You bullied me so much in the past. And I don't believe you can't drink with me. Princess Quang pulled provocatively. Come, just come. Whoever is afraid of whom. Okay. You said so. He pulled the princess to stand up, turned around and moved a box of Maltai from behind and placed it on the table with a bang. Here are 12 bottles. 6 bottles per person. Can you drink? Before Jin Hung could say anything, he pulled the prince to stop him and said, Sister, don't act recklessly. Just because you can drink it doesn't mean that the prodigal brother can drink it. This sister is drinking heavily. She also has a nickname in the circle. Little Brewmaster. When she drinks, she acts like a madman. Like a little girl. Households who have difficulty naming also advise. Princess, please let the prodigal brother go. The alcohol content is too high, and it will damage your body. You don't need to worry about it. I have my own sense of discretion. Today, I just want to compete with him. Princess Quangtu looked at Jin Hung with a menacing expression. Do you dare to compete? Why don't you dare? Okay. That's enough, man. Bang, 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 bang. The princess was forced to open 12 bottles of Maltai in one go. Come on. Blow on the bottle. Okay. Jin Hung stood up and looked at this girl, unwilling to be outdone. He is in the divine realm. And drinking wine is no different from drinking water. And if this little girl wants to drink, he is not afraid that she will have problems drinking. As long as the other person is still breathing. He will not die as long as he is here. I can make her lively in an instant. The two looked at each other. And silent sparks flew in the air. One person grabbed a bottle of Maltai and started drinking it. Jin Hung doesn't drink quickly. Just like normal people. The two of them drank a bottle in one go. The two of them grabbed another bottle without taking a breath. And drank it again. Good. Awesome. Everyone cheered. But some frowned. Brother, nothing will happen to them if they drink like this. Right? How could I know? After drinking this bottle, don't let them drink it. If you drink it again, problems will arise. Some people were talking in low voices. For ordinary people, drinking a bottle of mutai is definitely a lot. If you are a moderate drinker, you will probably vomit and have to lie down for 2 days. If you keep these 2 bottles, something might happen. Jiang Leihu. I feel like the prodigal son is fine. Look at them. They are not worried at all. Everyone looked at Mingyu. Xiaoyu and others who were still eating wildly. But they didn't even look at Qin Heng. Doesn't seem to care at all. There are only two possibilities for this situation. One is that these women are not familiar with the prodigal son and will not care about his life or death. Another possibility is that they have absolute confidence in the prodigal son. The first one doesn't look like it at all. So the second one is more likely. Run hiya. Indeed. The prodigal son can't really be that fierce. Right? The slot machine spit out the starting coins. It depends on the situation. After drinking this bottle, he will be in trouble. So don't let him drink. During the discussion, Princess Guangtu and Qin Heng finished another bottle of Mao Tai. Continue? After drinking the bottle, Princess Guangzhao's face turned even redder. And she even stuttered a bit when speaking. Of course. Qin Heng picked up a bottle of Mao Tai without changing his expression and drank again. Princess Guangzhao glanced at him, picked up a bottle, and continued to drink. Now! No one is making noises below. This is a highly alcoholic drink. No joke. I winked at the name of the poor household, and everyone understood it instantly. After these two people finished drinking the bottle, they will not be allowed to drink anymore. Uneasily, Qin Heng and Princess Guangtu drank the entire bottle again. Qin Heng's face was a little flushed, but Princess Guangtu was already holding the table with both hands and her face was flushed. Do you still want to drink? Qin Heng asked with a smile. You are awesome. Drink. Of course you have to drink. The princess's eyes widened. The next moment, she plopped down on the chair and lay directly on the table. Yan Wuxuang, who was sitting next to her, quickly checked, then shook her head and said with a smile, It's okay. She just drank a little too much. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But Prince Kwang was a little puzzled. My sister is not drunk enough to drink this much. She can still drink at least 3 bottles. I guess I'm afraid the prodigal son drank too much. Of course, he didn't say anything. At this time, Qin Heng laughed and said, Come on, brothers, let's keep drinking. He took a bottle of Mao Tai and drank it again, leaving everyone speechless for a while. Is he still addicted to drinking? Could it be that you drank too much? Even Princess Guangtu, who was lying down, slowly raised her head and looked at Qin Heng with drunken eyes. You? Won't you persuade him? Princess Guangtu asked Yan Wuxuang beside her in a low voice. He's fine. In the past, the most he did by himself was 2 boxes. Yan Wuxuang's voice was loud and everyone present heard it. After everyone listened, they were stunned for a moment and then went crazy. Heck! In ancient times, there was Li Bai, the wine god. But now there is the prodigal son, the wine god. It makes me worry in vain. Phantom Ultimate. Oh my god! Is this still a human being? Deep Sea Arowana. The prodigal son is so powerful. I suggest that the prodigal son can fight with 1 bottle per person. Brother, what you said is a bit too much. We have more than 50 people here, and we can get more than 50 bottles in 1 round. You want to play the prodigal brother to death. The ligation surgeon stopped me. Deep Sea Arowana. I just think Brother Longzi has this ability. Right, Brother Longzi? What's the point of me playing around alone? Qin Heng stared at the Deep Sea Arowana and smiled. Let's do this. You proposed it. Then every time I drink 1, you also drink 1. How about it? This. The Deep Sea Arowana looked at the 3-liang cup and hesitated. Why are you afraid? Qin Heng looked provocative. The Deep Sea Dragonfish did not speak, but pondered in his heart. The young man said that the prodigal son drank at most 1 box, which was 12 bottles. Now he has drank 4 bottles. There are up to 8 bottles left. I can drink 5 bottles by myself. 1 bottle can pour 3 cups. That's 15 cups. But the other party wants to drink 15 bottles. And if you work hard and drink 1 more bottle, you should be fine. Definitely win. Okay, I'll accompany you. But it's not fun for us to play like this. Let's have some luck. Whoever vomits after drinking will lose. The Deep Sea Arowana said with a smile. Oh, what kind of lottery? Qin Heng asked. 2 billion. That's not much. It's just the money for a special ring. Guangguang's family followed Yu Xiaoyao and others, but lost a lot of money, and almost lost their pants. The Deep Sea Arowana desperately wanted to get some back. Qin Heng squinted. It's just money for a special ring. Isn't the special ring 10 billion? Come on for 10 billion. I remember that you are very rich and have bought me a lot of equipment. This little money is nothing to you. 2 billion is really boring. As soon as he finished speaking, He propped himself up on the table and stood up straight again. Okay. 10 billion is 10 billion. Seeing that Qin Hung seemed to be a little drunk, the deep-sea arowana stood up with a smile. Everyone watched the two men compete with each other, but no one stopped them, because both of them are rich. Deep-sea dragonfish often buys all kinds of top-notch equipment produced by everyone, and the money they spend is at least hundreds of billions of Chinese dollars. Who would believe him if he said he had no money? Needless to say, the prodigal son of the world. It is estimated that 10 billion is just a drizzle. Besides, stocks and so on just had a big win today, and everyone made a lot of money. Spending 10 billion for fun is really trivial. Therefore, many people watched the show with a smile. Tyban_Peppercake even opened another gambling game and shouted loudly, "Come on! Come on! The bets are on! It's all 1-to-1! Let's start the bets!" Xingya's sadness. Ha ha! I went over the prodigal brother. 10 billion! Fearless lone wolf. I will win over the prodigal brother. 30 billion! Naming the households in difficulty. The prodigal brothers win. 50 billion. Wait. My God. There are too many people. And the limit per person can only be 1 billion. To bet on who will win, send me a message on WeChat. Tyban_Peppercake, stop it quickly. Grass. The tens of billions per person are overwhelming the prodigal son. If the prodigal son wins, he will suffer a loss. Ha ha. Seeing that Tyban's Peppercake was deflated, everyone burst into laughter. So, everyone sent a WeChat message. Tyban_Peppercake looked at it and found that fortunately, 2/3 of them won over the prodigal son. Even if you accompany him, it doesn't matter to you. After placing the bet, Xingye shouted sadly, "Let's begin. Wait a minute. Let's transfer the 10 billion to the named brother first, lest we drink too much later and lose the money." Deep-sea arowana suggested. Good. After the two of them each transferred 10 billion to name needy households, Qin Hung began to take turns drinking with everyone. One person. He blows a bottle. Have a drink with the deep-sea arowana. In the blink of an eye, Qin Hung drank 8 bottles. As a result, he was still fine. And the deep-sea arowana was not in a hurry either. After all, he is still drinking. In the blink of an eye, Qin Hung drank another carton and was shaking when he walked. Deep-sea arowana couldn't hold it anymore. He drank the equivalent of 6 bottles. But what depressed him was that Tinao Prodigal still didn't vomit. The two of them continued to drink, and everyone continued to boo. And at the same time, they became nervous, because both of them looked like they were almost out of it. Who will vomit first? In the blink of an eye, Qin Hung drank 2 more bottles and walked away holding on to the table. The deep-sea arowana was also extremely uncomfortable, and his stomach was churning. Several times, the things that rushed from his stomach to his mouth were swallowed secretly by him. 10 billion. He didn't really care before. But now that the 10 billion is gone, it is undoubtedly worse for him. Withstand. This stupid thing will no longer be okay anytime soon. The deep-sea arowana secretly cheers itself up. As a result, in the blink of an eye, Qin Hung drank 2 more bottles. After the deep-sea arowana swallowed it again, it finally couldn't hold it anymore. With a pop, it sprayed all over the floor, and with a splash, the whole person fell to the ground. Chapter 561, The Little One and the Crazy Princess. China. Kyoto. The world above the clouds. The deep-sea arowana vomited all over the floor, and his whole body was so burned by the alcohol that he fell to the ground. Grass. My 10 billion. Originally, with his net worth, he didn't need to care about the 10 billion. But now, I just lost a lot of money. 10 billion is extremely important. He was so angry that he vomited and even vomited blood. No. Hurry. Send him to the hospital. He must have suffered stomach bleeding from drinking. Quick. Call 120. Seeing this guy vomiting blood constantly, everyone panicked for a moment. Kwang dragged the prince and immediately went outside to call the security guard, who quickly drove the guy to the hospital. Qin Hung didn't stop him. The deep-sea arowana is a spy, but it's not time to kill him yet, so as not to alert the enemy. Now! He glanced around and saw that there were no more little red dots, so he decided to make it public so that no one would suffer. After the waiter finished cleaning up the garbage on the floor and closed the door again, Qin Hung saw that everyone was still discussing and caring about the deep-sea arowana. So he coughed and said with a smile, "Ahem. Cough. Cough. Actually, you don't have to worry about him." "Ah. He's vomiting blood. Brother prodigal son, aren't you worried? Qin Heng's words made everyone look up at him in surprise, with confusion in their eyes. Brothers are bleeding from drinking, but they can still laugh so happily. Do you want to be so cold-blooded? Many people even felt that Qin Heng's senses were greatly reduced for a moment. Haha. Because he is a spy. Qin Heng said calmly. What? He is a spy? Everyone looked at Qin Heng in surprise. They all thought they heard wrong. Many people even stood up. Qin Heng nodded and said seriously. Well, he works for you Xiao Yao and the others. Is there any evidence? Jiang Leihu asked with a frown. The main reason is that everyone is so familiar with the deep-sea arowana, and no one thought that he could be a spy. Xingya's sadness. Evidence? Brother Prodigal said he is a spy. So he is definitely a spy. What evidence do you need? Fearless Lone Wolf. That's right. I believe in Brother Prodigal. Naming households with difficulties. I believe it too. Dujaladuda. I believe it. In an instant, most people expressed their belief in what Qin Heng said. Even the drunken princess stood up unsteadily. I believe it too. Then, he lay down and fell asleep again. Qin Heng smiled at this time and said, I just remind you not to get too close to him. Otherwise you will suffer. Especially when fighting bosses and waiting. As for the evidence, we will know later. Hey. Yes. I have always suspected that there is a super mole among us. That would be right if it was him. The households, who had difficulty naming, suddenly came to a realization. Tybin_pepper cake. How can there be so many things? I will take people to deal with him now. He will be tortured and served to see if he talks. Qin Heng. No. No one should touch him now. I have to keep him to catch big fish. As long as you remember that he is a spy and pay attention to it, it will be fine. Okay. I believe you. Jiang Leihu nodded. He just did it out of professional habit. But if you think about it carefully, the prodigal son of Tianya, as the rescuer of China this time, is as rich as the enemy. Was it necessary for him to slander a brother? Just because you took a gamble with him? 10 billion, for the prodigal son from the end of the world, is probably really a drop in the bucket. Therefore, after thinking about it, he felt that Tianyao prodigal must have mastered something to be so sure. Qin Heng glanced around and said, You don't have to doubt what I said. Time will prove everything. If you don't listen, you will suffer a loss if you stay with him. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Finally, I repeat, you should keep this matter deep in your heart and don't touch him. I will take my time with the master behind him. After he finished speaking, he changed the topic and said with a smile, Come on. Let's keep drinking and don't worry about him. After he finished speaking, he continued to brag to everyone with mouth-eye wine. I'm telling you, Boss Prodigal, there's no need for you to drink like this. It's very harmful to your health. Yeah. Didn't you see that the deep-sea dragonfish vomited blood? Everyone tried to stop him for a while, fearing that he had drunk too much. It's okay. Don't say I'll fight you once. I'll have no problem fighting you 10 times. Qin Heng laughed. Did you drink too much? We are a little scared when you are like this. Little one, stop eating and persuade him. And you are not from his family, and you don't care about him? He wanted Xiao Duan, Mingyu and others to persuade Qin Heng to name the households with difficulties. Mingyu. Don't worry about him. His highest record is actually drinking hundreds of bottles without any problems. Hundreds of bottles? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The look in Qin Heng's eyes changed, as if he were looking at a monster. What are you doing? Don't doubt what they say. I'm handsome and rich. Do you think I'll seek death easily? Come on. Come on. Keep drinking. I'll get a bottle. You can do whatever you want. Qin Heng continued to drink with everyone boldly. Everyone saw that he walked with wind and spoke fluently. Mingyu and others were relieved as they were not surprised. However, Princess Guangtu still asked her family's personal doctor to come over with a full set of dicks while she was going to the bathroom. Be prepared to rescue immediately if the prodigal son is in danger. Fortunately, everyone has stopped worrying. Next, they really saw what it means to drink 1,000 cups. Hundreds of bottles of liquor went down. At the end of the drinking, all the drinkers fell down. But Qin Heng was still jumping around. After the party, everyone who shouted that it was no good left the stage. At the end, Qin Heng suddenly discovered that there were only a few people left. The crazy princess, the pink empress, and a few other girls. All the men have left. But Princess Kwang got up and drank with him for a while. Then she fell asleep on the sofa behind and didn't get up again. Brother prodigal son, let's leave first. The Pink Empress staggered away with several other women. Now that's it. He, the little one, Mingyu and the others are left with a crazy princess. What the HL? Are you dragging the prince? Why didn't you take his sister away? Qin Hung also just discovered that there was another person lying on the sofa. I don't know. That's not enough. This girl is quite decent. She seems to be interested in you. Mingyu chuckled and looked at Princess Kwangtu, who was lying on her back. Don't make trouble, Qin Hung quickly said in the WeChat group. Princess, whose family it belongs to? Come and take it away. No one responded. Damn it! You drank too much. Right, Qin Hung said depressedly. Isn't that right? You drink wine like water. Who can drink it like you? Yin Wuxuang said with a smile. Qin Hung. What to do now? Mingyu. Just take it back. We have a lot of houses at home. So she is not the only one left. Helpless Qin Hung had no choice but to agree. So Yin Wuxuang supported the princess and dragged her out all the way. Get in the car and drive away. During the whole process, the security guards didn't even stop them when they saw it. Soon, everyone returned to Jinlong Villa. In the huge washing basin, the dragging princess was naturally thrown outside by the other girls. Then he served Qin Hung inside. The little one was already Qin Heng's woman, so naturally she was pulled in by the other girls. Soon after, the sound of fierce fighting came from inside. Among them, the little one's voice was the most miserable. Needless to say, this was the first time she participated in this kind of martial arts competition, and Qin Hung paid special attention to her. The fierce fighting sound made the dragging princess outside unable to pretend any longer. Curious, she quietly walked over to take a look, and was instantly shocked. I saw Qin Hung holding a huge stick of judgment and knocking the little girl to the ground. He beat her until she cried for her father and mother, and begged her hard. But Qin Hung was determined to train her well. So his men showed no mercy until the little girl was beaten until she foamed at the mouth and fainted. Then he let her go. Seeing this scene, Princess Kwangtu was completely dumbfounded. He's already outnumbered. Do you still want to get involved? She was very entangled in her heart and wanted to leave. But she saw the fierce competition inside. The fire inside is burning again. She drank a lot. At least 6 bottles of Moutai. Stimulated by alcohol and the fight inside. She finally walked in slowly. Of course, she was pretending to stumble. Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu were waiting for several girls. Qin Hung, who was fighting crazily, didn't notice her. The others saw it and just smiled. Then pulled the girl into the water and helped her clean it. Do you like him? Mingyu said in Princess Kwangtu's ears. Yes. Princess Kwangtu nodded slightly. Ha ha. Let me help you. Mingyu took out a piece of black cloth and covered Qin Heng's eyes. Husband, let's play a game. You are not allowed to use your abilities. You will compete with whoever you catch. How about that? Okay. Qin Hung nodded indifferently. Start arresting people. Soon, he caught a little cutie and immediately picked up the staff of judgment and gave it a blast. The hammer made the other party scream. And he was startled. The sound is wrong. I pulled off the black cloth and took a look. What a good guy. Dragging the princess wildly. Me. My first time fighting. Qin Hung looked at this little girl speechlessly. What can he do? All we can do is continue. However, he is a god, so he can only try his best to control his strength, so as not to blow up the opponent with one ruling. After a fierce contest, Qin Hung looked at Princess Kwangtu speechlessly. Look, there are already 9. Why do you want to add more? I'm happy to. You have to be responsible anyway. Princess Kwangtu rolled her eyes at Qin Hung. Ha ha. You are not afraid. What should I be afraid of? Qin Hung laughed. It just so happened that the little one was really busy here. There always has to be someone to cover the shift. So, he took out the engagement ring and solemnly proposed to Princess Kwangtu. Proposal ring? The princess was stunned. Well, after wearing it, your life will be completely different. Sheng is my person. Death. That is impossible. Will you marry me? I do. Now that we have reached this point, there is no reason why we would not want to drag the princess. When she put on the ring, her whole body glowed with colorful light instantly. 10 minutes later, Princess Kwangzhou opened her eyes again, and she looked completely different, holding Xietian in hand. A beautiful Taoist priest appeared wearing the robe of a heavenly master, and her cultivation also skyrocketed to the 7th level of Immortal Mirror. It turns out that this is what happened. And I actually became an immortal, Princess Quantu murmured to herself, with a look of disbelief on her face. When she changed just now, the system had already told her everything. But then, she was shocked again. Ha ha! Look who I am again! Qin Hung smiled and showed his true face, as did Mingyu and others. City Master Qin! Madam Mingyu! Madam Wuxuang. The dragging princess was stunned again. Ha ha! Are you surprised? Crazy princess. Well, no wonder I always feel like you are a bit like a person. Qin Hung then recounted his experience and the dangers that China might face in the future, which made Princess Quantu and Xiao sigh in despair. Husband, don't worry. We will definitely keep an eye on you here. That's right. Husband, don't worry. Princess Quantu and Xiao Budian nodded solemnly. Afterwards, Princess Quanzhou started to practice flying while yelling. The night passed quickly. The next morning, after Qin Hung had breakfast, he immediately called Mr. Chen. Hello, CEO. I was just looking for you. I have calculated the money I earned yesterday. Do you think where should I transfer it to you? Ha ha. Do you think I will be short of money? I'm not interested in money. Really? Mr. Chen across from me didn't know how to answer. You don't need to transfer the money to me. Just use some to give benefits to employees. But how to control this speed? I don't need to teach you. Clear. Very good. We have to come to the company now. There is no need to greet you in a high-key manner. My name is Qin Hung. Okay. I see. Soon, Qin Hung took the girls to the Kamikaze Group headquarters in a phantom. When he came to the front desk, Qin Hung gave his name and said he wanted to see Mr. Chen. The receptionist, who had already been instructed, immediately respectfully took everyone to the special elevator and arrived at the bottom of the base. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, there were already 2 rows of people standing at the door. Hello, President, everyone said in unison, with a look of enthusiasm, prepared to reward all employees with a large sum of money, as well as various super benefits and so on. It almost broke them. Therefore, can you not be happy to see a real person now? Hello everyone. Qin Hung was not polite. After greeting everyone for a while, he said to Mr. Chen, from today on, the security of China will be the responsibility of the 2 of them. They are also my wives. Ah, what do you mean? Our security here is the strongest in China. Although Mr. Chen did not say it directly, there was doubt in the meaning of his words. In fact, he had another thought in mind. Is the CEO afraid that he has too much power? So he sends someone to monitor him? The 2 of them take turns working here. So you can arrange a big, comfortable house for them. And make it luxurious inside. It's best to have everything. You don't have to call them if you have anything. Okay? Do you understand? Everyone. Chapter 562 The Origin of China. The 5 Declines of Heaven and Man. Cause and Effect. Huagua. Inside Legendary Games Company, Mr. Chen quickly made room for a huge house for Princess Quantuo and Xidian. This house is not in an underground base, but in the highest level above the surface. Underground. Neither Little One nor Princess Quantuo were happy. Who would want to stay there if they couldn't see the sun? Qin Hung took into account the identities of the 2 immortals, and there was no problem in covering the entire Kyoto with their spiritual thoughts, let alone the entire company. So let them do it. This house is huge, with thousands of square meters of space. It has living rooms, bedrooms, furniture, appliances, screening rooms, and swimming pools. It was originally a place where Mr. Chen himself rested, but now it has been vacated, after arranging for new beds, game storage, etc. The Little One and the Crazy Princess have officially moved in. But that's not enough. Husband, I have a group of subordinates who are too far away to command. Look. Haha. Then I'll give you the top floor to work on. Another floor was used as their accommodation. Qin Hung waved his hand and made the decision. Mr. Chen will arrange it immediately. The top 2 floors were originally used for offices and accommodation. Just install furniture and appliances. While Xiao Beitian and Princess Quantu were discussing how to decorate the room, Qin Hung followed Mr. Chen to the underground base. After swiping his card, Mr. Chen took Qin Hung to the small dark room. As soon as he walked in, there was only a table with a round stone emitting colorful light on it. A giant wire connects the stones above. Welcome, my master. As soon as Qin Hung walked in, an elegant voice suddenly sounded from the colorful stones. Master? Mr. Chen was dumbfounded. Qin Hung waved him out, closed the door, and cast a sound barrier. You are the system itself? Where are you from? Why do you have such magical power? Qin Hung asked curiously. Shinjo was silent, seeming to be organizing his words. After a while, he finally answered the question. Do you know the law of increasing entropy? The law of entropy increase? Qin Hung was stunned when he heard it. His brows furrowed, and his memory was churning. And he quickly thought about it. I heard this law in my previous life, and it sounded scary. It is the end of all things. Endless destruction. Whether it is the Earth, the universe, or intelligent life like humans. From a macro perspective, entropy increase is an irreversible process. Although the universe is vast, it will continue to become chaotic as time goes by, and finally move towards heat death, disappearance, and destruction. This is the final outcome of the universe. China's elegant voice sounded. Yes, the law of entropy increase cannot be reversed. To describe it in the words of cultivators, it is the 5 declines of heaven and man. Every 12 divine eras, the universe will condense into a point again. Another big explosion. Even God cannot reverse this process. Gods will also experience the decline of heaven and man. 5 declines of heaven and man? What is that? That's the entropy of God. 12 divine ages. 1 reincarnation. God must die too. Will God die too? Of course. Do you think you can live forever after cultivating to the divine realm? Eternal life? Qin Hung carefully felt his own vitality. Finally he shook his head and said, although my life force is strong, I can feel it draining away. This process may take hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years, or longer. But in the end, you will still die, because I can't stop the loss of life. Well, entropy reveals the ultimate law of evolution of all things, implying that human beings will eventually be destroyed, and the entire universe will eventually reach heat death. This law makes people understand many truths. For example, the road to human immortality is ultimately just a fantasy, including God. Then you tell me so much just to tell me that I will die in the future? Qin Hung asked speechlessly. Well, are you willing? Qin Hung. If you can live for millions of years, why wouldn't you be willing to accept it? After millions of years? How long will this person live? It's impossible to imagine. Shinjo. That's because you think time is very long. But if tomorrow you have lived for millions of years, it will be your death. Would you be willing? Are you scared? I'm not willing to give in. Qin Hung denied it quickly this time. After all, no one wants to die. Entropy. That is, although the 5 declines of heaven and man are irreversible, God has the virtue of good life, and will always leave a glimmer of hope. You mean, God has a chance to survive the 5 declines of heaven and man? Well, actually the 12 God era is almost here. Otherwise I wouldn't show up. And you wouldn't have any adventures. No. How long? Qin Hung was stunned. I originally thought that I still had tens or millions of years of life to squander. But I didn't expect that divine entropy was approaching. It's hard to say. But the key point lies in China. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. The aura here has revived. And perhaps a trace of immortality will be born. Countless systems, as well as ancient mythological figures, will appear here. Your mission is to protect me, and at the same time grab that eternal energy. Only by grabbing it can we survive this period of decline, and gain the opportunity to live forever. In this process, you have to defeat those systems and obtain more system fragments, so that my functions will become more powerful, adding more maps and more powerful equipment. What? I need to get you system fragments, so that you can develop more map equipment? Of course. Do you think these things are all for nothing? You should have heard of a law. The law of conservation of energy. Nothing in the world comes for free. If you get one, someone will lose the corresponding one. Qin Hung. Okay. But I have a question. Whether I should talk about it or not. Explain. Since I am your master, when I fight monsters, can you give me more than 10 times the experience? Level 999 with one sword. And kill monsters casually to produce top-notch items? For example, Kaitian with an attack speed of 10,000? I still say the same thing. The law of conservation of energy. Nothing can appear without a reason. My body is a Dao fruit on the tree of life in the God realm. After observing many worlds, I finally evolved this powerful legendary game. Then, you have to abide by the rules of the game. I can't change things within the rules. If it can give you more official positions, permanent warehouses, etc., that's all cheating. To put it bluntly, this game is your training ground. I make the rules. And I can't break them or deliberately change your explosion rate. Because luck is also part of strength. This game, in addition to my own abilities, is also supported by the various wishes of hundreds of millions of creatures. Money, equipment, rights, desires, etc. finally created this training place. Even if you are the owner, you have to follow the rules. Otherwise, if the rules are broken, this place of cultivation will cease to exist. So that's it. I understand. Qin Hung remembered that Shinjo had told him not to easily obliterate the human beings in this world, because it is the power of their various wishes that supports this game training place. Then, why did you choose me? Qin Hung asked another question. Everything has a cause and effect. You will understand in the future. Come on! Qin Hung was speechless for a while. Then will you always look like this? Qin Hung looked at the round thing curiously. Of course not. I'm constantly evolving. What will it evolve into? Qin Hung asked curiously. You will know in the future. Go and level up. After this promotion, you haven't leveled up well. Yu Xiao and the others on the opposite side are cheating. If you don't take good care of them, how will they level up? They only shoot 45 shots per second. And you shoot 48 shots per second. It's okay to torture them. But many of them are using plugins. If you don't care about them, how can they still play in China? I will revamp it soon. Don't worry. Everything is under control. Call out! Qin Hung teleported the little one and Princess Kwang Tu over. It is the body of the system. And you two are responsible for protecting it. By the way, I will arrange for Xiaju and others to accompany you. Yes. Next, Qin Hung arranged for Xiaju and Dongmei to follow the little ones and take turns on duty. And he took the girls back to China first to see if anything happened. After asking around, nothing happened. In the end, Xuanju, who has a child, stayed to take care of the child and also served as a liaison for informing the public. Others followed Qin Hung back to Jinlong Villa. The food and life here are really attractive. Of course, Qin Hung will teleport Xuanju over during the meal, and then send her back when it's done. In the blink of an eye anyway. Qin Hung took the girls around Kyoto again before returning to Jinlong Villa. Just after lunch, there began to be movement among the wealthy people in colorful clothes. Xingya's sadness. Hack. Brother Prodigal. You were too cruel last night. I'm still so dizzy that I can't even play games. Fearless lone wolf. Yeah. It's so fierce. I'm still holding on to the wall when I walk. Jiang Leihu. What the HL? Let me know. There will be an offline gathering of Kyoto Legend players in 3 days. If you are willing to come, the fare will be reimbursed. I really don't believe it. Thousands of people can't drink from you. Tears fell on the Great Wall. That's right. I must drink the prodigal son down when the time comes. Tyvan_pepper cake. Hey, brother prodigal. I heard you brought the princess home last night. Hee. Doodla-doodada. The prodigal brother won't take advantage of others' danger. Right. Pulling the princess. What's wrong with taking her home? Also, I solemnly tell you that when you see me in the future, you will call me sister-in-law. 27 is confused. Holy shit. Is it real or fake? Phantom Ultimate. Hello. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is awesome. No. The prodigal brother is awesome. Little one. Hee. You can also call me sister-in-law from now on. The invincible most handsome man 888. Holy shit. Damn it. The prodigal son is awesome. Feng Shigua. Damn it. Brother prodigal. You are my role model. Households with difficulty in naming. Damn it. What a beast. Even a little kid can do it. So awesome. The ligation surgeon. My day. Brother prodigal son. You are a role model for our generation. There was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. No one expected that in one night. The prodigal son of Tianya would directly take care of 2 women. Tianya prodigal. Hey. Are you still online today? Mingyu and I are online. Little Ronin from the end of the world. I'll go. Is sister-in-law Mingyu online too? Does she know that you are having trouble with the little ones? The prodigal son of Tianya. You already saw the bright moon of Tianya last night. Jiang Leihu. Oh my god. Don't tell me that the little moon last night was the bright moon at the end of the world. Well, that's the right answer. It's a pity that there is no reward. Wolf King Totem. Hack. You didn't tell me last night. As a result, we didn't even get close to sister-in-law Mingyu. What are you thinking about? She is also my woman. The slot machine spit out the starting coins. Beast. Are they real or fake? Don't tell me those were your women last night? Ha ha. Of course. Who told me to be graceful and elegant like a jade tree in the wind? Qin Hung smiled proudly. Run hiya. I don't believe it. They are all the best. How could they all be with you? Sui Fong Shuquang. Ha. Do you believe it? Anyway, I believe it. Yang Yingling Feng. I believe it too. Last night, I felt that those women looked at Brother Prodigal's son in a weird way. Ha. I'm kidding. Aren't you guys online? Then I'll play by myself. After ending the call with everyone, Qin Hung looked at the women in front of him and said, Today, I will take you into the game to see if you can also play this game. It would be great for him if the girls could also play games using the virtual warehouse. And he would not be so lonely while leveling up in the future. As a result, before Qin Hung could experiment, the system's voice rang first. I have my own arrangements for them. When the next version is revised, I will upgrade them so that they can go online and become masters directly without your guidance. Well, there's another benefit. Okay, then wait a minute. You can go play outside by yourself. I will let the princess take you there. Teleporting the crazy princess. The princess immediately took the girls outside to continue her madness. Qin Hung lay on the bed at Jin Long Villa and started to play the game. Nowadays, his cultivation level is as high as the sky. His perception ability is super strong. And he is not afraid of others doing harm to him while he is sleeping. Besides, with his strength, in this mortal world, even if you lie down and let others kill you, you won't be able to kill him. Brush. Qin Hung appeared in Magic Dragon City. When I was thinking about where to go, Xiaodian also came online. With Xiaju and Dongmei here, she can also play games. Little one. Husband, during your absence, I only received 1 million talismans. This thing is so difficult to collect that no one else is willing to sell it. Ha. It's okay. You can just resell the equipment. I'll trade it for you if I get it here. Later, Qin Hung yelled in the Sovereign Guild. Here are 30 top warriors and thugs. They want to be able to enter the Demon Dragon City. Iron-blooded overlord. Ha. I'll do it. Desert bandit. Add me 1. Wohin. Add me. King of Prague. Hack. I'm sober. Add me. I was crazy and pulled. Add me. Dragon tattoo. Brother Prodigal. Pull me. During the time when Qin Hung was promoted to the Divine Realm, many top players had already entered Demon Dragon City. After forming a group of people, Qin Hung waved his hand vigorously. Let's go! Take back the demonic dragon blood territory. Chapter 563 Fontian Magic Armor. King's Honor Set. Legend. In the first line Magic Dragon City. Boo-hoo-hoo. After the team formation was completed, Tianya Prodigal, Duanmu Amran and Tianya Mingyu did not immediately go to the demonic dragon blood domain. Instead, he returned to a first-line city in Tianzimifa continent, found an honorary NPC, and exchanged it for the strongest king's honorary suit. He had enough before he went offline last time, but he just didn't have time to change. Now that I have to fight, I naturally exchange it first. Soon, the 3 numbers each changed into a set of the strongest king suits. When he opened the package and took a look, Qin Heng's eyes lit up instantly. King's Glaive. Attack 10 to 90. Magic 5 to 20. Taoism 5 to 20. Accuracy plus 15. Attack speed plus 2. Luck plus 2. Weight 60. Durability 50 to 50. Hidden properties. Attack increased by 60%. Magic increased by 60%. Taoism plus 60%. Damage increased by 60%. Increased blood sucking by 60%. Ignore damage increased by 60%. Set properties. 5P set attributes. 1. Defense increased by 35%. 2. Magic defense increased by 35%. 3. Damage increased by 35%. 4. Damage reduction increased by 35%. 5. Health value increased by 35%. 10P set attributes. 1. Defense increased by 70%. 2. Increase magic defense by 70%. 3. Damage increased by 70%. 4. Damage reduction increased by 70%. 5. HP increased by 70%. 6. Attack speed increased by 7. Wearing requirements. The accumulation of honor points reaches 10 billion points. This. So awesome. Much stronger than the Star Glaive. In addition to weapons. The same goes for other equipment. After wearing the 3rd number, the basic attributes have been greatly enhanced. At the same time, The attack speed has also changed from 48 rounds per second to a terrifying level of 50 rounds per second. After changing the equipment, Qin Hung took out a few more strengthening and plus 8 scrolls to strengthen the weapon twice. Now, the basic attack power of the weapon becomes 10 to 106. Skill damage increased to 90%. He took out a bunch of Divine Blessing scrolls plus 10 and put them on. Various basic strengths have skyrocketed again. The strength has been greatly increased again. The attack speed per second reached 53 rounds per second. After everything was done, Qin Hung returned to Magic Dragon City. After entering the map, there are no more dense monsters along the way. Although there are still many monsters, there are not many anymore, and they cannot be killed in seconds. This is all because there are so many people entering the Demon Dragon map now. Although there are usually 500 or 600 people in each server, there are only 100 or 200 people in each server. But there are so many servers. There are 50 servers, with an average of 250 people entering each server, and more than 10,000 people entering. But it's definitely more than that, because although this kind of top-level place requires a huge amount of money to enter, it currently costs about tens of millions of Chinese dollars. However, there are many rich people in every server, not to mention other countries. Let's just talk about China. There are at least hundreds of thousands of people who can enter here. There are few people now, because they are not at the same level. After all, except for the top player, there is no one to grab monsters. In addition to the fast leveling up, the people behind them all have to fight against the large army to grab monsters and kill them. Naturally, the upgrade is not that fast. In short, hundreds of new people rush into the Demon Dragon City every day. Therefore, the team of monster spawners is getting bigger and bigger. There are only 2 routes in total. Nowadays, in every map, there are probably no people except Demon Dragon Dongguan. And there are players everywhere who are killing monsters. In order to meet the needs of players, the official has expanded the map again. Even so, fights would happen every day due to leveling and territorial grabs. As the Chinese server is the #1 target of the Alliance of Gods, the leveling territory has been compressed to the extreme. They all huddled in the eastern and western suburbs of the first-line Demon Dragon, or were leveling up on the outskirts of Demon Dragon City. There was no way. Qin Hang's 3 accounts were not online. They were no match for Yu Xiaoyao and the others. And they were suppressed extremely hard. Boo-hoo-hoo. The 3 Tianao prodigal sons quickly passed through several levels of the map and met people from the Alliance of Gods. There's not much to say. Tianyao Mingyu, Duanmu Anren and Tianyao Longzi teleport behind the player, and the memory trick pulls them. The desert bandits, the hero Ian and others immediately started to fire and output like crazy for half a month. After a scream of ah, corpses were instantly lying on the ground. The bells dinged, and the equipment potions exploded all over the floor. Thunder armor, light Taoist robe, Heaven's Dragon Slayer, Heaven's colorful feather clothes, Heaven's happy fan, Heaven's Overlord's blade. Fake! What the heck? Oh my god! It's the Mingyu demons and the others who are back. I'm going! Inform the boss and the others. The Mingyu demon and the others are coming. The people lying on the ground were yelling and cursing. When they saw clearly that it was Tianyao Mingyu and Duanmu who were hiding behind them, they were even more shocked. They all reported to the guild boss. The crowd didn't care about them. Their eyes were bright. They laughed and rushed forward and stamped on them. Qin Hang's #3 was naturally the fastest, stepping on a lot of equipment in succession. After pedaling wildly for a while, Qin Hung looked at the equipment and found none that he could use. So he shouted, "Who wants the thunder armor with an attack speed of 1? The thunder ring with an attack speed of 1? The heavenly dragon slayer, etc.? Desert bandit. I want armor. Iron-blooded overlord. I want to fight." Everyone wants Thunder Series equipment that increases attack speed by 1. As for the Heavenly Dragon Slayer and others, no one wants them. Those who can come here are basically equipped with top-notch equipment in Tianzimifa continent. If no one wanted it, Qin Hung was going to throw it to the little boy so that he could exchange it for the talisman. There will always be people who want it, so it's cheaper to sell the talisman. There is no way. He is not short of money now. What is short of magic talismans? The little one used to exchange top-grade equipment for magic talismans, and others would resell the equipment for money. For example, the Sky Dragon Slayer with an attack speed of 2. Qin Hung will sell 500,000 talismans now, and others will sell them for tens of millions of Chinese dollars. The main reason for this situation is that Qin Hung no longer cares about money in reality. as long as he can exchange money or equipment for spiritual talismans. It doesn't matter to him. It's a pity that China's system can't directly give him a lot of talismans. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to do this now. After killing these people, the three Tianao prodigal sons continued to randomly look for players on this map. After finding them, they pulled them in and killed them instantly, as long as they are not from the Alliance. Kill them all. This place has been open for more than a month now. During Qin Heng's absence, Yu Xiaoyao and others have produced a lot of good things. What is not used up will naturally be given to these top-notch people. As a result, many of them are now cheaper than Qin Heng and others. Specifically, they benefited from desert bandits, Wohen and others. Qin Heng and the others were killing randomly on one side. And on the other, Yu Xiaoyao and others also received the news. Yesterday, we lost the financial battle. Are we going to be beaten again in the game today? Fake! Transfer number 0 to the highest level currently and kill them! A furious Yu Xiaoyao immediately ordered. After debugging, I tested it. Damn! The attack speed reached 50 rounds per second. Ha ha! I don't believe it! Their attack speed is higher than ours? Yu Xiaoyao and others laughed wildly. Let's go! Ambush them! This time, we must kill them! Not long after, Qin Heng led his men into the Demon Dragon Ridge. After the expansion of the Demon Dragon Ridge map, it became much larger again. After Qin Heng and the others arrived, they searched and found no enemies. Apparently they all ran away when they heard them coming. As for where he went, I really don't know. The map is too big. Maybe they could run to the Demon Dragon East Pass. Or they could run to the map they walked on before. After all, now that there are memory traps to pull people, they can pull them away, which is very fast. Unable to find anyone, Qin Heng and others prepared to enter Demon Dragon East Pass. After all, the purpose of entering was to get back the map of Demon Dragon Blood Domain. The first person to enter was Duanmu sadly. As soon as you enter, swish the half-moon scimitar. Puffing soul fire talisman. The dog is blowing wildly. Kakakai Shantan. The ice roared and exploded. Rumbles of meteors and fire showers. Hundreds of attacks instantly overwhelmed Duanmu. The blood volume is cleared directly. Brush. Duanmu came back to life sadly. Before anyone could attack him again, he had already teleported away. Looking for someone. He teleported away. The ancient god realm roared excitedly. Boo-hoo-hoo. 40 or 50 people who have teleportation rings teleport immediately to find someone. With a hiss, Duanmu fell to the ground sadly. In a corner, there are monsters all around. But his attack speed was so fast that the monsters had no time to hit him, and he ran away again. After several teleportations, Duanmu sadly finally found a place with fewer monsters. Put on the memory cover, pull people over, and clean it up first so that everyone has a place to stay. As soon as he finished cleaning up, Qin Heng saw Yu Xiaoyao teleport not far away with a hiss. Wohen and others didn't even feel the low attack speed. Ha ha! Here! You are dead! Yu Xiaoyao laughed wildly. Immediately changed the memory sleeve. Teleport and pull people over. And prepare a set for everyone in seconds. But when he pulled the people over, Tianao Longzi and others disappeared. Appeared behind them in an instant. Duanmu sadly and others output wildly in a round. Ah! The 10 people Yu Xiaoyao pulled over all lay down in an instant. No one was resurrected. The equipment jingled violently. Teleport ring. Memory ring. Resurrection ring. Fontian magic armor. Fontian magic clothes. Fontian magic armor. Juntian. Open the sky. Xiantian. Ares necklace. Ares bracelet. Holy magic ring. Holy demon necklace. Why did they all die? Yu Xiaoyao originally had the teleportation ring with him. But after changing to the memory sleeve, he naturally couldn't wear the resurrection ring. Others are overconfident. I thought my attack speed could crush the opponent. So I changed to the ring with the strongest attack. As for the big explosion, of course, except for the 3 numbers Qin Heng, everyone else is holding the Dark Palace divine weapon. I'm here just to blow people up. Wouldn't it be an advantage for them if they didn't use the Dark Palace divine weapon? What makes Qin Heng and the others the happiest is that Yu Xiaoyao, Daegu Divine Realm, and the other 3 are all famous. 5 famous names. After having the plug-in, they became invincible and indulged. Have fun killing people everywhere. You don't need a red name card even if you have a red name. What I want is that my name is all red. That's so cool. As a result, now, I am suffering a big loss. Yu Xiaoyao, Daegu Shinyu, Wen Dao and others all used up most of their equipment in an instant. Fake. How is that possible? Bagaya Road? Impossible. Baga. How can their attack speed be faster than ours? Ah. My attack speed is 2 Kaitian. Fontian magic armor. Damn it! My attack speed is 2 Xiantian. Lying on the ground. Yu Xiaoyao, Dagishinyu and others look confused and cursed. They simply don't believe that their attack speed is worse than their opponents. They all have an attack speed of 50. The equipment is top-notch. Brother Duanmu, the prodigal son of Tinya, felt sad that they only had a set of Thunder Armor series equipment. Why? This is not scientific at all. After removing all the impossibilities, I really wish there was only one. The other party must have opened the cheat just like me. And this plugin is equally powerful, making Shinjo unable to notice it. Until then, Yu Xiaoyao and others finally understood one thing. The prodigal sons of Tinya must have a cheat. And he's even more awesome than them. Otherwise it would be impossible to be faster than them. But, what happens after you understand it? It's not that they haven't reported it. But the official said there is no problem with the data. Just like before. I reported them for cheating. And they were quite scared at the time. But when the game official said that the data was okay, they suddenly became bolder. Number 0 is awesome. There are also plugins from other countries that are also awesome. China couldn't find out. But now, what should they do if they have cheats and encounter a more powerful cheat? Report it? It's useless. You can't go to the official website and say that the other party's cheat is better than mine. Right? Therefore, it is very painful for Yu Xiaoyao and others to understand now. After cursing and cursing, they went offline to discuss countermeasures. After Qin Heng and others stepped on it like crazy, Qin Heng number 3 immediately teleported to the entrance of East Demon Dragon Pass with a hiss. As a result, there were no players here anymore. Apparently they all ran away after getting the news. Call out. Before the desert bandits and others could react, the 3 numbers teleported back. Ha ha! I picked up a wave of Fontian magic armor with an attack speed of 2. Wohim laughed wildly. Desert bandit. Ha ha! Attack speed 2 opens the sky. Attack speed 2 God of War ring. Attack speed 2 light robe. Everyone was shouting. And the harvest was full. After Qin Heng opened the package, his breathing almost stopped. His gain is even greater, because what he picked up was the best equipment. The one at the front of the 3rd number is fully automatic again. So it picks up things very well. The first is a teleportation ring with an attack speed of 5. This can be given to the prodigal son of Tinya. He still has one less. A resurrection ring with an attack speed of 5 is not bad. Qin Heng also lacks it. The memory ring with attack speed 4 is pretty good. Next are 3 super weapons with attack speed 2. Kaitian, Xintian and Xiantian. In addition to attack speed, his attributes are 10 points higher than his original basic attributes. Next, there are 3 new clothes. In fact, it can be said to be 2 pieces, because equipment like Fontian magic armor is common to warriors, Taoist priests and mages. Fontian magic armor. Attack 2 to 12. Magic 3 to 15. Taoism 3 to 15. Defense 8 to 22. Magic defense 8 to 20. Durability 50 to 50. Weight 23. Attack speed increased by 2. Hidden properties. 1. Defense increased by 30%. 2. Increase magic defense by 30%. 3. Increase life by 30%. 4. Damage reduction increased by 30%. 5. Attack damage increased by 30%. 6. Attack speed increased by 5. Required level, 10 to 80. Note, Huantian magic armor. It and Fontian magic clothes are the highest level of ancient clothes. Their unique properties even surpass those of the thunder armor, flame magic clothes and ray robes, which are also ancient clothes. And it is said that this magical piece of clothing can freely improve the properties of the clothing through the power of the divine stone. But it may also fail in the process of improving the properties. As a result, the attributes will decrease. And the way to improve the attributes will directly affect the final success or failure. It is the ultimate divine outfit that countless warriors in the Marfa continent yearn for. Chapter 564 The Heaven-Defying Detection Necklace is born. The most powerful pursuit set. Jangwo. In a luxurious villa. Yuxioyo is offline. Bang. After getting offline, he was so angry that he kicked a rockery in the yard to pieces. After banging and banging, he kicked more than a dozen big trees to pieces. After venting his anger, he returned to the hall. Opening the remote video chat. More than 10 people instantly appeared in the hall. Dago Shinyu. Wen Dao. Bing Xinlan. Rising Pork, JDY Wolf, Gamer Shung, BMN, Jinyu Yaya. Inoue gives birth to a child. Alien G. Turn on the light to sleep. Q Bilyu Huan Quan Q. Fake. Tianya Prodigal. Duanmu Amaran and Tianya Mingyu must have also used plugins. Otherwise, there is no way their attack speed can surpass ours. Yu Xiaoyao said angrily. Wen Dao. That's right. That's for sure. Our equipment is already the best in the entire game. Adjusted the plugin to the highest level again. As a result, the attack speed is not as fast as theirs. It would be a shame if it wasn't a plugin. Gamer Shung. No wonder they have always been able to dominate the game. It turns out they have been using plugins for a long time. JDY Wolf. What the HL? Let's report them. BMN. Report it? How to report it? Report that their plugin is better than ours? Jinyu. Reporting is not feasible, because the game company cannot detect it at all. So I won't care. Rising Pork. Oh my god! Are we just going to let them shit on our heads? Q by Luo Huang Quan question. Haha! Don't worry. Just teach me. Yu Xiaoyao. Where are you? I've arrived at the border with China, and am ready to sneak in. Hee hee. Turn on the light to sleep. Is it okay? The defense is very tight over there. Q Bilyu Huang Quan question. I'm possessed by a spirit, so it's easy to enter. Don't worry. Wait until I go to China and personally twist off their heads. Yu Xiaoyao. Shenzhou, don't move for now. Leave them to the King of Gods. I understand. I'm just going to kill Tianya Prodigal and the others. Damn it. This financial war is going to cost me to death. Alien G. Then what should we do now? Exit the Demon Dragon City? Great Ancient God Realm. Back off. Although some of our top equipment has been exploded, we still have spare parts. Let's level up next to you first and wait for Mr. Huang Quan's good news. Yu Xiaoyao. That's right. Let's level up on each map and send someone to keep an eye on each entrance. When they come, you change the map and don't fight them. Everything will wait until the Huang Quan brothers take care of the three of them. Other side. Qin Hing's third number has become fatter. The prodigal son's equipment has been changed to weapon, super top grade Xietian with attack speed 2. Clothes, the super best Fontion magic armor with an attack speed of 2. A true soul suit with an attack speed of 2. Duanmu sadly changed his equipment. Weapon, the super best Kaitian with an attack speed of 2. Clothes, the super best Fontion magic armor with an attack speed of 2. A set of super best God of War equipment with an attack speed of 2. Tianya Mingyu. Weapon, the super best sky suppressing weapon with an attack speed of 2. Clothes, super top quality Feng Tian magic clothes with attack speed 2. A set of holy and magical sets with super best attack speed 2. After replacing all three numbers, the strength has greatly increased. The attack speed also increased from 53 rounds per second to 56 rounds per second. That's 6 more rounds than Yu Xiaoyao's and others 50 rounds per second. Except for Qin Hung. Others also gained a lot. Boss Prodigal Son. Shall we go find them again and kill them? The Desert Bandit suggested. Iron-blooded Overlord. Isn't it easy to kill him? I guess they are all scared. Tianya Prodigal. They are probably all prepared now. Let's go in first and see if there are any old monsters. If there are no old monsters, we will go find someone to kill them. Tianya Longzi and Duanmu then took the lead sadly and headed towards the next entrance. As a result, I searched around and couldn't find any old monsters. All the League of Gods players who were originally here to level up and collect treasures have also left. Qin Hung immediately used memory sleeves to drag other self-centered players to the demonic dragon's blood domain. Let everyone level up and find treasures here. Are you going to hunt down those players? Qin Hung thought for a while, returned to the previous map, and switched to the second line. I searched around the map inside Demon Dragon East Pass, and sure enough, there were no enemies here. So the self-centered players were once again pulled over. He didn't keep pulling. He just pulled over a dozen people with memory condoms, and the rest would naturally pull over. Don't worry about it. In the end, Qin Hung did not go after those foreign server players, because after all, those people were the source of his strength. Now I have got back a few treasure maps. And for the others, I can level up as others please. Afterwards, the three of him started leveling up in the demonic dragon blood domain. If there are big monsters, kill them. If there are no big monsters, kill the small monsters. And because he hasn't come up for nearly a month, His level has fallen far behind. Therefore, Qin Hung number 3 did not form a team with anyone else. He also divided a territory in the demonic dragon blood domain specifically for leveling up. The self-reliant players were all at a higher level than them at this time. So naturally they had no objections. In other words, I dare not have an opinion. After all, without the 3 prodigal sons of Tianya, they wouldn't even have a chance to come in. The bright moon at the end of the world seduces 6 warrior babies, and the attack speed of the 3rd number is super fast. In addition, the official has greatly increased the frequency of monster spawning. Therefore, Qin Hung can level up very quickly. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. The bosses were refreshed, and Qin Hung personally fought against the boss. As a result, the other party just sent some soldiers to take a look at it, and did not dare to grab it at all. And when Qin Hung defeated the second-line true demonic dragon leader again, there was a jingle on the ground, and a large amount of equipment potions exploded. Qin Hung looked at it and became ecstatic instantly, because he saw a piece of equipment that he had always dreamed of. Detection necklace. Open the sky. Fontion magic armor. Thunder armor. Holy demon ring. Thunder war ring. Heaven's happy fan. Heaven's colorful clothes and feathers. Heavenly Lord ring. Heavenly demonic bracelet. Drink the blood of heaven. Rod of heaven's judgment. As soon as the demon dragon cult leader fell, everyone rushed forward with cheers and started grabbing. Qin Hung grabbed 6 pieces of equipment without any surprise. Then, he excitedly opened the package and looked at it. First of all, the first thing is the artifact that he has always been thinking about. A golden chain wrapped around an oval yellow gemstone, exuding golden light. Looking at the attributes again, Qin Hung's eyes widened even more. Detection necklace. Attack 0 to 20. Magic 0 to 20. Talism 0 to 20. Attack speed 4. Luck plus 3. Magic evasion 80%. Durability 7 to 7. Weight 1. Special attribute. You can check the specific coordinates of the target player at any time. Required level, level 1. Note, a treasure left behind during the war between the gods. Its powerful ability gives nightmares to all gods. Depend on. Check out the properties. Qin Hung immediately cursed. He thought it would be an ordinary detection necklace, but it turned out to be a king bomb. The original detection necklace had no attributes except the hidden attribute. But a lot of attributes have been added here. That's awesome. In addition to the increased basic attributes, what Qin Hung cares about most is its hidden attributes. You can check the specific coordinates of the target player at any time. At the beginning of the previous life legend, when some players got it, they thought it had no attributes and was very rubbish. It wasn't until a big boss used it to hunt down enemies later that everyone understood how terrifying it was. As long as you are online, no matter where you are leveling up, you will be chased and hacked, which is very frustrating. If the opponent comes to chase you, you can still run away randomly. Then the later bosses have developed the ultimate pursuit set based on this, which can definitely kill a person and surrender. This pursuit set is Detection Necklace plus Memory Sleeve plus Teleportation Ring. Detect the necklace and lock the target coordinates. The teleportation ring can teleport to the target location. The memory sleeve can instantly attract a group of people to help chop together. Who can resist this? It can be said that whoever is targeted by this hunting set can basically surrender if he does not have a strong force. Of course, is there any way to break the trap? When playing Legend in the previous life, some big guys figured out how to crack it. That is to arrange 20 or 30 people for protection around you at all times. There was once a big boss who was chasing the other party. But as soon as he teleported over, he was beaten to death by the other party's men. It was such a blast. Therefore, in the legends of previous lives, if you were able to trick the other person a few times in the first few times, you would not be able to tell who would trick whom later. If one person is not good enough, he will not succeed in beheading the person, and it will become like sending someone's head thousands of miles away. However, Qin Hung has no such concerns at the moment, because of the problem of attack speed. It perfectly solves the shortcomings of the detection necklace. For example, as long as he knows where Yu Xiaoyao is, he can immediately teleport directly to his feet. There were still 3 numbers, descending from the sky with 30 people and a lot of pets. The opponent's attack speed is not as high as his, and they don't even have a chance to escape. The attack speed of this server is enhanced with detection, memory sleeves, and teleportation rings. It is definitely the ultimate pursuit set that has no solution. It's useless even if the other party prepares in advance, unless he has people surrounding him with group attacks all the time. Otherwise, you will get beaten when you go out. even if it is surrounded by group attacks. It is useless to Qin Hung, because his 3 numbers will not drop equipment at all. If he dies, he can lie on the ground and teleport to the side, and pull people in, and he can kill the opponent in seconds. When his thoughts reached this point, Qin Hung was really in a hurry on purpose. He is so perverted in cooperating with this thing. With it, Yu Xiaoyao and others will have fun no matter how arrogant they are in the future. A feeling of satisfaction flashed in my heart, and I looked at other things. One with an attack speed of 2 Kaitian, and some top quality ones with increased attack speed, which Qin Hung didn't like either. Just as he was checking the equipment, others gathered around him. Murong Xinglan. Boss Prodigal Son, what was that necklace just now? I don't think I've seen it before. Kill the ones with higher levels first. Yes. What is the detection necklace called? Xiaohe Wuji. Ha. Come and take a look. Tianya Prodigal. This equipment is rather special and has no attributes. I won't tell you for now, since I don't usually wear it anyway. By the way, who wants Kaitian and Fontian magic armor with attack speed too? Just give me some talismans if you want. Everyone was a little sorry to hear that it would not be announced. But they didn't say anything. Although they fought together, they couldn't fight without Tianyao Wanderer leading them. Maybe Yu Xiaoyao and the others will snatch it away before the fight is over. Therefore, the prodigal son of Tianyao is unwilling to say it. And neither are they. Qin Hung didn't say anything, because he naturally didn't want to expose the function of the detection necklace, in case Yu Xiaoyao and others are prepared, unable to see the information on the detection necklace. Everyone turned to look at the equipment. The King of Heaven and the Tiger of the Earth. I want an attack speed of 2 Kaitian. Can I have 10 million spiritual talismans? 5 million is enough. Thank you. The Prodigal Boss. Cat House and Fish Pond. Boss Prodigal. I want Fontian magic armor. Okay. Just give me 4 million talismans and that's it. Although the magic talisman is a bit difficult to obtain here, the mobs can explode all kinds of junk equipment. There are quite a lot of explosions. As long as you are not lazy and keep picking up and selling them, it is not difficult to accumulate tens of millions of talismans in a month. After half selling and half giving away some other pieces of equipment that he could not use to everyone in the guild, Qin Hung led everyone to defeat the boss in another line. After the fight, there was another round of dividing the spoils. At this time, the people named Difficult Households and Jiang Clan Lei who and others finally came online. F***CK! Prodigal. Are you a human? You drank hundreds of bottles of mutai, and you act like a normal person. Those who have trouble naming them complain about it as soon as they come up. Xingya's sadness. Will the man who can capture the princess be a human being? Mu Shui. Holy shit! Is it real or fake? Guan Hai. Oh my god! I remember that the princess was chasing us everywhere and hacking us. Is this love born from hate? Fearless lone wolf. Isn't it? Isn't it love to hate to the extreme? Pulling Princess Kwang. I'll go. As soon as I came up, I heard you guys talking about me behind my back. It's too much. Wooden house, ancient clock. Princess, are you really together? Of course. You have to call me sister-in-law from now on. The voice of the princess was filled with pride. Tian Tianji. What about the original sister-in-law Mingyu? Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. There is still me. The little mushroom said. Go away, sister-in-law Mingyu. Do you dare to tease me? Just have me take care of you. Bye, Yifei. Pull him down. By the way, sister-in-law Mingyu won't mind? There's also a little one. Well, if you don't mind, you can call me sister-in-law from now on. Came the little girl's weak voice. Night owl. Damn it. What a beast. Even the little ones are not spared. The prodigal son of Tianya. Ahem. It's a long story, so I won't go into it. TCH. That's too much. That's awesome. Sister-in-law Mingyu. Don't you care about the prodigal brother? Ignoring this group of people. Qin Hung. On the third. Pulled Lei Hu. Tyban_Pepper Cake and others from the Jiang family into 3 teams. They are all top players. Brother prodigal son. Why are you dragging us along? Dududu asked curiously. Kill people. Okay. Kill them. When they heard about the fight, everyone was so excited that they didn't even bother to kill anyone. With the detection necklace, of course Qin Hung was going to test its power. Think silently in your mind. Query the coordinates of Yu Xiaoyao. The system prompts that Yu Xiaoyao is currently in the western suburbs of the first line Demon Dragon. Coordinates. I go. This guy didn't have a boss to fight. So he just hid in the western suburbs of the Demon Dragon and spawned monsters? However, they are all mobs anyway, so they are pretty much the same. Qin Hung number 3 immediately returned to the city, teleported to the entrance to the western outskirts of the Demon Dragon, and stepped in. As soon as you enter, there is a small group of players from the Alliance of Gods fighting monsters at the door. Seeing Tianyao Mingyu and Duanmu come in sadly, they were stunned for a moment and then flew away with a hiss. At the same time, Qin Hang's 3 numbers also disappeared with a hiss. The next moment, 3 numbers appeared next to Yu Xiaoyao, Daegu Shinyu and others. Pull people to teleport and attack. All in one go. Ahoy! The unprepared Yu Xiaoyao and others fell down instantly, and their equipment was exploded all over the ground. Chapter 565 Terror Detection. Can't kill the city. Legend. Western suburbs of Magic Dragon. The unsuspecting Yu Xiaoyao, Wen Dao, Daegu Shinyu and others were directly hacked to the ground. Ding Ling Clang and dropped a lot of things. Fontian Magic Armor. Holy Demon Bracelet. Xiantian. Protective Ring. Aries Belt. Aries Necklace. Da Merquam. Boss! Tianyao Longzi and Duanmu are here. Run! Only then did Yu Xiaoyao receive a loud warning from his subordinates in the guild. When Yu Xiaoyao heard this, he was instantly furious. Looking at Duanmu and others who were stomping around on him to pick up equipment, he cursed angrily. Fake! I'm going to run away from your sister? Can you tell us earlier? They were all killed. Great Ancient God Realm. Baga! A bunch of trash. As soon as they come in, you have to say something. The truest reincarnation. Boss, you wrongly blamed us. As soon as they came in, we immediately ran into random situations. And as soon as they landed, we told them. Less than a second. Wen Dao. Bagaya Road? How is that possible? Do they know our specific coordinates? It's hard to come up with a good name. But it's true. We have video to prove it. With that said, he sent a video to the guild. Everyone clicks to take a look. I'll go. What's really special is that as soon as the other party entered the western suburbs of the Demon Dragon, they were in front of them in the next moment. Bagayalu, we must have a traitor here. Otherwise, how could they know our coordinates so well? The Great Ancient God Realm blurted out. Rising Pork. Ha. There are 10 of us here. Who do you think is the traitor? It's you? Still me? Or is it Mr. Yu and the others? Wen Dao. Baga! Daegu and I are definitely not the same. We are mortal enemies with him. JDY Wolf. Then you mean me? Jin Yu. Do you think I look like him? Great Ancient God Realm. I didn't say it was you. BMN. That's me? Alien G. He might be talking about me. Ha. Turn on the light to sleep. I think he's talking about me. Great Ancient God Realm. I damn didn't say it was you. Gamer Shung. Oh my god. 9 out of 10 people. Do you mean I'm a traitor? I didn't say it was you. The Great Ancient God Realm felt a little pained. Yu Xiaoyao. Ha. Then I'm the only one left? Boss, I didn't say it was you. I didn't say it was you either. The Great Ancient God Realm had a very big head. Gamer Shung. What the H.L.? There are 10 of us in total. We are the only ones who know the coordinates. You said it's not us. Could it be you? I don't know. There must be a mole anyway. The Great Ancient God Realm was a little collapsed. Okay. Stop it. There are only 10 of us. Who doesn't know who is who? It's possible that we were practicing here and were filmed by other people practicing here using high-altitude video. Yu Xiaoyao stopped the discussion from continuing. Then, he said viciously to Duanmu, who was still digging on him. What the H.L.? The mountains and rivers will not change. One day you will fall into our hands. Duanmu said sadly. Really? I heard you lost a lot yesterday. Nah. Sooner or later, I will make you spit it out with interest. Yu Xiaoyao said something viciously and went offline. If he doesn't go offline, this guy will continue to dig in his place. It's so annoying. Daegu Shinyu and others dropped a harsh word and also went offline. The families with difficulty in naming are happy. Xingya's sadness. Ha. Xiantian with an attack speed of 2. It's so cool. Dujalududada. Attack speed 2 is the best. Yu Xiaoyu's absolute best. Ha. Jiang type Thunder Tiger. Hack. The God of War necklace with an attack speed of 2. Tears fell on the Great Wall. Ha. The True Soul necklace with an attack speed of 2. It's so cool. Fearless Lone Wolf. Ha. The God of War bracelet with an attack speed of 2. The prodigal son. Boss. Boss. Hurry up and continue. Tyban_pepper cake. This is much better than us beating the old monster. Pulling the princess. Why are you so fast? I didn't even grab my hair. 555 inch. Here. The prodigal son of Tianyao gave Princess Quantua Fontion magic clothes with an attack speed of 2 and a Xiantian with an attack speed of 2. Wow. Husband. I love you. The excited princess hugged the prodigal son and shook him. 27 Buzu. Damn it! Princess. Don't treat us as transparent people. Right. Aren't you afraid that sister-in-law Mingyu will be jealous? Ha ha. She's not jealous. Guangzhou princess pulled Tianyao Mingyu up again. Sister. Tell them that you are not jealous. Qin Hung. Am I jealous of myself? On the contrary. Everyone gave him a thumbs up and looked envious. But Tianyao Lil Ronan smiled and said, Boss Duanmu. What about you? Boss Tianyao has been looking for several. Duanmu said sadly. Uh-huh. A woman will only affect my speed of spawning monsters. Invincible and most handsome 888. My day. Boss Duanmu is awesome. Phantom Ultimate. That's awesome. After a quarrel, everyone discussed continuing to kill. Qin Hung chuckled and silently checked the location of Yu Xiaoyao and others, and found that they were all in the city. He pulled up the ranking list again to check. At this time, the one ranked first in the hierarchy was the Thunder Tiger of the Jiang family. And when it comes to this level, Jiang-type Thunder Tiger is also helpless. Not being able to beat the boss some time ago, he could only lead his brothers to level up every day. And because in the Chinese server, he and the households with difficulties in naming were the first to come in. Therefore, at this time, he is still at the highest level, already level 91. Behind them are Duda and the others. Because Yu Xiaoyao and others often fight bosses, their levels are lower. And behind each ranked player, there will also be a corresponding guild name. Compared to the sadness of the Starry Night is mine. Marfa Friendship Alliance. The name in front is followed by 2 guild names. The first guild name was in Tianzimifa continent. The second one is in the Marfa continent. In addition, players can also directly view the equipment the opponent is wearing at this time, etc. Unless the other party blocks the equipment. In this way, when others check the rankings, they can see it clearly. As a result, this ranking list is now convenient for Qin Hung. He went directly down the ranking list to find people from the Alliance of Gods. The higher the ranking, the better the equipment is. Soon, he locked onto a group of top players who were painting pictures at the nearby demonic dragon altar. You guys wait here while we find someone. With a single word, Qin Hang's 3 numbers disappeared instantly. Boss Prodigal, don't you need us to look for it together? The slot machine spit out the starting coins and shouted in the small team. No. Just wait. Boo-hoo-hoo. After a teleportation, Qin Hung and the others entered the demonic dragon altar. As soon as you enter, there are also several players from the Alliance of Gods leveling up at the entrance. Seeing these 3 perverts, they ran away in the blink of an eye. Call out. As soon as they landed, they quickly informed the brothers who were leveling here. Everyone, run! The perverted trio is coming. But, what the heck? It's too late. We were all beaten to death. That's right. You guys speak so slowly. Why are you guarding the door? What the HL? Next time it's my turn to guard the door. I'll tell you to slow down. Heck! They're here. We'll just leave randomly. And we'll tell you when we land. They're too slow. Oh my god! There's a video! Don't you think you'll know if you take a look at it? The video was posted to the guild chat, and everyone was speechless after watching it. Sure enough, less than a second passed between the time Tianyao Mingyu and the others appeared and when the police were called. Oh my god! Do we have spies here? Otherwise, how could they know our coordinates so well? Yeah. They came at us as soon as they came in. Isn't that ridiculous? Yu Xiaoyao. Don't mention it. We were just blown up by them too. While everyone was chatting, another player reminded loudly. Brothers from Dragon Swamp. Run! They are coming! It's too late. Damn! We have been killed. No way. I have a video here too. Look at it. At most 1 second. A video is sent out. Indeed, it only lasts for 1 second at most. What the HL? How do they know our coordinates so well? Don't they have to look for it? It's like installing a navigation system. Who is betraying us? While everyone was talking, Some players kept crying and complaining that they were accurately attacked by the perverted trio. There was no time to run. Next. This happens more and more. As long as they are leveling up in Magic Dragon City. Whether they are on the first line or the second line. No matter where they are. The perverted trio can lead people to find them accurately and give them a blast. Yu Xiaoyao and others were unwilling to give up. So they went out again with the resurrection ring. As a result, they had just been leveling up in the eastern suburbs of the Demon Dragon for a minute, when Duanmu sadly, and the three of them came to kill them again. Just beat them back to life. They were so frightened that they quickly used the scroll to return to the city. In order to verify it, the unwilling people waited for the resurrection ring's cooling time to pass, and randomly went to the outskirts of the Magic Dragon to find a place to practice leveling. As a result, the perverted trio came to the door again and killed them. He killed everyone so much that they almost collapsed. Feeling that they couldn't be offended, Yu Xiaoyao and others took everyone back to Tianzimifa continent. Go to the Sabbac treasure house of heaven to play. The results of it? Not more than 5 minutes after entering, the perverted trio led someone to find them accurately. Send them back to the city. At this time, Yu Xiaoyao and others completely collapsed. Fake! Have their plugins been upgraded? Can they detect the opponent's location? Yu Xiaoyao said angrily. Great ancient god realm. This is extremely possible. Wen Dao. Report. Report. Are they all recorded? We have to report them. Rising Pork. That's right. We must report this time. Otherwise we won't be able to get out. Gamer Shung. I feel like no matter where I go, they know it. I can't even get out of here. Must report. Otherwise, it's still a waste of time. Soon. A large number of League of Gods players tricked players on their own servers to complain in the Legend Official General Forum. Complained that Tianyao Prodigal and others used plugins to check his location, which resulted in him being constantly killed. There are more and more complaints posted, and the complaint mailbox is full, and the customer service phone number has been bombarded with calls. As long as the callers came in, they were all complaining about Tianyao Longzi and Duanmu Anren and the others for cheating. Forum posts are even more heavily criticized by this kind of complaint posts. Faced with this situation, the Chinese server players wanted to help Tianyao Prodigal's son and the others, but they were unable to do so, because the actions of Brother Prodigal's son and the others are indeed incredible. It's incredible to find each other accurately every time. It's really no different from cheating. And after knowing the specific location of the opponent, cooperating with the teleportation and memory set, it is simply to catch and destroy whomever. Therefore, even they felt that Brother Luangzi and the others had used a plugin. It's not even easy to refute. I was even worried that the authorities would ban Brother Luangzi and the others because of this. Xingya's sadness, Fearless Lone Wolf, and others followed the three Tianyao Prodigal sons, and even tried to persuade them to stop after slashing at them. Afraid of official investigation. It's okay. We didn't use plugins. Tianyao Prodigal laughed. When everyone was a little confused, only the desert bandits and the others who had produced the detection necklace with Qin Hung vaguely guessed it. But Tianyao Prodigal had asked them to keep it a secret before, so no one said anything. Soon, officials responded. First, all complaint posts on the forum were deleted, and then an announcement was made. Announcement! Existing players complained about Tianyao Prodigal. Tianyao Mingyu and Duanmu sadly used plugins. After investigation, it was found that this was nothing. Tianyao Prodigal and the others are not targeting players with cheats, but because he owns a piece of god-level gaming equipment. We cannot announce the specific details. We will know if other players can reveal it in the future. As soon as the announcement came out, players across the server were in an uproar. It turns out to be god-level gaming equipment. What is that? Is it so outrageous? You can actually find out where the player is. Many people wanted to check the equipment of the three prodigal sons of Tianyao, but they couldn't see anything. They blocked the gear. Players who couldn't see it were discussing the incredible functions of this equipment in the official forum. Murong Xinglan. Ha ha! According to my speculation, this equipment must have the ability to detect the target location. Do you even need to say this? Without this function, how would it be possible to accurately find others? Runhaiya. Ha ha! This equipment is awesome. I will kill them so hard that they won't even dare to leave the city. There is a lot of discussion. The Chinese server players are the happiest. What they fear most is that Tianyao Longzi and Duanmu Anren will have their accounts banned by the authorities. If the title is really banned, it will be over. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. As a result, Chinese server players started taunting mode on the forum. Bai Yifei. Ha ha! It's so funny. If you're being hunted, just complain. Rubbish. Night Owl. What the hell? They use a plug-in to increase their attack speed. And they have the nerve to tell others. Chiguliang's little mushroom. That's right. A bunch of double-standard dogs. Yujian went to HL. What the hell? It's so funny. If you can't get out of the house after being killed, just report it to others. Yu Xiaoyao. Hey! You have such disgusting equipment. Will you let others play with it in the future? Great Ancient God Realm. That's right. We can't even leave the city. Does the official care? Wen Dao. If you don't care, we will retreat. Followed by countless foreign server players. They shouted that if the official didn't care, they would quit the game. As a result, the authorities didn't care about them at all. No response. Helpless Yu Xiaoyao had no choice but to chat privately with the prodigal son. Brother, do you really want to kill us and force us out of the game? If you have any requests, just say it. Chapter 566 Explosive Hammer Q and Blue Falling Underworld Q. Legend. In the Earth City of Tianzimifa continent, Tianyao Prodigal, who was continuing to inquire about the coordinates of the big and small bosses in the Alliance of Gods, received a private message from Yu Xiaoyao. Brother Prodigal Son, what are you going to do to stop? Yu Xiaoyao and others were helpless at this time. Even if they don't want to play this game, they still have to play it, because many of them are possessed by the system or something else. These aliens have only one goal at this time, which is to devour all kinds of powerful divine states. But how can China be swallowed up so easily? If we attack from the outside, the area around Xinzhou will definitely be heavily guarded. And there will even be hosts from Xinzhou. They may not be able to get in. Therefore, it is crucial for them to follow the host into the game and find the weaknesses of China. That is, loopholes. Of course, there are also those who are not afraid of death and are ready to explore China. For example, Q Bilio Huanquan Q, relying on his possession by the evil god, wanted to go to China to personally trouble Tianyao Lunzi and the others. By the way, try the Xinzhou Jinliang. Yu Xiaoyao and the others are happy to see this. It couldn't be better to have someone to explore the way. In addition to realistic path exploration, the game aspect cannot be lost. They have to keep going. Therefore, after being hunted by Tianyao Prodigal Son and the others and unable to play normally, he had to bow his head. Those who enter the Demon Dragon City will receive a protection fee of 50,000 spiritual talismans per day. I can make the decision and give you the second line. What? 50,000 talisman protection fee per person per day? That's right. It's not much at all. If you brush the map carefully, it's not difficult to brush 4 to 5 million talismans in a day. Besides, I gave you the entire second line, including the boss. Although there are some foreign server players who have systems and so on, most of them are ordinary players. They are Qin Heng's source of strength, and he will not go too far. Is it too much? We only refresh the map. If we don't fight the boss, we will only refresh more than 400,000 talismans. Their equipment is inferior, and it is estimated that they can only earn about 200,000 yuan a day. If something happens, they will only be able to earn more than 100,000 yuan. It costs 50,000 yuan for a meal, which is too much. 30,000 spiritual talismans. No more. Otherwise, I will continue to kill, and you won't be able to play anymore. Let's discuss it. Soon, the leaders of the Alliance of Gods gathered together to discuss. Great Ancient God Realm. Baga! I knew this hateful bastard would do this again. Wen Dao. Baga! Each person has 30,000 spiritual talismans per day. There are exactly 3,000 people from our alliance entering Demon Dragon City now. 3,000 people. 30,000 each. That's 90 million spiritual talismans. Isn't this an advantage to the enemy? Rising Pork. Ha. What can you do to fight against it? Are you really not going to play? After some discussion, Yu Xiaoyao. Didn't Huang Quan enter China? Let's be patient for now. Maybe after half a day, they will be killed by Huang Quan. Everyone, please go offline and have a rest. It's not good to stay here all the time. Those who are not afraid of death can go out and play by themselves. On the other side, seeing that Yu Xiaoyao and others did not agree, Qin Heng was not in a hurry. Go back and refresh the picture so that everyone can look up the rankings. When he found out that the big guys from the enemy servers were out for a walk, he led his men to chase them and kill them. Anyway, he's not in a hurry to upgrade right now, so it doesn't matter. Most of the day passed like this. By this time, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Hung called the little one and Princess Guangzhou to log off. The girls had all returned from shopping and were laughing and talking in the hall. They all seemed to be having a great time. As soon as Qin Hung came out, Butler Jean immediately arranged for dinner. Xiaoju stared at Shinjo. The little one pulled the princess wildly, and with Dongmei's invisible hiss, returned to Qin Hung. When Butler Jean and the others were not paying attention, they showed up and started eating immediately. Wow! Prodigal. This couple's teleportation is really awesome. Princess Guangzhou sighed. Ha ha! Of course. During the dinner, the girls told Qin Hung many new things they saw on the street. Qin Hung listened with a smile, occasionally interjecting. After the meal, Qin Hung, who was about to play the game again, raised his eyebrows and thought, haha, it seems like a big fish has appeared. In his perception, a red dot was approaching the kamikaze group at high speed. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the defensive zone. But there were so many cameras and security personnel. But nothing was found. Mainly because that red dot is so scary. He turned directly into a shadow, and shuttled between every shadow. It is completely invisible to scientific means and the naked eye. Haha. Interesting. Qin Hung smiled. Other side. A shadow shuttled through various shadow spaces, and entered the kamikaze group at high speed. He is Q by Luo Huang Quan Q, one of the leaders of the H.L. organization. Obtain the possession of the Shadow Evil God system. And shadow travel is the special ability of the Shadow Evil God. Ha ha. So cool. Have this ability. In heaven and on earth. Where can I go? What a prodigal son from the end of the world. Duanmu is dejected. The moon is shining brightly from the end of the world. As long as he enters the game company and gets the information of these three people, he will definitely kill them. Of course, he has another main goal here, which is to test China, preferably to devour it. The Shadow Evil God had made it very clear to him before that devouring Shinjo would greatly enhance his abilities. You can even dominate the world. Therefore, he came over impatiently. With the ability to travel through shadows, his own strength has reached a level of inhuman perversion. He is absolutely fearless. Soon, he arrived at the kamikaze building without any hindrance. As a result, he had just entered the shadow of the kamikaze building. Suddenly a beautiful woman appeared in front of him. Little guy. He recognized who this person was at a glance. After all, he had personally planned the attack on the little one. The little one just stretched out his hand and grabbed him out of the shadows. Before he could react, the next moment, he was punched hard by the little boy and hit the square outside the kamikaze group. With a bang, a huge human-shaped crater was created on the hard granite floor. Asshole! After being hit hard, Q Bilyua Huan Quan Q jumped up. And in the next moment, his head violently hit the little one, who had no fighting experience. There was a loud bang. Q Bilyua Huan Quan Q, I felt like I had hit a heavy iron plate. My head is buzzing. The pain is excruciating. When I touched my forehead, a big swelling appeared. Grass. So steel? He looked at the little one again. And he didn't even take a step back. Not even a damn thing. Nah! Are you a monster? Q Bilyua Huan Quan Q blurted out in shock. He just hit it with all his strength. Let alone one person. Even the kamikaze building ahead can collapse. But now he can't hit a woman? Ha ha. You can't! The little one who had just eaten touched his belly and raised his middle finger to Q Bilyua Huan Quan Q. At the same time, I am extremely excited. Immortals are so awesome. He can exert his super fighting power no matter what. This was because the invisible prodigal brother next to her asked her to control her strength and use only 1,000th of her strength. Otherwise, she would have probably punched the guy in front of her into the ground tens of thousands of meters. Damn it! Die! The humiliated Q Bilyua Huan Quan suddenly appeared in the hand of a shadow sword, with a strong black light emitting from it. The entire square and surrounding houses shook, obviously accumulating strength and holding back his big move. The next moment, there was a soft thud, as if someone was lightly stamping their feet. The entire trembling earth stopped. No matter how hard Q by Luo Huang Quan Q exerts his force, everything around him seems to be fixed, not affected at all. This is Q Bilyua Huang Quan Q, who was charging up his power, was startled. But he thought it was the woman in front of him who was guarding him. So he continued to charge up his power. Result? Brush. The next moment, Xiao Dodian appeared behind him and held his hand. Suddenly, all his strength felt useless. You? Despicable. I haven't charged up yet. Q by Luo Huang Quan Q roared. Snapped. What greeted him was that the little one grabbed his throat and slapped him hard. He immediately beat this guy into a pig head. The last hard slap. He slapped him to the ground again, and a row of shattered teeth flew out. Before he could get up again, the little boy had already stepped down viciously. Ah! A scream. Q Bilyo Huang Quan Q's left leg was directly trampled to pieces by the little one. Broken in two. Bah! Another crisp sound, along with the screams of Q Bilyo Huang Quan Q. His right leg was stepped on and broken into two pieces again. Then, there were two more clicks. His hands were trampled off again. Finally, the little one stomped down hard. Ah! Even higher screams sounded. Q by Luo Huang Quan Q's lower body was a bloody mess. This little girl stepped on her to pieces. Bitch! I want you to die! Q, who became a human stick, screamed in agony, and black light appeared all over his body. But he was stomped hard on the head by Xiao Budian, and all the black light that came out was stepped back again. At this time, a hand suddenly appeared and waved towards the miserable Q Bilyo Huang Quan Q. Suddenly, a palm-sized fragment emitting black light was pulled out from his body. After the first piece was drawn, the second piece was drawn out again. When the third piece was about to be drawn, Q Bilyo Huang Quan Q instantly burst out with countless black lights and disappeared with a hiss. Brother Tianya! He ran away! Seeing the other party running away, the little one was so angry that he stamped his feet. This Huang Quan once almost killed her, and now he ran away like this. Of course she was angry. Ha ha! Don't worry. Let's put a long line and catch big fish. Qin Hung threw the two system fragments in his hand with a smile. Ding dong! I got two system fragments. Thank you to the host. The host is mighty and domineering. An elegant voice sounded, and then the system fragments in Qin Hung's hand disappeared. Hey, isn't there any reward? Qin Hung asked with a smile. The host is not short of money here and has invincible force. So what reward does he need? Besides, after I upgrade, I develop new map equipment to cope with the future devastation. Isn't this also a reward for the host? The system's rhetorical questions immediately left Qin Hung speechless. However, he always feels that this system is much more user-friendly. Forget it. Everything he has now is given by the system. If it becomes stronger, won't you also become stronger in the future? It's good. So am I. What will happen to this person in the future? Qin Sheng asked another concerned question. He was badly injured, and the only way he could recover was to open up completely. Fully accept the coming of the Shadow God. However, at that time, it is hard to say whether he is still not him. Then, after the Shadow Evil God has completely descended, can we kill him? Certainly. After receiving a positive reply, Qin Hung hugged the little one and said, Hey, don't be angry. If we meet him next time, wouldn't it be more fun to blast him again? He can't beat you anyway. Yeah. But this time I'm really relieved. Thinking of the guy being beaten inhumanely by him, the little boy was trembling with excitement. Let's go! Qin Hung waved his hand, and the ground that had been shattered by the blast returned to its original state in an instant. With a hiss, he disappeared with the little one. And when he left, the surrounding space seemed to become brighter. The security guards in the distance are still patrolling around, and countless surveillance cameras are still monitoring everything around them. But no one knows what happened just now. It's like it never happened. Qin Hung took the little one back to his home here and stayed there, preparing to surf the internet here. Soon, Princess Guangzhou and the girls also teleported over, and the whole house suddenly became lively. At this time, Qin Hung finally saw with his own eyes the game warehouse used by the little ones. This thing is a warehouse over 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. After opening it, various instruments are scattered inside. When the little one lies in it, it will automatically close. And at the same time, more than 10 wires with massage heads are automatically placed on various parts of the little one. Full of sci-fi feel. The situation inside the game warehouse can be seen from the outside, which is also to facilitate people outside to check the situation. Wow! That's great! Is this the game warehouse? I want to try it too! Mingyu and others circled around the game warehouse, with envy in their eyes. System, can they play now? You can play with this, but you have to practice from scratch. You can let them play first. After I finish the upgrade in a few days and open the new map, I will directly upgrade their subsystems, and they can log in directly and become a master. After receiving a positive reply from the system, Qin Hung immediately asked Mr. Chen to send 8 game consoles. The girls immediately laid down happily. Husband, You have to come and take us. After a while of exhortations, the girls entered the game. Brush. Qin Hung entered the game on his third account. And after a while of teleportation, he came to a small ginkgo village on the Marfa continent. Soon, he saw several novice players wearing underwear and looking confused. Xiaoya, Xishuang, Xiachun. Everyone is playing as a mage. Qin Hung pulled them into the team and asked curiously, "How did you choose all the mages?" "Ha ha. Of course it's because the colorful feathers are beautiful, and other clothes are too ugly." The answers of the girls made Qin Hung dumbfounded. He quickly taught the girls to put on their cloths and hold their wooden swords. In the midst of the excitement, a private chat suddenly rang out. "Qiuyu, husband, come and pick me up quickly. I'm in the border village. Where are you?" Chapter 567, Make a Fortune in Magic Talismans. Go back to your previous life. Legend. Ginkgo Novice Village. After Qin Hung teleported Qiuyu, he started to lead the girls out to kill. He didn't take the girls directly to the advanced map to level up. It wasn't necessary, because in the next update of Shinjo, they will be directly promoted to masters. Therefore, the main thing now is to let the girls have fun. So, a group of first-level female mage rookies laughed and rushed towards the deer, hooked cat, scarecrow, etc. outside the novice village. During this period, many male compatriots saw this group of laughing female players and volunteered to strike up a conversation, but were immediately scared away by Tianyao Prodigal, Duanmu Anren and Tianyao Mingyu. The three of them fully acted as protectors. Soon, Princess Quangtuo and Little Dot also teleported over. The two people immediately became awesome in front of the girls. A shower of meteors and fire smashed a bunch of scarecrows to death. A soul fire talisman. Kill a group of rake cats. Seeing that the other girls were envious, they even happily chopped down the monsters. While Qin Hung was playing with the girls, Yu Xiaoyao and others were waiting for bad news. Q by Luo Huang Quan Q was severely injured in China. All 5 limbs are broken. Whether it can be restored or not is a question. The high-level group of the Alliance of Gods was already noisy. Great ancient god realm. Baga! There are actually masters in China. Wen Dao. Yes. I have seen Mr. Huang Quan's martial arts performance. And ordinary firearms are useless against him. Unexpectedly, he was beaten so badly. Rising Pork. Aren't you talking nonsense? How can something as awesome as China have no protection? Jin Yu. Yes. We have all gained some special abilities. Right. And the beings behind us all want the system of China. Therefore, China will definitely choose an agent. Yu Xiaoyao. This agent should be very powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have beaten Huang Quan so badly. JDY Wolf. Then we have to be careful and wait for a while. The recovery of spiritual energy continues. When the spiritual energy becomes stronger, the abilities we gain will be greatly improved. BMN. Yes. By that time, we will be dealing with China's agents. Gamer Shung. Let's not talk about this in advance. What are we going to do in the game now? Are we going to stay here every day without going out? Yu Xiaoyao. Haha. I thought of a way. Let's do this. Not long after, Qin Hung, who was taking Yo to fight monsters, received sad news from Xingye. Boss Luangzi, Yu Xiaoyao, and the others ran out and entered the depths of the Demon Dragon map. Haha. Then keep killing them. He seemed to have brought a lot of people, and they all gathered. Oh well. After Qin Hung pondered for a while, he checked Yu Xiaoyao and found that he was indeed in the eastern suburbs of the Demon Dragon. He immediately gathered his troops and prepared to attack. Honey, you guys play here while I go kill a few people. Without saying a word to Mingyu and the others, Qin Hung ran away on the third. Boo-hoo-hoo. After a teleportation, Qin Hung number 3 arrived outside the eastern suburbs of the Demon Dragon. Duanmu took the lead sadly and walked in first. As soon as you enter, click click. Not surprisingly, he was beaten by the enemy ambushing the entrance with resurrection armor. After being resurrected, Duanmu flew away with a sad cry, teleporting to a corner with few monsters. He teleported Tianyao Prodigal brother Tianyao Mingyu. The 3 of them didn't bother to look for the one at the door, but directly teleported to Yu Xiaoyao with a hiss. Who would have thought that as soon as I landed? Brush, brush, brush. Countless half-moon scimitars passed by, and the 3 of them were directly attacked by hundreds of people. Ah! Duanmu screamed sadly, and the potion exploded all over the floor. Tianyao Mingyu and Tianyao Prodigal Son teleported away. Ha ha. How about it? How does it feel to die? Yu Xiaoyao was enveloped by the constant half-moon sword energy. Obviously, he had been in a saturation bombing. Therefore, Qin Hung and the others were attacked as soon as they landed next to him. Really? Qin Hung did not panic. It has an automatic pickup function in the air. So he's scared. The memory ring that Duanmu dropped sadly was picked up into the package before it even hit the ground. The next moment, he was equipped again. And then he looked around. There were literally thousands of people gathered around. All of them top players. Constantly saturating the surrounding area. Are you scared? Damn it. You are so lucky. You didn't drop anything. Come on. Keep killing us. Let's see how you kill them. Come on. Let's kill one. Everyone yelled. The only response they received was Duanmu's two sad hees. The next moment, Tianyao Mingyu appeared outside the group of people. This is a big map. No matter how awesome these people are, they can't possibly cover the entire map, unless it's in a place like the Devil's Lair or the Devil's Altar. Therefore, as soon as Tianyao Mingyu landed on the ground, he immediately took advantage of his stronger magic power than them and threw a wall of fire at everyone from a distance. Throw a shower of meteors and fire. Tianyao Mingyu's attack speed is 56 rounds per second. The attack speed of these people is 50 rounds per second. The wall of fire was scorching. And under the meteor shower, they would definitely not be able to hold on while standing. Of course, they did not sit still and wait for death, but rushed to the end of the world and the bright moon. When they think about it, Tianyao Mingyu alone can't stop them. Then, they rush over, approach Tianyao Mingyu, and attack her. She definitely can't handle it alone. However, something happened that made everyone depressed. A group of players screamed and rushed forward. But at this moment, with a hiss, Tianyao Prodigal and Duanmu lying on the ground sadly teleported to Tianyao Mingyu in an instant. In the next moment, the three of them teleported 30 top warriors, named a household in need. John's Thunder Tiger, Fearless Lone Wolf, Tybin_Pepper Cake. Everyone launched a round of attacks, all hitting the group of players rushing forward. In an instant, a group of people lay down, their equipment clanking furiously. Of course, there are also many who are still alive wearing resurrection rings. This time, the opponent was stunned instantly. Don't dare to rush forward. But Tianyao Mingyu kept throwing walls of fire at them, raining down meteors and fire. Not to mention, Tianyao Wanderer, who possesses powerful Taoist skills, also used group poison spells and soul fire talismans on them. Nowadays, Taoist priests' long-range attacks also depend on Taoism. The higher the Taoist skill, the farther the casting distance. As for the entire server, in terms of magic, Taoism and attacks, none can surpass Qin Heng's 3 numbers. In addition to the top-notch equipment, the most important thing is that the official position has many attributes. Each time all attributes increase by 1 point. Then 2 points are added, accumulated over and over again. When the equipment is almost the same, this becomes the straw that breaks the camel's back. Therefore, Tianyao Mingyu and Tianyao Prodigal Son are now completely relying on them to fight. With the cooperation of the two of them, the Alliance of Gods could withstand Tianyao Mingyu's attack for a while. But now it is completely unable to withstand it. The group poison spell, group soul fire talisman, wall of fire, and meteor shower are so powerful. The blood volume gradually cannot be increased. The unwilling people wanted to rush forward. But if they rushed forward, they would be attacked collectively by 30 soldiers from the opposite side. The Alliance of Gods, who had been beaten out of temper, went into a panic. Boss, her magic power must have been unlocked. Otherwise she wouldn't be that much higher than us. Yeah. HL, can we lift it up? It won't work for now. It's already very laborious to increase the attack speed. What now? Do you stand and get beaten? Withdraw. What the HL? If you stay any longer, you won't be able to bear it. And you will definitely be killed. Might as well withdraw. This group of people ran back to the city again. After returning to the city, everyone discussed again what to do. How about we first give them 30,000 spiritual talismans per person per day? Otherwise, I can't get out. The gamer Sheng sighed. Great ancient god realm. No. Isn't that making enemies? They will only get stronger and stronger. Rising pork. Shit. Does their strength have anything to do with the magic talisman? They are powerful cheaters. Let our people speed up research and development. Give them the magic talisman first. And sooner or later we will regain our position. Bing Xinlan. Yes. If I don't give it now, I won't be able to leave the house. Are you really not going to play anymore? Not playing? That is impossible. Even if they don't want to play, the big man standing behind them will ask them to continue playing. There was no other way. After a while of deliberation, Yu Xiaoyao decided again and asked for peace. Brother prodigal son, we have 3,000 people. Each of us has 30,000 spiritual talismans. Let's get a discount. Yu Xiaoyao chuckled, listening to the voice. It was like friends discussing business. And you couldn't hear the resentment in his heart at all. Tianyao prodigal. Discount? After the discount, it's hard for you to collect money. Right. If you charge more or less, you have to calculate it. It would be easier to calculate than 30,000 spiritual talismans per person. Anyway, you are not short of these 30,000 spiritual talismans. And neither am I. But there has to be a bonus. Right. Besides, in the outside world, how many trillions did you lose yesterday? Are you heartbroken? This talisman is just like drizzle. Oh my god. The last blow from the outside world was not yours. Right? You guess. Guess it's your sister? Forget it. 30,000 is just 30,000. That's right. Businessman. Peace is the most important thing. Why bother with killing? Isn't it better for everyone to level up quietly? Soon after, Yu Xiaoyao and Tianyao Longzi made a deal in the second-tier Magic Dragon City. The bell rings, and 90 million talismans are in hand. Ha ha! Brother Xiaoyao, remember to hand it in on time tomorrow. This second line belongs to you. We won't come over. I wish you a good time. Okay. A gentleman's words. It's hard to chase a horse. This matter was settled like this. And Demon Dragon City was temporarily settled. Chinese server and alliance players are on the front line. The alliance of gods is on the second line. Don't interfere with each other. After receiving the protection fee, Qin Hung did not keep it to himself. Of the 90 million talismans, he kept 50 million for himself. The remaining 40 million were given to households with difficulty in naming. Anyway, it's just divided among the big guys. It's impossible to give it to all the brothers. What can 50 million talismans do every day? There are so many things you can do. Qin Hung is currently upgrading the official position system. After being promoted to a 6-star king. If you want to be promoted again, you need 10 turns to level 75 and 1 million spiritual talismans. After 3 accounts, he was promoted to the 7-star king in 1 stroke. To be promoted to the 8-star king, you need 10 million spiritual talismans and 10 turns to level 80. With a swipe, the 3 numbers were promoted again. To be promoted to the 9-star king would not be okay. You need a 100 million spirit talisman. Add 10 to level 85. He has achieved neither now. The magic talisman is easy to make. 50 million a day. A week's work. It is difficult to level up. At his current speed, it would take at least 3 days to upgrade once by himself. It takes about half a month to be promoted to level 85. Take your time. Don't rush. As for reincarnation, the current maximum is 10 reincarnations. At the 11th turn, Qin Hung thought that it would be available soon. But later he found out that it was not open at all. The previous data was wrong. But the official later changed it back. There was nothing left to upgrade. So Qin Hung went to the first-line demonic dragon blood domain to farm monsters. As for his wives, he didn't have to worry about them since they had the princess and the little one to play with. After all, he also wants to practice. The game calmed down. And China in reality also calmed down after experiencing a financial war. However, countless amounts of money have been earned by China. And the entire country is developing rapidly. It's easy to do things if you have money. And all kinds of money-burning projects have been launched. Qin Hang's life has stabilized. He plays games online every day. And eats, goes shopping, and competes with his girls offline. And his time in the game is no longer so urgent. The time spent with the girls every day has been extended a lot. A few days later, Qin Hung, who was a little bored, looked at the 2 coordinate points on the real game map and fell into deep thought. A coordinate point, the world of gods. The other coordinate point is Star, the planet where he lived in his previous life. He wanted to visit these 2 places. You have to take a look at the god realm. At least know what's going on there. Star. More than 2 years have passed since he traveled through time. How's it going over there? Did friends and family think he was dead? Will the brothers scold themselves for being unloyal? Will they spark their own bodies there? I guess the grass on the grave is 3 meters high. Right? Various thoughts flashed through his mind. But in the end, Qin Hung couldn't help it and planned to go back to Star first. When they heard that their husband was going to a new world, all the girls became excited and clamored to follow him and check it out. In the end, Dongmei was left here to protect Shinjo. Others merged with Qin Hung. Invisible. Target. Choose Earth Star. A thought. With a whoosh. The next moment, Qin Hung appeared above a huge city. Taking a closer look. Hee. Isn't this the Beijiang city where he lived in his previous life? Qin Hung instantly became excited. Call out. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above Lishui Garden Community. This is the villa area of Beijiang City. And his home in his previous life was here. In the next moment, he came to a villa. This is where he lived all his life. His parents in his previous life were good and left him a lot of money. Enough for him to build things. Unfortunately, he liked playing games and did not become a playboy in the end. Looking at the locked door at the door, he was a little confused. Is there anyone living here? His mind instantly glanced into the room. And he immediately saw his uncle and aunt playing with their 2 grandchildren. Obviously, the uncle's family is already living here. Qin Hung was silent for a moment, and finally revealed his figure, and pressed the doorbell of the big iron door. Who? The uncle walked out with his grandson in his arms. Hello. I'm looking for Qin Hung. Qin Hung greeted with a smile. Chapter 568 Brothers. I'm back. Dixing. Beijiang City. Lishui Garden Villa area. Qin Hung looked at his home with a lot of emotions in his heart. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Ding dong. Qin Hung pressed the doorbell. The uncle walked out doubtfully, holding his grandson in his arms. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Qin Hung. Qin Hung said with a smile. At this time, his appearance had changed drastically. It was normal for his uncle not to recognize him. In fact, with his ability, he can change back to his previous self. But it's not necessary. He came just to take a look. Also, look at what status you have among your relatives. Qin Hung? Are you his friend? He has been gone for more than 2 years. When Qin Hung was mentioned, the uncle looked sad. Been gone for more than 2 years? Qin Hung was stunned. Well, that kid didn't listen to our advice. He was addicted to playing games every day and died suddenly. Alas. The uncle sighed. No way. Do you know where he is buried? I want to see him. Qin Hung was silent for a moment and said, Come in and sit for a while first. The uncle opened the door and warmly welcomed Qin Hung in. Wait a minute. I'll bring some other friends over. Qin Hung came to the corner and released Mingyu, Yin Wushuang and others, and also took out 2 cars from the package. Although there are cameras nearby, they are of no use and cannot capture Qin Hung and the others. As soon as the girls came out, they immediately looked around. Mingyu. Is this my husband's home in his previous life? It looks quite cozy. Qiuyue. Yes. It feels like it is in China. Guangzhou Princess. Ha. Not bad. This is still a villa area. While the women were talking among themselves, they followed Qin Hung to the door again. Uncle, these are all my friends. Qin Hung introduced casually. The young man in front of him called him uncle. But the old man didn't care. He should be calling after his nephew. However, his eyes widened when he saw a group of beautiful women behind Qin Hung. After taking a few glances, he didn't look any further and warmly greeted everyone to come inside and sit down. The aunt inside heard that it was Qin Hung's friend who came to visit, and she greeted her warmly. Melon seeds and tea were brought. Alas! My miserable nephew has given up early. If he were still here, he would probably be married too. Everyone sat down, and the uncle also started chatting. Aunt, that's not necessarily the case. He plays games every day. And even if he goes on blind dates, he won't even get married. Now it's better. The person left suddenly, and the money was not spent. Alas. Are his parents and brothers not here? Qin Hung asked pretendingly. Uncle, his parents passed away early, and he was the only son. He had a good family fortune, but now there is nothing except this house. No. I heard that he is a rich second generation. He should have left a lot of money. Didn't he inherit it to you? Qin Hung asked in surprise. Don't mention it. Once the person leaves, he won't be able to get his money back. We need to notarize the inheritance rights, but we haven't been able to get it done after 2 years. The aunt sighed. Why? Qin Hung took out Balhuazi, handed one to his uncle, lit it, and smoked another one himself. Kwang pulled the princess to wave, and Qin Hung had no choice but to throw one to her. The uncle took a sip and sighed. There are many relatives, and everyone wants to share more. The opinions have never been unified, so this has never been done. Aunt, it took a lot of effort for us to live here. The old couple seemed to have started chatting and talked for a long time. So this is all. Qin Hung was speechless for a while. Because he is rich. His relatives have a good relationship with him. But because many relatives lent him money, they didn't pay it back. That's why he alienated everyone. However, when he died, because there was no designated heir, the wealth left behind had to be notarized. The notary called all the relatives over for discussion. However, since they are not direct relatives, everyone wants to share more. It even got so loud that we almost got into a fight. As a result, it is naturally difficult to notarize this inheritance. And it has been delayed. Qin Hung didn't plan to get his inheritance back. There wasn't much money in it. Just over 1 billion. It's useless for him to come. In fact, at this point in his life, money is already an external possession. Star. He does not intend to stay there permanently. The air is not as good as on the mainland of China. And the wealth is not as great as that of Blue Star. His wealth is countless in Blue Star. And he has all the bicycles he wants. Therefore, he doesn't care about the money here at all. But if we continue to let it go, these relatives may turn against each other in the future. It seems that I have to solve it myself. These relatives are represented in Beijiang City. And there will be a notary meeting this afternoon. Then you can see how you divide it up for them. After chatting for a while, at Qin Heng's request, the uncle took everyone to visit the house. Qin Hung also returned to his room again. The computer, the bed, all his stuff was still there. It's clean and tidy inside. And it's obviously cleaned regularly. I will come in and wipe it every 2 days. Looking here, I feel like that kid is still sitting here playing games, the uncle said with emotion. These words made Qin Heng's nose sore. He didn't expect that the uncle's family rarely interacted with each other. But after he left, I still missed him quite a bit. The girls also looked curiously at the room where Qin Hung was. And they were all chirping in the team channel. Xiaoju. TSK. My husband used to live in this room. Pulling the princess. Ha. Look at this arrangement. You are a standard otaku. Qin Hung waved his hand. And in an instant, the uncle, aunt, and child were dizzy and fell asleep. He slowly floated to the sofa in the living room outside and fell asleep. Qin Hung opened the computer familiarly. The computer started buzzing. And after a while, it started up. Probably due to long-term use. Fortunately, his computer, which cost more than 100,000 yuan, has good performance. After starting it, it immediately became smooth. As for the internet, he had paid the internet fee for 10 years. So of course he still has it. Looking at the legendary icon on the desktop, Qin Hung excitedly clicked it. As a result, it is updating. Looking at the time it took for the update, Qin Hung collapsed instantly. More than 2 hours. Come on. The legend has probably been updated a lot in the past 2 years. After shutting down the computer and taking the photos of his parents, Qin Hung took the girls back to the hall and woke up the uncle and the others. The uncle and others didn't feel anything at all and didn't remember what happened. It just felt like I was chatting with Qin Hung all the time. After chatting for a while, the uncle and aunt took their grandson to the cemetery to visit their deceased nephew. The uncle was surprised when he saw the 2 luxury cars driven by Qin Hung and Princess Guangtu. But he soon stopped caring. My nephew is originally a rich second generation. So it is normal to have a rich friend. 2 extended versions of the luxury cars were divided into 2 groups of people. Qin Hung and Princess Guangtu each drove one. Under the guidance of my uncle, I drove all the way towards Beijiang Cemetery. The girls looked at the surrounding environment curiously. But Xiaodian reminded them in the team channel. Brother Tianya, the license plates of these 2 cars are not from here. Are you okay? It's okay. It's just a minor problem. Others will pretend they don't see it. The fact is very simple. Because Qin Hung has used his ability to change the license plate to the Earth Star. This is too simple for him. An hour later, everyone drove to Beijiang Cemetery. Under the leadership of the uncle, we soon arrived at a new grave. What was written on it was Qin Heng's name. Beside his grave are his parents. Looking at his own grave, Qin Hung had an indescribable feeling. It was obvious that his soul was not dead. But the person had been ignited by sparks and buried underneath. The world is so wonderful. Qin Hung picked up the incense candle he bought at the entrance of the cemetery, lit it, and inserted it respectfully. Then he poured tea and wine, placed the tributes, and bowed respectfully 3 times. The girls also followed and worshipped. This feeling of worshipping oneself is probably something that only Qin Hung can understand in his heart. After standing silently for a while, he curiously scanned the cemetery with his spiritual thoughts. Sure enough, There were still some ashes, and a few unburned bones in the urn. Sparked indeed. Without looking any further, he once again led the girls to the graves of his parents nearby. He respectfully offered incense and waited, then knelt down and kowtowed 9 times in a row. Dad, Mom, my son is here to see you. Chin Hung thought silently in his heart. When the girls heard that they were their husband's parents in his previous life, they followed him and bowed to him. The uncle and his wife were stunned by this scene. He didn't expect that his nephew's friend would kneel down and worship his brother like this. Chin Hung explained. Chin Hung and I became sworn brothers, and his parents are my parents. These words immediately dispelled the uncle and his wife's doubts. Good boy. Get up quickly. I want to thank you on behalf of my brother and his family. Pulling everyone up, the uncle's family also respectfully offered incense to Chin Hung's parents and Chin Hung. Goodbye. This made Chin Hung nod his head. The uncle's family was still okay. Chin Hung also couldn't help but look at his parents' ashes. There were only a few bones left inside. Unfortunately, although he has become a god through cultivation, he cannot resurrect his parents. This made Chin Hung feel a little bad. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded elegantly. Host, if you want to resurrect your parents, as long as I continue to improve and update to later versions, you can also learn a new skill that can resurrect them. What? Can you resurrect your parents? Chin Hung was shocked when he heard this. What skill is it? Chin Hung asked. It will be kept secret for now. Chin Hung was speechless for a while. After all, his knowledge of the legend flashed through his mind. A skill was ready to emerge. Yes, it should be that skill. Chin Hung was in a good mood after receiving the news that his parents could be resurrected in the future. After the girls learned about it, they were also happy for their husbands. After some worship, Chin Hung sent the uncle's family back to the villa. Then he drove the car, found a top internet cafe that he often went to before, and walked in with the girls. Wow! We are still using such an old machine here. We have eliminated it long ago. Ha. As soon as she entered, she saw various LCD computers, and Princess Kwangtu immediately chuckled. This made the network administrator next to him speechless for a while. He couldn't help but said, Miss, the computers we have here are already the best in internet cafes in the country. Ha. She's talking about our family. Don't worry. Find us a large private room. Is there one? Chin Hung quickly smoothed things over. The network administrator looked at the 2 luxury cars outside the window speechlessly. Without saying anything, he politely led everyone to a huge private room. There are computers inside, a big table in the middle, a toilet, and beds to sleep on. I'll cover the private room. Drinks, all kinds of food, cigarettes, alcohol, etc. All for 50 portions, and any extra money will be counted as a tip. Chin Hung took out a large stack of banknotes from his pocket, estimated to be tens of thousands. Ah, okay. When the network administrator saw it, his eyes turned green. Such a special thing happened to meet the rich second generation. However, looking at the beautiful girls chattering around Chin Hung, he felt relieved again. Bringing a group of beautiful girls to play black? The life of rich people is so boring and boring. Thinking in his mind, he quickly exited and let others prepare food and drinks. You too. Teach them how to use the computer. Chin Hung ordered the little one and Princess Kwangjiao. As modern people, the 2 of them have naturally come into contact with computers. Although Earth Star and Blue Star are different, they are basically the same, like 2 parallel worlds. Originally, the little boy had not had much contact with computers before, but later he went to work with families with disabilities. When you learn something, you are exposed to a lot. After you log in, you will enter a legendary game and create an account. I'll give you some surprises. Chin Hung laughed. Legendary game? There is also a legendary game here? The girls asked in surprise. Chin Hung. Of course. And this is not a virtual one. It's an old computer game. Crazy Princess. Ha. I have played this kind of game before. Before the virtual legend game in our world came out. I always played that kind of game. That's good. You can take them to create an account. After explaining, Chin Hung turned on the computer, and the first thing he logged in with was his QQ account. I went up to take a look, and there were a lot of messages buzzing in and out. When he opened it casually, his eyes suddenly became wet. Poor baby. Boss prodigal son. It's been 2.5 years. Are you dead or not? If you're not dead, just reply. Brothers are waiting for you. Fire Dragon Arrogance. Boss prodigal son. Without you, The brothers have been guarding Shabak for 2.5 years. But they are really exhausted. Without you, we don't want to guard it anymore. He shook it off. Boss, the prodigal son, if you don't come back, the brothers will all break up. 50-year-old Bai. I'm dizzy. Are you dead? If you're not dead, just say something. Don't worry. Brothers. There were a lot of greetings of all kinds. After a visual inspection, there were literally thousands of unread messages. Haha. It seems that the more than 100 animals will send messages to greet him every day when they're fine. Without looking any further, he clicked on Special Friends. Result? The avatar of Instant Youth is still gray. The apprentice is still not online. As various thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, the QQ group of one of his legendary Marfa Friendship Alliance started to vibrate crazily. He clicked it and took a look. Poor kid. Damn it! Boss prodigal son. You're finally online. Bai, who is 50, said. Yes. Did I read that correctly? It's really online. Fire Dragon Arrogance. I'm dizzy. Boss prodigal son. You're so hacking online. Seeing the greetings from the brothers, Qin Heng's eyes became wet. He quickly typed a line of text. Tianya prodigal. Brothers, I'm back. In the blink of an eye, the entire QQ group became more lively, with all kinds of greetings flying all over the place. Chapter 569 recreates the legendary event. Blue Star, Beijing City. Blue Flag Internet Cafe in a top-notch box. Qin Heng chatted excitedly with his brothers. Poor kid. Damn it! Boss prodigal son. Where did you go to make a fortune in the past 2 years? Ha. I traveled through time and went to a place called China Continent. Qin Heng said with a smile without hesitation. 50-year-old Bai. Oh my god! Do you want to say that you have become a god through cultivation and have traveled back to find us? Qin Heng. Ha. That's right. There will be a prize for guessing correctly. Fire Dragon Arrogance. Lord God King. What's the reward? Do you want to teach us how to become immortals? Qin Heng. Ha. If you want, you can. Flying Swordsman 2006. Ha. Then I want to become an immortal. I want this day. And it can no longer cover my eyes. I want this land. Lan Yen Tianhua. My day. Stop it. Stop it. Boss prodigal son. You are back. When will we get together? We haven't seen each other for more than 2 years. Brothers all miss you. Tianya prodigal. Okay. Let's get together in Beijing Garden tomorrow night. 50-year-old Bai. Ha. Okay. Are you free now? Let's play games if you are. Good. Shit. Wait. Let me take a day off first. The prodigal son is finally back today. So he has to have a good time. I'm asking for leave too. As a result, more than 20 people expressed that they wanted to take time off to play games. Listening to the brothers making noise, Qin Heng laughed and said, If you are in Beijing, you can come to the Blue Flag Internet Cafe in Beijing and find me. Box number 1. When he walked into the Internet Cafe, his appearance had changed into that of his previous life. He is not afraid that others will not recognize him. As for whether others know that he died in his previous life, there is no need to worry about that, because none of his friends have been to his house. I probably haven't looked for him either. Qin Heng opened the legendary game on his computer desktop. Fortunately, there was no need to update it here. Choose the nostalgic server area. The familiar bang dong dong clang music sounded. The door slowly opens. Enter the account number. www.ddd0981. Then enter LGS123456. Login. A familiar flute sound sounded, and a level 50 old Taoist priest appeared on the game interface. The prodigal from the end of the world. It made Qin Heng think about it for a long time. The number is still there. Click to enter. Giggles. Puff pung pung. Ouch ouch. Ring ring ring. Qin Heng appeared in the safe zone of Beach City. There was a sound of chickens crowing, dogs barking, Taoist players throwing sacred armor spells, and blood-adding sounds appeared in his ears. If you look carefully, there are still many people in the safe zone. Groups of civilians stood still here, constantly talking on the screen. 10 red unlimited gold bars for sale. A set of 10 red sells unlimited quality 10 black iron ore. Selling Fontion magic armor. Kai Tian. Shintian. Attack 38 judgment. Demonic dragon set. Red moon set. Qin Heng ignored these people, and all the robots shouted automatically. Call out. By chance, he flew into the forest outside Beach City. He hadn't played for a long time and wanted to practice his skills. As a result, after looking around, I couldn't find a single monster. They are all novice players running around with wooden swords and clothes. Are there really so many people playing it? Of course not. These are robots arranged by game companies. Create an illusion that the game is popular. Every popular leveling map has people everywhere. Qin Hung couldn't find the monster to fight. In frustration, he killed a robot with a soul fire talisman. With a sound, the player fell down and exploded several pieces of venison. I have been reading the book for a long time. What the heck? Are you so crazy? Kill the trumpet? Aiko! This is not a robot. Qin Hung was speechless for a while. He quickly said, I'm sorry. I killed the wrong person. Come! I'll give you some goodies. As he spoke, he threw a ruby ring from the package to the mage player. Ah! Thank you. Thank you. After reading for a long time, he was overjoyed. After thanking him, he immediately came back to life. Qin Hung operated the character again and killed a novice player. This time, the other party didn't scold him and went directly to resurrection. It must be a robot. What makes Qin Hung happy is that he killed one of them with a magic talisman and a fire talisman. And his name did not change. It seems that flash sales still don't use red names. Soon, when Qin Hung shot 5 robots to death, a clanging sound could be heard throughout the private room. Mingyu and the others are creating characters. Husband, to create this, I need an ID card. What should I do? Husband, I don't have an ID card. The girls were busy for a while and found out that they could not register. And they immediately started to chirp. Speaking of ID cards, Qin Hung remembered that he didn't even use his ID card to turn on his phone. I guess the allure of money is so great that registration is waived. Just when the girls didn't know what to do, several network administrators and waiters came in carrying boxes of food. As soon as they entered, everyone was stunned. They suddenly discovered that this rich man came with a group of beautiful ladies. And they were not playing Wuhe, but playing an ancient game. Hot-Blooded Legend. This game has a history of more than 20 years. And they rarely see players playing it for 10.5 days. Occasionally, it's the greasy uncle who comes to play private servers. The waiters and some network administrators have never seen these 10 or so people playing games together. Only the internet cafe manager, who had just received Qin Hung, was a little excited. He is 40 years old. And of course, he has experienced the grand occasion when the entire internet cafe was full of legendary games. Now this private room was full of legends. And his heart suddenly surged, as if he had returned to that ancient era in an instant. After placing the things on the big table in the middle, Qin Hung suddenly said, Network manager, don't leave yet. Create roles for them. They don't wear ID cards. Okay, no problem. We can create it here. The internet cafe manager bowed his head. He didn't even care whether the other party had an ID card. Anyway, the rich one is the uncle. Let others continue to eat, while he skillfully helped the girls create accounts. Soon, the accounts of the girls were set up, and Qin Hung controlled the large account to take them. Fortunately, this time, everyone is in Ginkgo village. Qin Hung led them all the way outside to kill. But unfortunately, there were too many robots outside. Qin Hung had no choice but to take out the teleportation ring and memory sleeve that he had not used for a long time. He first flew to the entrance of the skull cave, and then teleported the girls and the team over. There was a little hiccup in the middle. The girls couldn't type, so they tried to unite the world. Qin Hung still had to teach him one by one. After pulling the girls over, they entered the skull cave. Fortunately, although there are robots here, there are not that many, and there are still quite a few monsters. The girls followed Qin Hung's character. Although they were protected by mythical beasts, there were so many monsters that it was a bit difficult for Qin Hung to protect him. The girls were chased by the skeleton monster and circled around Qin Hung, shouting Jia Jia Jia. This scene was once again seen by the waiter and others who brought the things in, and they were all speechless. Not long after, everything was delivered. Everyone was eating and drinking. Qin Hung also got his wish and pumped up the white sand again. Back then, it was a must-have item for the legendary night package. Half an hour later, Qin Hung was having fun with the girls. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door outside. Come in. It's unlocked. With a click, more than 10 middle-aged people appeared at the door, listening to the familiar sound of playing games and fighting monsters in the box. More than a dozen people were stunned. Ha ha! Why are you standing there? Come in quickly. Qin Hung smiled and turned his head. Damn it! The prodigal boss. How awesome! He actually brought so many beautiful girls here to play games. Heck! When I came in just now, I thought I was back 20 years ago. Ha ha! Me too. It's been a long time since I've seen so many people playing Legend together. Jin Hung became invisible to everyone, stood up, hugged everyone, and introduced with a smile. Let me introduce you to everyone. These are my wives. 50-year-old by. What? Boss, did I hear you right? These are your wives? Fire Dragon Arrogance. Oh my god! Is it true or false? The girls stood up, gathered around Jin Hung, and gave Jin Hung a kiss one by one. Everyone was stunned. Jin Hung smiled proudly. Really? Fire Dragon Arrogance. I'm dizzy. It really can't be true anymore. It's so awesome. Poor kid. Heck. Animal. You, the super rich second generation, finally got the idea. When will you also make arrangements for us? Jin Hung. Haha. When I took you to Beijiang Garden 2 years ago, your wife called you one night. Did you forget? Do you still want to make arrangements? Damn. You remember this kind of thing. Are you human? Haha. Stop standing around. Let's find a machine to play with. Let's start walking in Beijiang Park at night. I'm treating you today. Your leave expenses are all covered. Long live the prodigal boss. Long live the prodigal boss. The crowd cheered. Then, the problem came. Boss Prodigal, there are not enough machines here. Yeah. 7 or 8 units are missing. We are going to play outside. No. Let's go together. Today we will have the legendary event again. Jin Hung stood up with a smile and walked out. Came to the lobby and found the internet cafe's supervisor. Brother, I want to say a few words to everyone. Before the internet cafe manager could react, he had lightly jumped onto the table. Brothers and sisters, please be quiet and listen to what I have to say. The sound was not loud, but everyone playing in the internet cafe heard it and couldn't help but raise their heads and look at Jin Hung. When they saw him standing on the table, they all looked curious, wondering what this guy was going to do. After everyone looked over, Jin Hung smiled and said, Ahem. Now, everyone put down the games in their hands and play Legend with us until 8 o'clock in the evening. Give each person 1,000 yuan. At the same time, you can follow us to Beijiang Garden for a free meal. What? If you play games with them for a few hours, you can get 1,000 yuan. And you can also go directly to the most luxurious Beijiang Garden for a feast? Everyone was stunned. Then it exploded. Heck. Boss. Is it true? I'll do it. Boss. I'll do it. I'm coming too. Are you trying to trick us? Give me the money first and I'll do it. Everyone, male and female, express participation. After all, there are really not many wealthy children who come to internet cafes to surf the internet. Most of them are from average family backgrounds. Who wouldn't be happy to earn $1,000 in a few hours and have fun and food? Even the internet cafe supervisor and waiters started shouting. Boss, can we participate too? Of course. You can participate. If you come online later, just say, as long as you play Legend and enter our area, you will be treated the same. As he spoke, he jumped off the table and took a handbag where the little boy kept his things. He pretended to take out bundles of banknotes from it. Don't be afraid that I don't have money. Network administrator. Give each person 200 first. And give me the cigarettes and water. Okay. Brothers. All come to the nostalgic zone. Name your family. Tianya XX. All come to the VIP area. Okay. Boss. Everyone shouted excitedly. Don't call me boss. Call me boss. Okay. Boss. Bring out all the food and drinks in the private room and distribute them to everyone. Yes. Boss. Soon after, the entire VIP area was filled with hundreds of people, all playing Legend. After all new internet cafe players enter, Jin Hung's original brothers will take them to play together. Teach everyone how to form a team, fight monsters, and kill people. Soon, the entire internet cafe was filled with the legendary sound of fighting monsters. And there was no second sound. The internet cafe manager sitting next to him looked at this scene, and his eyes were filled with tears. He quickly used his mobile phone to take a few photos of people playing Legend in the internet cafe. Posted on Moments. Title: Blue Flag Internet Cafe recreates the legendary event of the year. Yi Qing is back. Soon. A large number of replies appeared in the circle of friends. Even the legendary buddies I haven't contacted for a long time were exposed. Damn it! Is this a picture of you? Fake. It must be fake. Holy shit. It's so real. The internet cafe supervisor came directly to the group and replied. Fake your sister? Come if you have nothing to do. The boss organizes a legendary fight. Reminisce about youth. Let's play with you until 8 o'clock in the evening. Each person has 1,000. After finishing the work, you can go to Beijing Park to eat for free. Damn it! Just come. I'm going to ask for leave. Leave me a machine. Brother, leave me a machine too. It's your uncle's fault. I'm asking for leave. If you don't give me a chance, my brothers won't even have to do it. The same scene appeared in the circle of friends of internet cafe players, including Qin Heng's old brothers. Everyone's circle of friends is all about calling friends and gathering people to fight legends. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to play. Just play with me. At this time, several middle-aged people walked into the internet cafe. As soon as the leader came in, he shouted, Boss, go online. 5 machines. VIP area. Blackmail. They are playing legend. Before they finished speaking, they looked towards the VIP area in shock. All of them are playing legend. The sound of beating monsters was so familiar to them. It will never be forgotten in this life. Hey! Didn't I go back in time? Hey! I still think I'm dreaming? Several middle-aged people were dumbfounded, as if they were transported back in time to more than 20 years ago. That domineering age. Stop talking nonsense. The boss is organizing a legend fight. The supervisor said again. Will you participate? Participate? Of course. Damn it! I've wanted to play legend for a long time. But there's no one to play with. Number. Let's go. Let's do it. Ha ha. Wait. I'll post it on Moments. Yes. Blow up those animals again. Quick. Quick. I'll do it too. Ha ha. Chapter 570 Battle with Chiyu. A game showdown between gods and mortals. Star. Beijing City. At this time, the entire middle-aged friend circle in Beijing City was in a state of shock. They were all forwarding a few pictures and a big piece of news. Blue Flag Internet Cafe. The boss organizes a legendary game. Whether you know how to play or not, it doesn't matter. As long as you go into the internet cafe, log into the computer, open the legend, enter the nostalgia area, and pick a family name. Kianya XX. Play with the bosses until 8 p.m. You can get 1,000 yuan cash red envelope. You can also go to Beijing City's largest restaurant, Beijing Garden, for a meal. Countless people saw this circle of friends and rushed to the Blue Flag Internet Cafe whenever they had time to spare. Who wouldn't be happy to make money and eat? Therefore, not long after, several floors of the Blue Flag Internet Cafe, which had thousands of machines, were full, all playing legend. This scene was photographed and videoed by countless people and uploaded continuously. The spread became wider and wider, and soon it spread all over the country. Many people born in the 70s and 80s burst into tears after seeing the video. Reposted one after another. Yi Qing is back? This matter even made Penguin News and headlines immediately. It became the first in the hot search list. Beijing City Blue Flag Internet Cafe recreates its legendary glory. A tribute to the lost youth. The Internet Cafe full-screen legend reappears. The youth of a generation returns. Legend. Timeless classic. How are you guys? The top 10 topics on the hot search list suddenly turned into legends, making countless middle-aged uncles sigh. Soon, bosses born in the 1980s followed suit and also went to internet cafes to book tables. Send to another circle of friends. Ha ha! Brother, let's recall it too. Book the place and let's go! As soon as this trend started, many big bosses born in the 70s and 80s fell out one after another. Reserve the internet cafe to play legend and celebrate. And this wind is getting stronger and stronger. Many internet cafes in big cities have been booked out by the owners who brought back memories, inviting people to play legend, even for those internet cafes that were not reserved. Many middle-aged people flocked in and took advantage of the popularity to follow the trend. At the same time, send it to Moments. Ha ha. Let's commemorate it. Things are getting worse. It seems that all the former legendary players want to go to an internet cafe to experience it again. Of course, if you just follow the trend, maybe the trend will go away tomorrow. After all the people born in the 1980s have already started families and started careers. Who has so much time to play games? And the other side, Qin Heng, who caused this trend, didn't care at all that there was a group of spectators surrounding a seat. and led a group of old brothers to attack the Chiyu Canyon. He is already at level 50. Has Fontion magic armor. Xiantian. Everything. The equipment of the other brothers is not bad either. The worst thing is also the Red Moon set. But this time, in addition to the more than 10 brothers who came to the internet cafe, there were more than 30 brothers who also came online elsewhere. Everyone gathered at the buried gate of Chiyu Canyon. Qin Hung has an invisibility ring, a teleportation ring, and a memory sleeve. It's naturally convenient to run around. It's just that he is used to the default teleportation coordinates in the virtual legend. In reality, he needs to enter the coordinates, which is really a bit uncomfortable for him. Fortunately, I remember every coordinate point. In a few seconds, he was teleported to the east entrance of Chiyu Canyon. With a whoosh, the old brothers were teleported over. Then, 3 level 55 warriors, namely 50-year-old Bai, Fire Dragon Qian and Liahui Ginyan, rushed in first. Others rushed in. Crunch. Puff puff puff. Kakaka. As soon as you enter, the screen is full of steel-toothed spiders. Serious spiders, toothy spiders, and patterned spiders. Attack everyone crazily. Mage mine! Mage mine! Gaga gaga. Although there are many spiders, there are more than 20 archmages in the team. Mines in turn. Just when one wave of people are done with mines, another wave of people will follow. In this way, the spiders were almost immobilized by the H.L. lightning. The soldiers are outputting like crazy. Qin Hung and several other Taoist priests use poison, release dogs, and increased blood. Everyone has been playing Legend for so long, and they all cooperate very well. Although Qin Hung has not played this type of computer game for more than 2 years, with his current god-level reflexes, he can operate this kind of computer game with ease. Others even have to micromanage much more. After all, when there are too many monsters, the companions will be in chaos and unable to take care of the entire battle situation. But Qin Hung will not mess up. His group healing technique can always appear on the players who need it in time. Each soul fire talisman can always hit the monster with the lowest health, so that it can be cleared quickly. Damn it! Boss! You haven't played in the past 2 years, and your skills haven't fallen behind. Shit! Not only did he not fall behind, he is also very skilled. Yeah. Did you secretly play the private server for 2 years? Ha. I have been playing Virtual Legend for 2 years. What the H.L.? A Virtual Legend? I've actually traveled to the world of Legend. Yes, I have also traveled to the world of Legend. I haven't seen you for 2 years, so I don't have to make a draft to brag. That's right. I just said that I traveled to a place in China and became a god through cultivation. Why don't you fly one for us to see? While everyone was joking, they quickly cleared away the monsters coming out of the entrance. Qin Hung took the invisibility ring and teleported to the entrance of the next floor with a hiss. Fortunately, the monsters here are not as scary as in the virtual game, although they were densely packed. The most perverted moon demon spider was a little far away from him. Therefore, his invisibility cannot be seen through. Teleport everyone over. Continue to clear them away, and enter the next level. Soon, everyone rushed all the way to the place of decision-making. Don't mention it. There are still many players here leveling up. Nostalgic clothes. The highest is the Magic Dragon. Therefore, a place like Chiyu can be considered a top map. Seeing Qin Hung and his group of high-level players coming in, the players quickly backed away. But there was a player from the Evil Eye Guild. But he quickly shouted in the guild. Boss! The prodigal son of Tianya has appeared. He has rushed to the place of decision with his people. Be careful. You guys! Hack! How many are there? Ancient Killer, the boss of Evil Eye, asked in surprise. He knows the prodigal son of the end of the world. He is an old rival. He himself was originally one of the earliest legendary players, and the guild he joined was the Evil Eye. Therefore, after coming to the classic server, he recruited more than 10 old brothers of Evil Eye and raised the banner of Evil Eye again. Usually there are more than 100 people online in the guild, which is already very good. As for the nostalgic server Zone 1, the only one that can compete with them is the Marfa Friendship Alliance founded by Tianel Prodigal. It is also composed of a group of veteran players. However, more than 2 years ago, the leader of the Marfa Friendship Alliance, Tianel Prodigal, suddenly stopped playing. Haven't been online for a long time. He was a rival before. In order to understand the other party's movements, he added him as a friend. So he naturally knew it very well. Without this spiritual pillar of the guild, the Marfa Friendship Alliance is no longer their opponent. In the past 6 months, we have completely given up competing with them for resources. Although this is just a nostalgic service, a set of chi you can still sell for thousands of dollars. Not to mention equipment like the Demon Dragon. Unexpectedly, today, the prodigal son of Kinya appeared again. The ancient killer did not feel panic at the appearance of his opponent, but instead became excited. No one dares to come and snatch their monsters every day, which is really a bit boring. There is a feeling of loneliness as a master, after the prodigal son of the end of the world stopped playing, let alone the people of the Marfa Friendship Alliance. Even him. If the game could not make money, he would probably not be able to play anymore. Now that you hear the other party coming back, you can fight again. His whole body was excited. However, the answer given by his subordinate shocked him. 5, 50 or 60 people. Oh my god. How could they gather 50 or 60 people? Did you count wrongly? The ancient killer asked in disbelief. Today's legends are no longer the legends of the past. There are hundreds or thousands of people at every turn. It would be incredible to be able to gather more than 10 people to level up and hunt for treasures together. Not to mention 50 or 60 people. That's right. There are 50 or 60 people. They are coming in the direction of the old devil. Oh my god. The old devil is about to refresh. Damn it. Hurry up and shake people. Pull all the brothers online over here. The member in charge outside has a memory cover in his warehouse, specialized in attracting people. Good. Phantom 10,000 miles without a trace immediately shouted in the Evil Eyes Guild. The Chiyu Lair is fighting with the Marfa Friendship Alliance. Come and speak, and the world will be unified. I will form a group with you. Haha. I'll do it. I'm bored. I'm coming too. Join me. Go down in one throat. 30 or 40 people responded immediately, making Phantom Walla with Trace excited. Soon, he started pulling people in. Groups of brothers were pulled over. A team of more than 30 people gathered, together with the treasure hunting people inside. There are more than 50 people. Come on. Kill those who see the Marfa Friendship Alliance. Get started. If you are dead, speak and I will pull you. A group of people immediately laughed and rushed towards the devil's lair. Other side, Qin Hung led the old brothers and rushed into the entrance of Chiyu's lair. Bai, who is 50, walked in first with Li Huoliyin. Result? As soon as he entered, a wall of fire rolled on the ground, and he was immediately attacked by more than a dozen people inside. With a sound, he fell to the ground. Boss! There's an ambush from the evil eye inside. Be careful! Damn it! We're dead! 50-year-old Bai Helikyo lit a cigarette and lay on the ground, shouting quickly. Fortunately, they were sitting not far from Qin Hung and Qin Hung did not go in. Several others followed in without knowing it, and were ambushed again. There's an ambush inside! Rush in and immediately attack! Qin Hung typed a line of words very quickly. Then a group of people were at the door, and 2 people rushed in at the same time. Soldiers charged first. More than 50 levels, with a lot of health. If you are prepared, once you enter, although you will be attacked, the firepower will be dispersed and random. Therefore, it was not eliminated instantly. Of course, there are those who are unlucky enough to die despite the concentrated firepower. But there were so many people. After 5 or 6 people rushed in, even though the lair was filled with walls of fire, they could still fight back inside and disrupt the opponent's formation. Once the formation is disrupted, the players rushing in from behind will be safe. As more and more Marfa Friendship Alliance players rushed in, the Evil Eye players immediately did not dare to hold on and ran around the terrain inside. The mage constantly sets fire, randomly, and throws meteors and fire showers. If it doesn't work, just do it randomly. Everyone is of high level. If you can't concentrate your firepower, you won't be able to kill anyone in seconds, unless the opponent's potion is gone. Everyone chased them for a while, but they only managed to kill 2 unlucky guys who had lost their magic shields. Just when he was about to continue his efforts, he saw a player with Wuyong's evil eye rushing into the entrance. The 2 sides immediately started fighting here. People kept rushing in, people kept falling, and people kept flying away. At this time, Qin Hung, who was completely adapted to computer games, showed off his terrifying immortal abilities. With his brain running extremely fast, he had calculated every coordinate point in the entire lair. He first yelled at the internet cafe. Brothers in the internet cafe, get ready. I'll pull you to focus the attack. While speaking, his hand turned into an afterimage, and he entered the coordinates click. Done in less than 0.3. This is because he deliberately slowed down. Otherwise, with his current attack speed of more than 1 million rounds per second, how could he be so slow? Even so, it is enough to torture ordinary people. Whoosh! He teleported directly to the front of the direction where the evil eye boss Goo Killer was running. My day! The ancient killer was startled when he saw clearly that it was the prodigal son of Tianya. He laughed and hit the prodigal son of Tianya hard with a brutal collision, knocked Tianya prodigal into the rock wall. Then he added a Kaikion slash. In an instant, nearly half of Tianya prodigal's health was knocked out. He is of a higher level than Tianya prodigal. Under the suppression of his level, his lethality is much greater. Just when he was about to add another fiery sword technique, suddenly, 10 players appeared next to Tianya prodigal. Hack! The ancient killer, who was playing a game at home, almost had his eyes bulging out. The next moment, not allowing him to escape, the attacks of 11 people had already hit him hard. Open the sky and slash. Meteor shower. The bloodthirsty technique after Wuji Jinchi. There are still some dogs blowing. The ancient killer didn't even have a chance to escape. He was killed in an instant. The bell rang loudly, and a Fontion magic armor exploded on the ground. It exploded next to an evil eye member who rushed over to help, which made the ancient killer instantly breathe a sigh of relief. He yelled urgently, "Hurry up and pick up the equipment! Tianya prodigal son and the others are at least 5 or 6 steps away. You shouldn't be able to grab it." Without his words, the player turned around and rushed towards Fontion magic armor. But at this moment, a strange scene happened. The player had just finished taking one step, and when he was about to pick up the Fontion magic armor next, with a hiss, the prodigal from Tianya teleported impartially and landed on the Fontion magic armor. Just stepped on it. I'm dizzy! The player saw that he was gone and typed out 2 words in frustration. How is it possible? Damn! Why is he so fast? Can he pick this up? Unscientific. The ancient killer was at home, talking to himself angrily. Not to mention him. Even those who played games with Qin Hung were stunned. Can you get this? The audience standing behind Qin Hung and watching the excitement were completely dumbfounded. What did they see? Just in the blink of an eye, the young man in front of him had already completed a teleportation at the speed of light. This requires entering coordinates and letters. But this metamorphosis was completed in an instant. What's even more terrifying is that he teleported it to Fontion magic armor with perfect accuracy. There is only one possibility. That is, this pervert has memorized all the coordinates in the devil's lair. Is that human being? Chapter 571 Goodbye Disciple. Dixing, Beijiang City. Blue Flag Internet Cafe. Under Qin Hang's quick operation, he pulled the old brothers and killed whomever he caught. Soon, Evil Eye players couldn't hold it anymore, mainly because he died too quickly. Who can withstand being dragged away by a prodigal son from the end of the world and violently slashed at him? Hack! Don't fight them! That prodigal from Tianya is a big pervert! The guild leader of Evil Eye, Goo Killer, led his people to retreat in frustration. As soon as the other party left, cheers suddenly erupted in the Marfa Friendship Alliance Guild. The prodigal boss is awesome! The prodigal boss is mighty! After taking over the house, Qin Hung led everyone to defeat the Red Moon Demon. With good luck, he dropped a Tianzuan helmet. Qin Hung didn't ask for it, so he gave him 50 yuan and asked him to divide it when the time comes. After defeating the Scarlet Moon Demon, Qin Hung took his brothers to Demon Dragon City to defeat the Demon Dragon cult leader. In the process, Qin Hung was distracted. Divine thoughts enveloped Beijianjiwan restaurant, and he directly used some tricks on Beijianjiwan manager. The manager of Beijiang Garden immediately started making arrangements so that no one else would be entertained at the evening gathering. Naturally, Qin Hung would not treat him badly and would just give him a large amount of money when the time comes. Suddenly, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Qin Hung took thousands of people to Beijiang Garden for a dinner, causing a sensation again. After finishing the meal and paying the bill, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Qin Hung gave each of the old brothers a bag of money. He left a phone number so that they could call him if anything happened, or leave a message on QQ. Afterwards, Qin Hung did not return to Blue Star or China. After he let the girls go shopping by themselves, he made a hiss and came to the outside of a room in a villa. Click! He opened the door directly and walked in. In the luxurious room, a young man with glasses and an ordinary face was instantly alarmed. He turned around and was shocked to see Qin Hung walking straight into him. Who are you? How did you get into my house? Young Qin Sheng stood up warily and took an arm stick on the table. Ha ha! Don't be nervous. I'm just looking for you to do something. Qin Hung comforted. Doing something? Then you can come to me openly instead of being sneaky. Right. Qin Sheng looked dissatisfied. Didn't I just walk in openly? Qin Hung said with a smile. Qin Sheng. You know that's not what I said. Is there anyone else? No. What is it? What do you want me to do? Let's agree first. I won't do anything illegal. Qin Hung. Besides doing illegal things, you can't do anything else. Right. Qin Sheng. I mean, don't do anything too illegal. Ha ha. Don't worry. You don't have to do anything illegal. It's not illegal? What's going on? Qin Sheng asked curiously. Help me find a person. I want to know her information and any news related to her. Qin Sheng. Oh. What can you provide? Qin Hung. Her QQ number. Her QQ name. Masha Fanghua. Nothing else. Qin Sheng. That's simple. Qin Hung. Very good. After the matter is completed, I will give you a blessing. Ha ha. Don't be so mysterious. The thing is very simple. But why should I help you do it? Qin Sheng said. Open the drawer. Instantly grabbed a gun and pointed it at Qin Hung. He didn't know how the other party sneaked in. And he was already feeling unhappy. Do you still want his help now? Who is Qin Sheng? Can a cat or a dog control him? Ha ha. Facing Qin Sheng's gun, Qin Hung smiled and sat on a chair. Aren't you afraid? Qin Sheng blew at the muzzle of the gun. Ha ha. Qin Hung waved slightly. And Qin Sheng couldn't hold the gun in his hand immediately. And it flew into Qin Heng's hand. This thing is quite unique. But it's a pity that you can't grasp it. You? Who are you? Qin Sheng was completely stunned. His pistol was just waved away by the other party. And he retrieved it from the air? Martial arts master? Qin Hung. It doesn't matter who I am. I'm just asking you to do a small favor. And when the job is done, I'll give you a blessing. Are you willing? Bring the number. This time, Qin Sheng said simply. The situation is stronger than the person. If he doesn't bow his head, he is afraid that the other party will kill him with one shot. Qin Hung revealed the number. And Qin Sheng immediately started operating the computer. Yes, he is the top hacker in the country. Under Qin Heng's spiritual will, it is easy to find a hacker. His purpose was also very simple. Just to find his original female apprentice. At the beginning, we went online together every day and traveled to every corner of the Marfa continent. On that day, we had made an appointment to go to Nyoemo Cave to fry beef together that night. Who knows? The other party didn't come that night. From then on, there was no news. He had tried to search before, but to no avail. What he has always been most afraid of is that the other party will have an accident. This has always been a thorn in Qin Heng's heart. Now, after returning to Earthstar again, he naturally wants to search again. If the other person is living a good life, he will not bother him whether he is married or not. After more than 20 years, everyone has their own life, and there is no need to recognize each other. Pointless. However, if the other party really has an accident and dies, maybe something will happen. Then relying on his current ability, you can do a lot of things. Qin Sheng typed very fast, like firing a machine gun, and easily opened the QQ account of Momo Youth. Then, he opened the other party's QQ space and looked for everything that could be used. When he opened the space photo, Qin Heng's heart skipped a beat. He saw this beautiful girl again, and the photo was still from more than 20 years ago. It was exactly the same as when I had a video chat with him. Then, he watched Qin Sheng's hands quickly open one website after another, looking for clues, as if to show off his skills. He said while looking for information. Ha ha. Believe me, as long as there are any traces of her on the internet, I can dig them out for you. As he typed, Qin Hung saw that his face looked a little bad. What's wrong? She seems to be gone. Dead? Qin Hung was shocked. Well, she died in a car accident more than 20 years ago. No, this is all her information. Qin Sheng's hand made one last tap, and a document was printed out from the printer next to him. Before Qin Sheng could get it, the piece of paper flew to Qin Hung automatically. He is indeed a martial arts master. Qin Sheng was so excited when he saw it. If he could also practice this method, who else would he need to be afraid of? Qin Hung didn't pay attention to the family's petty thoughts, but picked up the piece of paper and looked at it carefully. Name, Zheng Hua. Screen name, Instant Youth. Age, 20 years old. Cause of death. One night 22 years ago. Because I was in a hurry to cross the road, I ran a red light and was hit by a car. When Qin Hung saw this, his hands, that had always been steady, began to shake. That night was exactly the night he asked the other party to spend the night, calculated according to time. It is obvious that this apprentice ran the red light because he was in a hurry to go to the internet cafe. I remember that during the day, I sent a QQ message to tell her not to be late. Qin Hung felt distressed for a while. It turns out that he was the one who harmed her. Master, do you want to stay overnight again tonight? Well, don't be late. I won't be late. It's a pity that our machines are always stuck at night. And there are always people secretly downloading dirty things. Ha ha. Then don't you want to change to an internet cafe? It's a bit far over there. Oh. Then don't go. The worst thing I can do is work harder and give you a few more kisses. Very simple chat. Could it be that she wanted to change internet cafes that time? I sighed in my heart. There was no way to study this anymore. Qin Sheng looked at the big boss and said nothing. But he turned around and beat again. And said, I found where her grave is buried. Do you want to go take a look? Where? Kiangsanling Cemetery. This is the location and photo of her grave. With a crunch, Qin Sheng printed out another document. There is a photo of the cemetery and the exact location. After Qin Hung looked at it for a few times, he said, Thank you. No. Master, please teach me a few tricks. Please bow to me. Disciple. Qin Sheng bowed his head. He finally figured it out. This was an expert. Okay, I said. After everything is done, I will give you a fortune. This is a cultivation method. You can take it and practice it. However, after you have successfully cultivated, you are not allowed to hurt innocent people at will. Otherwise, I will kill you with my own hands. Qin Hung threw a copy of Feng Yu Heart Sutra for the other party to practice. Thank you, Master. Qin Sheng took it over joyfully. If you don't understand something, don't practice blindly. I will come to you every once in a while. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hung disappeared with a hiss. Qin Sheng sat down on the ground. Damn it! Isn't my master a god? He quickly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Best regards. Master. Practice well. A faint voice came, startling Qin Sheng again. Yes. Call out. Qin Hung appeared above a cemetery with a hiss. This is a mountain several hundred meters high. Along the way, there are layers of cemeteries. Although it was night at this time, to Qin Hung, it was no different from daytime. His spiritual thoughts swept over and instantly locked onto a cemetery. With a whoosh, he had arrived at the cemetery. This cemetery is old. However, it is the apprentice's name that is engraved on the stone tablet. Fang Hua, I'm here to see you. Qin Hung murmured to himself, stretched out his hand, and countless flowers appeared in his hand, turning into a large bouquet in a blink of an eye. After placing it in front of the tomb, Qin Hung lit incense and candles. His mind scanned inside. A box of ashes and several bones. These are enough. As long as you learn the resurrection technique, you can definitely resurrect the opponent. Wait! I will be able to resurrect you soon. After standing here silently for a while, with a hiss, the girls who were tired of playing teleported over. Huh? Husband, why are you coming to the cemetery? Yeah. It's scary to come to the cemetery in the middle of the night. Ha ha. Are you still afraid of this? Who are you fooling? Qin Hung said speechlessly. Ha ha. Who is this man? It's worthy of my husband to visit him in the middle of the night. A confidant. After standing in silence for a while, Qin Hung took the girls and returned to Blue Star and Golden Dragon Villa with a whoosh. Nothing to do. Continue to enter the game and level up. The next morning, Qin Hung came to Earth Star again. This morning, my uncle and many relatives will be at the court to fight over the distribution of his property. Originally, he didn't want to deal with this matter. But if he continued like this, it would make his relatives turn against each other, which was inappropriate. Qin Hung would naturally not recognize the other party. Just continue shopping with the girls. After all the relatives were present in the court, his spiritual thoughts shrouded them. A distribution ratio was directly assigned to each of these people according to their relationship distance. Soon, under Qin Heng's control, all relatives reached a consensus. Qin Hung also settled a matter on his mind. Returning to China again. Do you want to go to the God realm now? Qin Hung quickly gave up this idea, because the system has said that it itself is transformed from a Tao fruit in the God realm. Therefore, the God realm is definitely a terrifying place. If you can't go in, don't go in first. Just keep fighting monsters here, and it won't be too late to go up to the next level when you reach the legendary level. Besides, Why do you want to go to the God realm? Isn't it good to hide here and practice? Although the spiritual energy in China is recovering. What comes down are system projections and the like. There may be more powerful ones in the future. But by then you and the system will only be more powerful. As for the mainland of China, as long as there is a wife watching over it, if there is any problem, you can go over it at any time. Now that the monsters from the Gate of the Abyss have not come out for the time being, China has rarely regained its calm. But will it really be peaceful? Thinking of those demon generals wearing strange clothes, and the fragments of heaven and earth spiritual stones they were also looking for, Qin Heng always felt that things were not that simple. Besides, are there really no other more powerful characters in the Abyss? Definitely more than that. Otherwise, the 4 holy places each guard an Abyss gate. Why didn't they break in? It's not because I feel unsure. There was another thing that kept him thinking. His grandfather Qin Yang once told him. Originally, he was going to destroy the altar of a patriarch tribe. They were refining China. But who knew they had offended the other parties being behind the scenes, directly turning that altar into the Gate of the Abyss. How powerful is a being who could open the door to the Abyss? Qin Heng didn't know. Forget it. Keep practicing. A few days later, Qin Heng was promoted to level 83 on the 3rd. Subsequently, under the arrangement of naming the needy households, the top players in all Chinese servers, as well as many elders of the Marfa Friendship Alliance, gathered in the cloud world in Kyoto. The world above the clouds is huge, more than 50 stories high, so there is no problem at all in accommodating so many players. During the dinner party, Qin Heng finally met many familiar brothers from the game. White characters fly, cool little mushrooms, wooden levels, sea views, ancient clocks and wooden houses, dusk on the far river, no matter what, night owl, dry machine every day, wind under the moonlight, game mystery, evil wolf with blood, residual dream butterfly love, kill the ones with higher levels first, etc. Hello, boss prodigal. Hello, sisters-in-law. When Qin Heng arrived, there was a sea of people outside Yunchang human world. They were all players, and their voices were loud. Chapter 572 version update. Attack speed wait is cancelled. A month later, Qin Heng's 3rd number was finally promoted to level 90. As for the equipment, I also changed it to some more awesome ones. Super top attack speed 3 Kai Tian, Shintian, Xiantian. Other jewelry items also have a few more pieces of equipment with attack speed 3. The star rating was increased twice to 14 stars. The paralysis ring, the resurrection ring, the protection ring, the teleportation ring. These major special divine rings have also evolved 10 times. In addition, Qin Heng also collected a large number of feathers, which can be used to improve the wings of the 3 numbers. At this time, many magic dragon players have double angel wings. Yu Xiaoyao and others even have 4 wings. Although Qin Heng lost a month of time for everyone to spawn monsters, he had collected some in advance. Over the past month or so, he had been continuously leveling up and fighting boss in the demonic dragon blood domain. Coupled with the sponsorship from the brothers in the guild, Qin Heng's 3 numbers also gathered the materials for the 4 wings. After finding Shuqi, Qin Heng first synthesized a pair of double-winged angel wings for Duanmu Anren and Tianyao Longzi. 3 more numbers will be promoted to 4-winged angel wings. Hello! To be promoted to 4-winged angel wings, you need 1,000 colorful feathers and 10 million talismans. Do you want to be promoted? Promotion. With the sound of a bell, the materials in the 3 packages disappeared, and then the wings behind them emitted colorful light. At this time, in the safe zone, the players of Wuyan looked at Qin Heng's 3 numbers with colorful lights, and they all showed envy. It exploded instantly. Chon Lue. Damn it! Another person has been promoted to 4 wings. How awesome! The world is in permanent 0108. Awesome! There are no more than 100 people with 4 wings in the entire server. Right. Qing Ning. Haha. You are overthinking. There will definitely be no more than 50 people. It is said that to make this thing, you need 10 million talismans and 1,000 colorful feathers, both of which are difficult to make. Zinyu. Hey, it's been a month since the prodigal boss and the others got together. It's really impressive that these 3 of them can do it together. Great ancient god realm. Haha. We already have it. What's there to be proud of? Wen Dao. Isn't that right? I had it a month ago. Haha. Tianyao Little Ronin. Haha. You are so awesome. Why are you forced to pay protection money? Xingya Sadness. Haha. They are so talkative. They said anything. Envious. sarcastic, and mutually offensive. However, most people are envious. A minute later, the light dissipated, and Duanmu was sad that the wings behind the three of them had turned into 4 wings. Qin Hung inspected it excitedly, and his eyes lit up instantly. Double angel wings. Attack 20-20. Magic 20-20. Taoism 20-20. Defense 20-20. Magic defense 20-20. Add 10 exactly. Increase agility by 5. Lucky plus 2. Attack speed increased by 2. Increase magic evasion by 20%. Increase health by 20%. Movement speed increased by 10%. Can be advanced. Requires level 10-80. All attributes have doubled from the original ones, which is pretty good. After finishing the wings, Qin Hung continued to upgrade his official position. He was the 8-star king before. Now to be promoted to the 9-star king, one needs 100 million spiritual talismans, and the level is increased by 10-85. Does Qin Hung lack a spiritual talisman now? He is not lacking. Every day, he can get 50 million in spiritual protection fees, in addition to the things I typed out and sold. I have about 5 million talismans. That's 55 million. Now a month has passed, and he already has 1.65 billion talismans. There is no problem in being promoted to the 9-star king. Brush. 300 million talismans were deducted. Promotion successful. Duanmu was dejected that the attributes of the three of them had once again increased by 2 points. Coupled with the previous equipment wing upgrades, the attack speed of the three numbers has been increased to 59 rounds per second. After the promotion was completed, Qin Hung went offline and had dinner with the girls. At this time, Mingyue's belly was already very big. In addition, Xiaoju, Xiaoju, and Dongmei are also pregnant. This made Qin Hung happy for a long time. After eating and drinking, Qin Hung continued to play the game. A day later, the game company finally announced the new version. Announcement. There will be a version update at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. In response to the requests of the majority of players, and in order to provide players with a better gaming experience, we have decided to announce the following revisions. 1. Cancel attack speed, movement speed and casting distance. After this version is updated, these 3 settings will be completely cancelled, allowing all players to participate in Master PK. They are no longer cannon fodder, who cannot see each other. The attack speed of the boss will also be reduced accordingly, giving everyone a chance to defeat the boss. 2. Activate the 11th transfer function. After the player reaches level 90, he can perform 11 turns. 3. Added new maps. Fire Dragon Cave and Ant Cave. Add new equipment. Enhance the function of the invisibility ring. 4. The revised version of Sand City Hegemony. Sand City Hegemony, in addition to having the original permissions of the City Lord, adds the following new functions. First, after each sand attack, the system will randomly reward various rare props in the Sand City auction house. The proceeds from the guild's auction will be evenly distributed to all players participating in Sand City activities. If there is no one in our bank to bid, after 2 hours, the whole server can bid. The proceeds from the auction will be evenly distributed to all players participating in the Sand City activities. 4. Please explore other optimizations by yourself. The maintenance time is from 5 a.m. tomorrow to 5 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Warriors, please arrange your own time. As soon as the announcement came out, all players in the server went crazy. Attack speed has been cancelled. This is absolutely great news for ordinary players. All the time, as the version is updated, the attribute of attack speed is getting more and more abnormal. The top masters were so perverted that they came up and beat them to death. Everyone was gone. Then, they lay on the ground and checked the system messages to see who had killed them. This kind of frustration of being killed without seeing the shadow of the enemy has always been something that ordinary players deeply hate. In their minds, whether they can win or not, they can at least compete with others. As a result, he didn't see anything clearly and died immediately. What's the point? The attack speed is too abnormal, which reduces the playability of the players a lot. For example, if someone else's attack speed is 2 points higher, you basically can't win. No matter how fast the attack speed is, you won't be able to see anyone who kills you. There is no technicality at all. Everything is based on attack speed. Now, the official has finally cancelled the attack speed setting. This is simply a new life for them. Among these people, the happiest ones are naturally the players in foreign servers. If you want to say who suffers the most due to attack speed, it is definitely the foreign server players, such as the Alliance of Gods. They obviously have several times more people than the Chinese server alliance. But he was suppressed by 3 people. They were so pressed that they couldn't stand up. I was forced to pay protection fees for more than a month. This resentment cannot be washed away even by pouring all the water from the Yellow River. In addition, movement speed and casting distance are also headaches for everyone. If someone has high magic in Taoism, the casting distance will be far. You can only get beaten. This unfair treatment is also what many people resent. Okay, now the attack speed, movement speed, and casting distance have finally been cancelled. Their moment of pride has finally arrived. So, in the comments section, they were the first to explode. Great ancient god realm. Yoshi! Yoshi! This revision is very good! Good people. Good work. Wen Dao. Yoshi! The game company has a great conscience. Yu Xiaoyao. Oh! Buy a dog. God finally opened his eyes. Q by Luo Huang Quan question. Ha ha! Awesome. Kill them to death this time. They won't be able to grab a single boss. Jiang type Thunder Tiger. Ha ha. I can still beat you without attack speed. Mu Shui. That's right. Everyone has no attack speed. We are still afraid of you. Fearless Lone Wolf. Come on. Let's challenge each other. We have the same equipment. Watch me torture you to death. Tears fell on the Great Wall. A 93rd level Taoist priest. Apply to fight. Who dares to challenge me to a one-on-one challenge? You will die. Rising Pork. Ha ha. Don't brag. Come on. Tian Daji. Hack. Why do I feel that the game company is targeting the prodigal brother and the others? Attack speed and casting distance are the strengths of Brother Luangzi and the others. 27 Buhua. That's right. These 3 cancellations are so unfair to Brother Luangzi and the others. Pulling Princess Kwang. Damn it. I'll go find their boss later. Beat him up. And ask about the situation. Phantom Ultimate. Damn it. The princess is awesome. Tyvan_pepper cake. Princess. You'd better post the video of the boss playing games, so that we can have a great time. The Invincible Most Handsome Man 888. Ha ha. That's right. Send it up. Send it up. People on the internet are making a fuss about the game's attack speed and other revisions, completely ignoring the new version that will follow, as well as the sandcastle rewards and so on. Jin Hung fell into deep thought after seeing it. If the game cancels these 3 things, it is equivalent to pulling him down from the altar. Is there something wrong with China's system? At this time, an elegant voice sounded. Host, don't think too much. I'm still me. Then why did you cancel these things? After canceling, how will I win against so many people? Jin Hung asked speechlessly. Uh-huh. The host seems to have forgotten one thing. Although the attack speed has been cancelled, the agility, accuracy, magic evasion, etc. are still there. With the strength of the host, he can also defeat one against 100, even thousands. But, with the attack speed cancelled, I can't stop anyone at all. Jin Hung said depressedly. With the attack speed cancelled, his equipment is basically no different from that of Yu Xiaoyao and others. Everyone has so much health. How can he win in seconds with 3 numbers? Host, do you think you can kill Yu Xiaoyao and them instantly without cancelling the attack speed? Well, it won't fall in seconds. Jin Hung said helplessly. Although his attack speed reached 59 rounds per second. But Yu Xiaoyao and others, with the help of plugins and the improvement of equipment, also reached 54 rounds per second. In this case, even if the 3 of his accounts join forces, they would not be able to defeat Yu Xiaoyao in seconds. Unless the memory trap pulls people. Let's cut them together. Isn't it the end? It can't even be cancelled in seconds. If you cancel it, when you are not around, they will not have the advantage except for having more people. Besides, I would change your attack speed to something else and let you take off. Which is the same thing. Oh, change it to what? Ha ha. Keep it secret for now. By the way, warn your woman not to make trouble. Jin Hung. Well, that's right. If the attack speed is cancelled, will it affect my actual attack speed? No. In fact, the more powerful the equipment, the higher the attack speed. I just cancelled it in the game. But in the outside world, it still has attack speed. That's good. By the way, Mingyu and the others, how do you arrange it? It has been arranged. During maintenance, you can take them online in advance. After finishing the conversation with the system, Jin Hung, who is determined, chatted privately about dragging the princess. Honey, don't make trouble. Ah, why? They are obviously weakening you. Princess Quantua said in a dissatisfied tone. Have you forgotten who is the boss of the game company? Oh, oh, I almost forgot. Ha ha. That's right. You will never do anything to yourself. Is there something I don't know? Princess Quanzhao said with a smile. I won't tell you. Stingy. Tell me. At worst, I won't eat chili tonight. I can make your little wish come true. Really? Qin Hung said in surprise. He had been thinking about it for a long time. It's just that the princess has been unwilling. Certainly. Uh-huh. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, without attack speed, I can still beat them. Disgusting. It's so perfunctory. I want to eat chili tonight. Humph. Uh-huh. Then I'll make you hot on both ends. You dare? Guangzhou's princess tone was a little uneasy. Hey, you can't escape from my grasp. Quack, quack, quack. At night, after going offline, the crazy princess actually took a bite of Chow Tian pepper first. So spicy. Did you do it on purpose? Qin Hung was a little speechless. Husband, you already have a divine physique. Are you still afraid of this spicy thing? Princess Guangzhou rolled her eyes at him. Hey, that's right. Quack quack. After some eating and drinking, the daily routine. After getting his wish, Qin Hung went online again. He didn't log off until 4 o'clock in the morning. The girls had already prepared breakfast. After eating together, it was almost 5 o'clock. So Chuanji was left to guard the mainland of China. And Dong Xue was left to guard the mainland of China. Others all used the login in their minds to enter the game. Yes, the system has arranged subsystem logins for the girls. They also have the legendary login device in their minds. Qin Hung had no objection to this, because these women would not betray him under the force of the system. Then, they have stronger strength, which will naturally increase his strength. The girls entered, and according to Qin Heng's wishes, Ming Yu and Yan Wushwang chose mages, while Xiaoju, Xiaoju, and Dongmei were warriors. The two who didn't enter chose Taoist priests. The dragging princess is a Taoist priest herself. The little one turned out to be a mage. There is no need for them to change. All players who entered after creating their own characters. As soon as they entered, everyone appeared in Demon Dragon City. And except for Qin Heng's 3 numbers, everyone else has reached level 11 to level 90. This is the gift plus compensation given to Qin Hung by the system. The name of the game among girls is Xiaoya, Xiushuang, Xiuxia, Xiuqiu, Qiuyue, Xiaodong, Xiaoxue, dragging the princess, and the little one. My day! Qin Hung was speechless when he saw the girls turning from 11 to level 90. He shouted, Why don't you just transfer it to me? Host, you are not short of money. Alright. Qin Hung stopped asking for it. The girls' levels had been improved, and they were already very perverted. This is equivalent to having a group of thugs. He first opened the official position system to check the changes. Sure enough, the attack speed in the official position system was gone. But it was replaced with 2 new attributes. Critical hit rate and critical hit damage. Chapter 573 Fire Dragon Temple. Legend. In the safety zone of Tuching in Tianzimifa continent, Qin Hung was a little stunned when he saw the 2 attributes changed on his official position. At this time, the attack speed disappears and becomes critical hit rate and critical hit damage. The critical hit rate of his official position at this time is 60%. Critical hit damage is also 60%. Qin Hung didn't know where this value came from. But it didn't matter anymore. Critical hit rate 60%. Coupled with a critical hit rate attached to his other equipment. I looked at the panel. 85% critical hit rate. Critical hit damage plus others are also 85%. What does an 85% chance of winning mean? This means that when he attacks, almost every blade is a critical hit. 85% critical hit damage bonus is even more terrifying. For example, his attack does 500 damage. The critical damage is 1000. Then the 85% critical hit damage bonus is 1850. This damage value is almost 4 times his basic attack. Sure enough, the products produced by the system are top quality. After being overjoyed, Qin Hung asked the girls if they had official attributes. After some inquiries, Qin Hung was overjoyed again. The women also have official attributes. Just like him. This is so fierce. He is like a group of thugs in women's army. Excited, Qin Hung went to Xiaoqi and first made Duanmu sad, and the 3 of them reincarnated to the 11th reincarnation. Next, he checked the equipment again. Sure enough, the attack speed on all equipment was gone. The movement speed carried by the wings is gone too. Just simply increase attributes. But it's already okay. Without looking any further, Qin Hung began to prepare to go to the Fire Dragon Cave and Ant Cave. Where will these two places be? Qin Hung pondered. He had played Legends in his previous life, and he had certainly been there. Memory churning. The legend in the previous life went to the Fire Dragon Cave and entered the Fire Dragon Cave through the teleporter. There are 3 floors inside. The coordinates of the Fire Dragon Cave on the first floor, 19.218, enter the second floor. The coordinates of the Fire Dragon Zone on the second floor, 374.273, enter the third floor. And the third floor is the Fire Dragon's lair. Of course. Is it really that simple? He remembered that there were some private servers, etc. And you needed a Fire Dragon certificate to go there. He didn't know if that was the case here. Qin Hung asked Xiaoqi. And sure enough, Xiaoqi's answer left him speechless. To go to the Fire Dragon Cave, you really need a Fire Dragon certificate. After getting the Fire Dragon voucher, come back to Xiaoqi. In the team state, the team leader submits a Fire Dragon voucher and chooses to go to the Fire Dragon Cave. And all members of the group will be teleported into the Fire Dragon Temple. How to obtain Fire Dragon certificate. 1. If you destroy bosses such as the Demonic Dragon Leader, the Heavenly Crimson Moon Demon, the Heavenly Zuma Leader, the Heavenly Rainbow Demon Leader, and the Heavenly Demonic Dragon War General, you will have a chance to reveal the Fire Dragon certificate. 2. The president of the Sabbath Guild can receive 2 Fire Dragon certificates from the officials of the Sabbath Castle every day. It's understandable to eliminate the boss. The president of the Sabbath Guild can actually receive 2 coins every day. Is he now President Shabak? Not really anymore. The last time he wanted to advance to the Divine Realm, he was afraid that it would take too long. So he named the president, who was the only person in need. And currently, there are 2 Sabaks in Tianzimifa continent. While he was away, Yu Xiaoyao and the others had already won the 2nd-tier Sabak. After he returned, he originally wanted to get it. But when the other party paid the protection fee later, Qin Hung didn't bother to care. Anyway, they are the source of his strength. Tool man. No need to press too hard. Of course, it is another matter if the other party is possessed by other systems. As long as you enter the game, no matter what the other party's intentions are, they are actually serving the system of China. Because this is her dojo. In short, he is not the president of Sabak now. So if he wants to get the Fire Dragon certificate, he has to fight the boss. It's easy to defeat the boss. However, Qin Hung still asked Xiaoqi another question. How to get to Ant Cave? The result is the same. Kill the major bosses and obtain the Ant certificate to enter. Let me tell you another secret. The newly released Fire Dragon equipment can be worn directly. It can perfectly inherit the attributes of your original suit. What do you mean? Qin Hung didn't understand. It means, for example, the prodigal son of Tianya is wearing a True Soul suit. Right. Then, if you reveal a Fire Dragon ring, you can wear it directly. The Fire Dragon ring can replace the original True Soul ring to form a True Soul set. You don't need to wait for several pieces to be assembled into a set before wearing it. Oh my god! This is still possible. It's good. I don't have to buy new equipment anymore. I can only throw it away in the warehouse. Haha. Qin Hung stopped wasting time and began to reissue equipment to the girls. Although they originally had 2 sets of equipment in the outside world, some of the equipment was not top-notch. Qin Hung had already reserved equipment for them, so he could just put it on now. Afterwards, Duanmu said sadly to Xiaoya and others, and teleported to Songyu Island in the sky. After entering, Duanmu reached the entrance of the Heavenly Bull Demon Cave with a sad cry. There were many monsters around, but they all turned a blind eye to him, because he wears an invisibility ring. Sure enough, after this official modification, the invisibility ring can once again play a role in front of top monsters. With a hiss, the girls were teleported over. Zila. Tomorrow, Tianyan Mingyu and Yin Wushuang will activate the H.L. Thunder at the surrounding monsters at the same time. After this explosion, Qin Hung immediately saw something different. With the cancellation of attack speed, Hell's Thunder can once again immobilize monsters, although you can't stay there forever. However, the 3 mages take turns to determine, which also greatly reduces the frequency of the monster's attacks. Xiaoju, Xiaoju, Dongmei, Duanmu Anren and other warriors took the opportunity to use the half-moon scimitar to slash. The surrounding monsters were immediately paralyzed. Beat him until he dies. There was a clanging bell, and a bunch of ingots and equipment fell on the ground. The girls immediately stepped forward to pick it up with a smile on their faces. Tianyao Mingyu first led a few mages to seduce the heavenly warrior baby nearby. After a few minutes, the seduction is complete. Duanmu sadly entered the heavenly ox demon cave first. After entering the first floor, he was teleported to the entrance of the second floor with a hiss. There are a lot of monsters at the entrance, including the heavenly bull demon guards, the heavenly minotaur, etc. With a hiss, the invisible warrior and Taoist priest were teleported over. Everyone attacks at the same time. Hell's lightning is fixed. The warrior swiped the half-moon scimitar wildly. Taoist priests use poison in groups. Add dogs and other people to boast. There are also a bunch of golden evil guards. And the baby warriors of the sky. The attack speed of these monsters is the same as everyone else. But he was first immobilized by the thunder of H.L. and then paralyzed by half-moon. Even if they are perverts who attack in groups, most of them can be immobilized, and they will not be able to cause any harm to Qin Hung and the others. As for the attack power of Duanmu Aaron and Tianyao Longzi, it is really a piece of cake to defeat these monsters. Almost a critical hit with a knife. The damage is extremely high. What surprised Qin Hung was that the monster's HP was not as high as before. Only half of what it was before. It seems that with the cancellation of attack speed and the reduction of blood volume, it will not take that long for players to fight monsters. After Duanmu sadly and the other warriors paralyzed the surrounding monsters, Tianyao Mingyu and other mages released a wall of fire, and meteors and fire rain continued to fall in pieces. Soon, all the monsters were cleared away, and Duanmu was able to enter the second level sadly. When we arrived at the next entrance, we had no choice but to pull everyone over to clean up. In fact, Qin Hung feels that due to the cancellation of attack speed, the overall strength of monsters has been weakened, and players have also been weakened. It turns out that the monster here had an attack speed of 59 rounds per second. 1 second. All finished. However, now a group of people still need 2 or 3 seconds. It made him a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, everyone was cut off, so he didn't care. Just cleaning up all the way. We soon reached the entrance to the 7th floor. When you get here, be careful. Now it is no longer the time when attack speed is king, and we have entered the era of flying at will. It needs to be really cleaned up. This time, Duanmu sadly went in first with the teleportation ring. Then, a hissing sound was transmitted not far from the middle altar. From here, you can see the 2 bull demon kings. The bull demon king of heaven. Dark bull demon king. Duanmu sadly teleported all the people who had become invisible. And the 2 mages started firing Lish thunder. A mage sets fire. The soldiers took advantage of half a month. Taoist priests poison. Ouch ouch. A large circle of heavenly bull demon generals and heavenly bull demon priests were firmly immobilized, with almost no room to fight back. Originally, the girls were not used to how to operate so many top-level skills and how to defeat these big monsters. But in the past month, when Qin Hung was leveling up, they were also playing in the game warehouse. Therefore, there is no big problem in operation. In addition, after fighting all the way just now, I have become familiar with the top skills for a while. And I have the physique of an immortal. It's pretty quick to learn. Therefore, now, when fighting against these heavenly bull demon generals and others, cooperation is not a problem. It just takes a little longer. It took 7 or 8 seconds to defeat a circle of monsters. A lot of things fell out with a clanging sound on the ground. The girls cheered and stomped around before continuing to clean up the monsters next to them. After cleaning up all the way to the vicinity of the bull demon king, Tianyao Wanderer used poison to lure the heavenly bull demon king over. The moving speed of the Sky Bull Demon King is no longer that terrifying. When the player runs, it cannot catch up and can keep the distance. After luring it over, everyone rushed towards it. Qin Hung found that the attack method of the Bull Demon King of Heaven had not changed. But it was not fast. It's comparable to their current shooting speed. That's no problem. It's impossible for it to kill Qin Hung and the others instantly. Everyone's level is too high and their blood volume is too high. A mage with low blood volume will look like a blood cow after wearing a protective ring. Therefore, there is no pressure at all if you endure the fight. It just takes longer to fight. Originally, Duanmu and the 3 of them could finish the battle in more than 2 minutes. Now a group of people from Taimiao also fought for 2 minutes. However, Qin Hung thought it was more interesting to play like this. There are so many people. The bell rang loudly, and a large number of equipment items exploded on the ground. Shenlong Certificate. Dragon's Teeth of Heaven. The Rod of Heaven's Judgment. Heavenly Power Ring. Heaven's Demonic Necklace. Huh? The first one revealed the Shenlong Certificate. Not bad. After stepping on these things with joy, Dwanmu sadly rushed directly to the Dark Bull Demon King. After more than 2 minutes, it exploded. Another Shillong certificate was issued. Damn! This thing won't explode every time it's hit. Right. Qin Hung was still suspicious. After packing his things, Qin Hung did not stay here anymore, but returned to the city. The prodigal son of Qinya adds defense and magic defense to everyone. Everyone is put on invisibility rings. Qin Hung has accumulated a lot of this ring, and now everyone has one. So there is no problem at all. Team up! Then Tianao Longzi handed over a Fire Dragon certificate to Shuqi. Shuqi waved his hand, and everyone disappeared with a hiss. Whoosh! Everyone appeared at the entrance of a rock passage. Fortunately, there are no monsters around. Waves of heat hit the entire passage, making everyone sweat profusely. Husband! It's so hot here! Yin Wushuang wiped the sweat from her face with her hands. Yeah, brother Tianya. This damn place is too hot. The little one who was originally jumping up and down couldn't even jump here. Tianya prodigal. Ha ha! The Fire Dragon Cave is full of magma. Can it not be hot? Everyone was chatting and laughing, and went to explore ahead. Soon, without walking far, Qin Hung and others saw a dense group of monsters in front of them. Fire Dragon Sword, Fire Dragon Shooter, Fire Dragon Spearman, Fire Dragon Giant Moth. The prodigal son of Qinya and the Princess Guangzhou went over first and used poison spells on the monsters. In an instant, the monsters roared and rushed over. Z-la-la, Z-la-la. As soon as the monster came within the attack range, Tianya Mingyu, Yen Wushuang and others immediately used Hell's Lightning to control the field. All the monsters in the area were immediately immobilized, and the warriors immediately slashed at them with their flaming sword skills and half-moon scimitars. The dogs and pets were not to be outdone, while the Taoist priests were throwing soul fire charms wildly. By the way, add blood to everyone. These fire dragon monsters are stronger than the magic dragon monsters in terms of health and defense. The blood volume is currently generally 800,000. This was obviously cut after the revision. Otherwise, according to the original theory, all dragon monsters have more than this value. Although the blood volume of 800,000 is high, it can't withstand the critical attacks of everyone's swords. It only took more than 20 seconds to clear away the surrounding circle of monsters. The bells jingled, and there was a violent outburst on the ground. Heaven's demonic bracelet, Heaven's bone jade scepter, Heaven's power ring, Ares armor male, Ares armor female, death gloves. There is also a magical talisman. Holy shit! The little monsters all exploded with magic sealing jewelry, heavenly bone jade scepters, etc. Qin Hung said in shock. Oh my god! The prices must have dropped so much. The little one looked equally surprised. Others didn't feel anything at all. They just rushed forward and grabbed randomly. After the robbery, everyone continued to clean up. Monsters kept falling down, and people screamed in surprise. The first floor of Fire Dragon Cave is very large, with winding rock passages and magma pits from time to time. Looking inside, countless magmas seemed to be surging out, which was quite scary. Naturally, everyone was not intimidated by this, and they continued to clean up all the way, and their cooperation became more and more skillful. More than half an hour later, Qin Hung and the others finally met the first mini-boss here, Fire Dragon General. This Fire Dragon General was dressed in armor, wearing a red cloak, holding a spear, and riding a tall horse. After everyone cleared away the monsters around him, Tianyao Prodigal rushed forward and poisoned the boss first. Chapter 574 Fire Dragon Ring. Legend: Heavenly Marfa Continent. On the first floor of the Fire Dragon Temple. After Tianyao Prodigal poisoned General Fire Dragon rushed over immediately, and he turned around and ran away. At the same time, 2 dogs and 5 golden evil guards came forward, whirring and snorting, and grabbed the Fire Dragon General. The Fire Dragon General held a spear and drew an arc across all the pets. At the same time, following his attack, a large area of dice appeared on the ground. There are countless sword energies piercing the sky. Cover all around. Triple attack. The blood volume is reduced by 1500. The blood volume is reduced by 1800. The blood volume is reduced by 1500. In an instant, each pet received 4 to 5,000 damage at the same time. Husband! Its attack is so high! Mingyu exclaimed. Damn it! This spear is so powerful! How many times will I die? Husband! Run away! The princess said anxiously. Tianyao Prodigal. Ha ha! Don't worry. There are dogs. Let's all come together. So, Duanmu was dejected. And 4 warriors, Xiaju, Xiaoju and Dongmei, rushed forward with a bunch of golden evil guards. Open the sky and slash. Fiery swordsmanship. Behind, the bright moon at the end of the world. The bright moon and the little boy are waiting for the mage to catch up. Set fire. And the ice roars. The fire dragon general returned the favor. The 3 attacks can knock out more than 4,000 HP of the warriors each time. The mage has a magic shield and a protective ring, so he will lose more than 1,500 mana every time. The blood volume of the warriors already exceeded 30,000 at this time. But the blood volume was so low that even though there was the prodigal son from the end of the world, dragging the princess behind to increase the blood volume, they still couldn't hold it back. After carrying it for a few times, he quickly ran away, run to the side, and shout Jia Jia Jia. Of course, there are those who are unlucky enough to be paralyzed by the fire dragon general and unable to escape. At this time, call for help. The prodigal son of Tianya quickly used the memory sleeve to pull everyone back. He and Guangzhou princess frantically added blood to everyone, and everyone's blood volume kept rising. Qin Heng also noticed this increase. The Taoist priest's increased health has also been greatly optimized in the revision. If a group healing technique is used, the blood volume will increase so much. Refills in less than 10 seconds. It's no longer just a little bit higher than before. Also, with the attack speed in the past, the blood volume was increased a little each time, but it was increased quickly. Now that there is no attack speed, this healing technique will definitely not be the same as before. Otherwise, how long will it take to increase the blood volume of tens of thousands? Of course, this must also be related to one's own skills, Taoism, etc. It's impossible for a Taoist priest who is level 35 and wearing a Zuma suit to have such a perverted bonus. At this time, the mages in front could hardly bear it anymore, because their blue can't be added. No more blue. Husband! No blue left. Without the existence of attack speed, relying only on 10,000 years snow forest, 10,000 years snow lotus, a potion that instantly generates 200 blues, and the original special grade potion can't add up at all. After all, the boss can destroy more than 1,500 of their mana with one attack. After 10 or 20 attacks, how can we add more? The mages retreated and the warriors came forward again. This time they were lucky and finally paralyzed the fire dragon general. Everyone outputs at once. See if there are any new medicines in the guild store? Qin Heng reminded everyone. The attack speed is gone, so the medicines should be updated to be more powerful. Right? Otherwise, it will take more than a few hits, and it will take half a day to add the potion. In the past, we defeated the Bull Demon King and others in the sky, because their attack power was not that high. Blue and others could barely keep up. Now when you encounter someone with high attack power, it consumes mana very quickly, so you will be blinded immediately. After everyone heard this, they opened the guild store to take a look. As a result, there were no new drugs. Could it be sold in the city? Xiao Doyan reminded. Ah, then I'll go back and have a look. The others were not very familiar with the store, so Xiaodian volunteered to go back. Farewell. Before the prodigal son of Tianya could finish his words, the little boy had already returned to the city with a hiss. What's wrong? Xiao Dodian asked in the team channel. Why are you running so fast? How will you come in later? Duanmu said sadly and speechlessly. Little one. Ah, I forgot. Can the memory sleeve be transferred in? How do I know? You should first check to see if there are any new potions in the store. Good. Soon. The little excited voice came over. Yes. There are 3 kinds. Later, she posted the screenshot on the team channel. The best everlasting snow lotus. Instantly restore HP 500 and MP 500. Price, 2,000 talismans per bottle. The ultimate magic potion. Quick recovery to 1,500 MP. Price, 600 talismans. The ultimate golden creation potion. Quickly restore 1,500 horsepower. Price, 600 talismans. The price, how should I put it, is average. Not too expensive. Qin Heng can still bear it. Do you want to buy it or not? Asked the little boy. Don't worry. I'll teleport you first and see if you can come back. The prodigal son of Tianya put on the memory cover, pulled the little one, and with a hiss, the little one came in again. Damn it! If you go out, you can come in again. Doesn't that mean that as long as you have a fire dragon certificate, you can bring countless people in? Qin Heng looked shocked. The girls were also speechless. If this was really the case, then what was the use of this fire dragon certificate? You come back first and I'll buy it. Duanmu sadly asked the little boy to come back, and he returned to the first-line Sabak city with his own guild scroll. The next moment, he was teleported to the door of the pharmacy and entered. I walked in, opened the products and took a look. Sure enough, new potions were also sold here, but they were much cheaper. It seems that there are still discounts for Sabak members. The best 10,000-year-old Snow Lotus, 1,600 talismans. The best Golden Creation Potion, 450 talismans. A lot cheaper. Not bad. So, Duanmu sadly started buying like crazy. However, he bought them in bundles. 6 in a bundle. Buy it, store it in the warehouse, and continue buying. The prodigal son of Tianyao on the other side kept taking them out of the warehouse and throwing them on the ground. The medicines are bought, and you can pick them up yourself if you need them. We are all our own people here, so there is no need for Qin Hung to hide them. Wow! Husband, how come you didn't go back? Mingyu asked in surprise. Tianyao prodigal. Ha. All 3 of my accounts share warehouses with each other. Crazy princess. Hee. No wonder you 3 were always so weird in the past. Online and offline at the same time. Ha. The little one. Yeah. Who would have thought that this is Brother Tianyao's account? Crazy princess. Ha. The product produced by the system must be a high-quality product. The system is awesome. Everyone laughed. Each picked up the potion on the ground and continued to do weird things. Duanmu bought it sadly for a while, and then just when the boss was about to die, he came back. At least get some experience. Finally, after everyone struggled for 10 minutes, the powerful fire dragon general fell down with a roar. The bell rang loudly, and a large number of equipment potions and talismans burst out from the ground. Fire dragon ring, Feng Tian magic clothes, Ares bracelet, flame magic armor, heavenly holy war helmet, heaven's dragon slaying knife, heaven's dragon fong, heavenly demon sealing necklace, knight of heaven bracelet, 6 level fire wall, level 5 summon divine beast, talisman 100, talisman 100, talisman 100. The girls went up and robbed him. The prodigal son of Tianyao. Duanmu Anren and Tianyao Mingyu were not polite, and they also grabbed it like crazy. Anyway, isn't the fun of being a legend just about grabbing equipment? Soon, the ground was licked clean by everyone. Little one. Ha! I grabbed a heavenly dragon slaying knife with an attack value of 50. Which one of you wants it? Xiaoju. We all have Kaitian. Who wants it? Let's sell it for money. Mingyu. Hey, a handful of dragon teeth from the sky. Quanzhao princess. Everyone, take a look. Give the little one whatever you don't need, and let her sell it for magic talismans and so on. Husband, what are the properties of the fire dragon ring you picked up? While the girls were chattering, Qin Hung was equally excited to check out the equipment. First of all, the first one is naturally the new equipment. Fire dragon ring. Attack 10 to 25. Magic 10 to 25. Taoism 10 to 25. Defense 10 to 25. Magic defense 10 to 25. Poison avoidance increased by 80%. Weight 5. Lasting 10 to 10. Hidden properties. 1. Increase magic defense by 30%. 2. Defense increased by 30%. 3. Attack increased by 80%. 4. Increase poison avoidance by 90%. 5. Increase life by 30%. 6. Increase blood sucking by 30%. 7. Ignore defense and add 30%. 8. Critical hit damage increased by 10%. Required level, 11 to 90. 5P suit attribute activation. 1. Add 1000 life. 2. Attack damage increased by 70%. 3. Accurately add 15. 4. Critical hit rate increased by 5%. 5. Damage reduction increased by 10%. 2. Activation of 10P set. 1. Add 1200 life. 2. Damage increased by 80%. 3. Accurately add 15. 4. Critical hit rate increased by 5%. 5. Damage reduction increased by 20%. And the 5P set and the 10P set can be stacked. TSK. Nice attributes. Much more powerful than the God of War type. It seems that all 3 professions have all the attributes. Just enough to wear. Qin Hung directly gave the ring to Duanmu and put it on sadly. The warrior has high attack power. The explosion is high. After putting it on and checking it out, sure enough, This Fire Dragon ring can replace the God of War ring it replaced. Still has the properties of the God of War set. However, this Fire Dragon equipment is a bit interesting. It's actually a 10-piece set. Weapons, clothes, necklaces, helmets, 2 bracelets, 2 rings, shoes, and belts. After checking this piece of equipment, there is not much else. However, there is a copy of 6 levels of Firewall in Tianyaming US package. Has the skill book reached level 6? Wouldn't the skill damage be even more awesome? 6th level Firewall. The range increases, and the damage increases with magic and skill levels. Required level, 11 to 90. After taking the screenshot, Tianyaming you learned this skill book. Put up a Firewall. It's really different. After the Firewall was released, the range doubled. For example, if it used to be 2 blocks to release a wall of fire, now it is 4 blocks. As for how much higher the skill damage is, Jin Hung can't tell yet. Anyway, it's better than before. Posting this ring and new skills to the team channel once again caused everyone to cheer. After everything was cleaned up, everyone continued to clean up the monsters. The Fire Dragon monsters have a high explosion rate, and various equipment and talismans can be exploded at will. The highest level of magic sealing equipment that can be unleashed. All the girls picked it up without any hesitation, since they would sell the talismans when the time comes. The first floor of Fire Dragon Cave is very large and winding. It was the first time I came here, and I didn't know what kind of monsters or bosses there were. So Jin Hung didn't teleport directly to the second floor. Just take the girls and kill them all the way. An hour later, we finally reached the entrance to the second floor. After cleaning up the monsters at the entrance, Dwanmu sadly put on his invisibility ring and led the way into the next level. As soon as you enter, everything you see is densely packed with Fire Dragon monsters. Ouch ouch. On. Others entered one after another. And then the mages began to explode thunder, set fire, and immobilize monsters. The Taoist priests used poison in groups. The warriors blasted half moon, opened the sky, etc. The lightning from I was frozen. And all the soldiers were paralyzed. The monsters around were basically beaten to the point of being unable to move. The entrance was cleared in no time. The second level is still the Magma Cave map. It's huge, winding and extending in all directions. If there is no one to lead the way, you may not be able to get to the next floor if you go around in circles. Following the route in his memory, Jin Hung led the girls to kill him. Half an hour later, they finally encountered another boss on this floor, wearing a bright red high-colored sacrificial robe, holding a bloody scepter. Fire Dragon Sacrifice. There is nothing to say. The prodigal son of Tianya rushed directly to poison. As a result, when the poison was taken away, the Fire Dragon priest raised his hand, and a piece of thunder and lightning was thrown down. 1800 off blue. Grass. This guy's attack distance is obviously far away. The golden dogs and the golden evil guards immediately rushed forward. Come on! A greeting. The girls immediately rushed forward to kill with a smile on their faces. As a result, this Fire Dragon priest was much harder to kill than the Fire Dragon general. He can master Magic Shield, Fire Wall, Ice Roar, Meteor Shower, Sky Fire Extinguishing, Fire Ring Resistance, and all other mage skills. And the range of his spells is large. With a wave of his hand, the wall of fire is all over the ground. The meteors, fire showers, and ice roars in the sky all fell in pieces. Those ice roars also have a freezing effect. The magic dodge attached to everyone is completely useless. After all, to dodge magic, you have to look at the opponent's accuracy. Needless to say, the accuracy of this top boss is extremely high. Trying to avoid the opponent's magic attack is simply a fantasy. The most disgusting thing is the opponent's resistance fire ring. Soldiers can use the half-moon scimitar to attack from a distance. But the range of a Fire Dragon Sacrifice that resists the fire ring is equally large. With one push, everyone was pushed away. You still have to risk the opponent's attack and attack him forward. Moreover, the resistance fire ring also has burning damage. This caused everyone's blood volume to drop even faster. Another disgusting thing is that the other party releases the sky-destroying fire from time to time. This sky-destroying fire not only does high damage, it also destroys magic. When a sky-destroying fire hit the mage, because the mage was wearing a protective ring, his magic value suddenly dropped by 5,000. And if one of the warriors extinguishes the sky fire, the magic value will be cleared directly. Under such high pressure, everyone is often either frozen or pushed out of the attack range. Therefore, for various reasons, It took everyone more than 20 minutes to beat this thing to death. As the fire dragon priest fell, the bell rang loudly, and a large number of equipment potions and talismans once again exploded on the ground. Qin Hung looked at it, and his eyes lit up again. It was shipped again. Fire Dragon Ring. True Soul Necklace. Thunder Armor. Heavenly Eternal Sword. Heaven's Happy Fan. Heaven's Dharma God Necklace. Heaven's Blood Drink. Heaven's Demon Sealing Ring. Heaven's Dragon Bracelet. Level 6 Poison Technique. Level 6 Temptation Light. Level 5 Magic Shield. Everyone laughed and rushed forward to grab it. After a while of grabbing, Qin Hung laughed and opened the package to check it out. Huh? It turned out to be an excellent ring. Fire Dragon Ring. Attack 10 to 30. Magic 10 to 30. Taoism 10 to 30. Defense 10 to 30. Magic Defense 10 to 30. Poison Evasion increased by 90%. Chapter 575 The Fire Dragon is Furious. New Skill Book. Legend. First line. On the second floor of Fire Dragon Temple. After defeating the Fire Dragon Sacrifice, everyone got a top-quality Fire Dragon Ring, which made everyone very happy. Apart from that, there are 2 new skill books. 6th level Poisoning Technique. After casting poison, the poison effect increases by 50%. Required level, 11 to 90. I go! This is awesome. For example, after applying poison, the blood loss was 20 points per second. But now it will be 30 blood points per second. With the addition of red poison, Taoist priests are even more awesome. Level 6 Temptation Light. Pet attributes increased by 50%. Required level, 11 to 90. This one is also amazing. This means mage temptation pets, such as the Sky Warrior Baby. Attack and defense HP will be increased by 50%. These are 2 good skill books. After learning them, the effects and power of these 2 skills will be greatly enhanced. These 2 skill books were undoubtedly given to Tianyao Prodigal and Tianyao Mingyu to learn from. Anyway, if you have good equipment, you should follow Qin Hang's 3 numbers first. Everyone continues to move forward to clean up the monsters. An hour later, we entered the 3rd floor of the Fire Dragon Cave. The map on the 3rd level is not very large, with lava openings everywhere, steaming gurglingly. It was so hot that all the girls were dripping with sweat and kept wiping their sweat away. I'll go! Husband, it's too hot here. Who can stand it if you practice leveling here for a long time? Quangjia Princess complained. Yes, this means that we have good physique and good spirits. How can ordinary people endure such heat? Mingyu and others also looked dissatisfied. The little one smiled and said, Brother Tianyao, aren't you the president of the game company? Please suggest some changes quickly. I'm almost dying of excitement. Ah. Ha. Okay, let me ask. Qin Hung was also dissatisfied with the temperature. After entering here, the soul of the immortal was still there, but it was still set according to the ordinary players. This made him sweaty and sticky. Shenzhou, are you here? Qin Hung asked directly in his heart. Now! There is no problem in adjusting this temperature. At the beginning, I just wanted to make the players feel more immersive. So I said it like this. Change it now. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hung was surprised to find that the surrounding temperature seemed to disappear. Looking at the bubbling molten lava around it, there is no warmth at all, which feels strange. Well, how about the temperature be a little higher than outside? Qin Hung suggested again. So the temperature changed again. Okay. Stop. That's it. The temperature at this time is just right. You can feel that this place is different without being too hot. Within the tolerance range of everyone. Wow. The temperature is nice now. Well, the warm feeling is much better than before. The girls burst into admiration. Continue to brush monsters in. Soon, they met the Fire Dragon General and the Fire Dragon Priest here at the same time. There was definitely no way for the 2 to fight. So Tianyao Wanderer first lured the Fire Dragon General over. 10 minutes to blast. The explosion this time was pretty good, with a new piece of equipment dropped and a copy of Level 6 Half Moon Scimitar. Fire Dragon Bracelet. Attack 10 to 20. Magic 10 to 20. Taoism 10 to 20. Defense 10 to 30. Magic Defense 10 to 30. Weight 10. Lasting 15 to 15. Hidden properties. 1. Increase magic defense by 30%. 2. Defense increased by 30%. 3. Attack increased by 80%. 4. Damage reduction increased by 30%. 5. Increase life by 30%. 6. Increase blood sucking by 30%. 7. Ignore defense and add 30%. 8. Critical hit damage increased by 10%. Required level, 11 to 90. Very nice property. But there is a question. That is this thing the best? Qin Hung was a little confused. Because in the legend of the previous life, the fire dragon equipment did not have such powerful attributes at all. Could it be that the system has eaten too many fragments? And as a result, the equipment attributes have improved? Qin Hung, who didn't understand, didn't bother to ask. After sending the equipment attributes to the team, he threw it to Duanmu and wore it sadly. I looked at the skill book again. Level 6 Half Moon Scimitar. Damage bonus is 50%. Required level, 11 to 90. The damage bonus is 50%. Not bad. Duanmu sadly learned it directly. Just as Qin Hung was looking at the equipment, he dragged the princess and screamed to lure the fire dragon priest over. Everyone went up and started a group beating again. It took about 20 minutes to blow it up. The bell rang loudly, and a large number of equipment potions and talismans burst out from the ground. Invisibility ring. Fire dragon necklace. Holy magic ring. Light talus robe male. Dragon slaying sword of heaven. Dragon's teeth of heaven. Heavenly Dharma god bracelet. The heavenly demon sealing ring. Heaven's blood drink. Level 6 sacred armor. Level 6 basic swordsmanship. Level 5 magic shield. Colorful feathers, X5. The crowd robbed again. This time, Qin Hung slowed down after grabbing an invisibility ring. Let the girls grab the rest. Qiuyue. Ha ha. Husband, I grabbed a fire dragon necklace. It has great attributes. Here, I give it to you. As she spoke, she threw the fire dragon necklace on the ground. Qin Hung didn't show any pretense and let Duanmu pick it up sadly. When I opened the package, the first thing I saw was a ring. Invisibility ring. Attack 0 to 25. Magic 0 to 25. Taoism 0 to 25. Defense 0 to 25. Magic defense 0 to 25. Poison avoidance increased by 80%. It's a good invisibility ring. But unfortunately, apart from being used for invisibility, it can't be used when really fighting monsters. The protection ring, paralysis ring, resurrection ring and teleportation are all against this thing. Looked at the necklace again. Fire dragon necklace. Attack 10 to 25. Magic 10 to 25. Taoism 10 to 25. Luck plus 2. Magic dodge plus 50%. Hidden properties. 1. Critical hit damage increased by 20%. 2. Magic damage increased by 80%. 3. Magic plus 30. 4. Accurately at 20. 5. Health value increased by 30%. 6. Increased blood sucking by 30%. 7. Ignore defense and add 30%. 8. Critical hit rate increased by 10%. Required level, 11 to 90. I go! This directly increases luck by 2 and evades magic by 50%? Did it come with it? Or is it just the best? Qin Hung didn't understand either. Forget it. Why do you think so much? That's it for being awesome. Next, the 6th level sacred armor technique was given to Tianel Wanderer. Level 6 basic swordsmanship. Left Duanmu dejected. Anyway, what everyone means is that all good things come at the same time. Level 6 Holy War Armor. After use, defense increases by 20%. Required level, 11 to 90. This is also awesome. On top of the 5th level Sacred Armor technique, it increases the defense by 20%. Level 6 Basic Swordsmanship. Normal attack damage increased by 50%. Sure enough, all level 6 skills are awesome. Everyone continues to clean up. He quickly reached the entrance to the last floor. The entrance is a huge model bronze door. There are 2 huge copper lamps on both sides, and the oil on them is crackling and burning, reflecting the surrounding red color. After cleaning up the monsters at the entrance, Duanmu sadly put on his invisibility ring and walked in first. As soon as he entered, a new monster appeared at the door. Fire Dragon Wedge Moth. Not just 1 or 2, but a large group. Overwhelming. As soon as Duanmu sadly entered, his invisibility was broken by these monsters. The next moment, before he could react, the surrounding monsters came over with attacks. Just kill him. Even though he has tens of thousands of HP, he still can't withstand the attacks of hundreds of fire dragon monsters at the same time. There was a clanging bell, and a lot of potions and equipment exploded on the ground. Taikion. Invisibility ring. Don't come in yet. It's very dangerous. I'm dead. Duanmu shouted sadly. Others stopped coming in immediately. Husband, is there a big monster inside? Husband, what's in it? You guys wait a minute. I'll find a safe place to teleport you here. With the sound of the bell, I picked up all the equipment and potions on the ground. Dwanmu sadly put on the teleportation ring and started looking for a place. Fire Dragon Hall. This place is much larger than the third floor. It is an ancient and modeled hall. Look ahead through the densely packed monsters. It was a huge bridge that connected the entrance to the main hall inside. Qin Hung suddenly saw a mini-boss on the bridge. Demon Dragon Warlord. Damn it! There's also a dragon boss here. Qin Hung looked surprised. Then comes ecstasy. It's great to have the demonic dragon boss. In this way, I can kill more bosses here in the future when I spawn monsters. After observing for a while, the entrance was full of fire dragon wedge moss. Dwanmu sadly had no choice but to teleport to the other side of the bridge. On the opposite side, there is a huge fire dragon square. It's also full of monsters. At the end of the square is where the Fire Dragon King is. In the previous legendary game, the Fire Dragon King was huge, hovering there and unable to move at all. Naturally, Qin Hung would not teleport to it. After teleporting around the square, he finally found a place with few fire dragon wedge moss. Everyone, be prepared. We will teleport immediately. Qin Hung greeted. After everyone was ready, Dwanmu teleported everyone over with a hiss. As soon as everyone landed, the mage immediately exploded with thunder from H.L. Immobilized the monster. Taoist priests use poison in groups. The warrior's half-moon scimitar is blasted. The surrounding monsters were immediately immobilized and unable to move at all. Only those fire dragon wedge moss. I don't know what happened, but the lightning from H.L. couldn't stop them. He sprayed green poison violently at everyone, causing paralysis, etc. However, the funny thing is that no one was poisoned or paralyzed. The probability of avoiding poisons on the body is already high, and it is even higher after the official position is added. These fire dragon wedge moths can poison them. It would be strange to paralyze them. The little ones who thought they were mortal set fire to their feet, and meteors and fire rained down on them, coupled with the attacks of the prodigal son of the end of the world and the crazy princess. Soon several fire dragon wedge moths were killed. After more than 10 seconds, the place was cleared. At this time, Mingyu asked, Husband, what should we fight first? Qin Hung, let's go to the Fire Dragon King. After killing it, the refresh time will be counted. So, everyone cleaned up all the way to the deepest part. Not long after, they met the Fire Dragon General here and beat him. This time, another Fire Dragon bracelet exploded. Exactly the same as before. It seems that that is the basic attribute of the Fire Dragon bracelet. At this moment, Dwanmu sadly put on the bracelet and had Fire Dragon necklace, 2 Fire Dragon bracelets, 2 Fire Dragon rings. Still missing clothes, weapons, shoes, belt, and helmet. After putting on these 5 pieces of Fire Dragon, the attributes of the 5-piece suit were indeed activated. As for the God of War set, it maintains the attributes of a 2-piece set. Even so, the overall attributes are much higher than those of the God of War set. It's a pity that Dwanmu is lying on the ground sadly. Otherwise, he would be able to test the power of this 5-piece set immediately. In addition to this Fire Dragon bracelet, this time there is also a copy of 6th level Hell Thunder and 6th level Soul Fire Talisman. Level 6 Hell Lightning increases damage by 50%. Required level 11 to 90. Level 6 Soul Fire Talisman. Damage increased by 50. Required level 11 to 90. These 2 books are also attributed to Tianyao Mingyu and Tianyao Prodigal Son. In addition to these, a Fire Dragon certificate was also revealed. Come on. After entering here, you don't need to go anywhere else to get your credentials. Directly produced and sold by ourselves. After packing up his things, he continued to fight in. On the way, I unexpectedly met the demon dragon cult leader. If you meet him, then kill him. It was much easier to fight. It only took more than 7 minutes to blow it up. Not bad. I dropped a copy of Meteor and Fire Rain and a piece of Fontion magic armor. There is also an ant voucher. That's to the ant cave. I wonder what equipment will burst out of the ant cave. Is it Fire Dragon equipment? Or other equipment? Qin Hung guessed that he didn't bother to ask the system. You will always know this kind of thing. There is no need to bother it all the time. After looking at the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment, Fontion magic armor is not bad. And it has super attack attributes. The attack power reached 2 to 20. The other attributes are average. And it is a super quality product with relatively concentrated attributes. This was first given to the prodigal son of Tinya to wear. There's nothing I can do. That guy is still lying on the ground. And even if I put it on him, it won't work now. Jin Hung even gave Duanmu Anren's 5 fire dragon outfits to Tianya Mingyu to wear first. After all, we are about to fight the big boss. Everyone continued to clean up inside. More than 10 minutes later, I met the fire dragon sacrifice again. This time, I don't know if it's because Tianya Mingyu wore half a fire dragon suit. It only took less than 20 minutes to finish. The bell rang loudly, and a large number of items exploded on the ground again. Fire ring. Fire dragon necklace. Xiantian. Xintian. Thunder armor female. Ares ring. The soul-hungry staff of heaven. The wrath of heaven cuts. Heavenly holy war necklace. Level 6 magic shield. Level 6 healing technique. Level 5 fiery sword technique. After a crazy robbery, dragging the princess. Ha ha! Husband, I grabbed the fire dragon necklace. Here it is. Little one. Ha ha! I picked up a level 6 magic shield. Xiaju. I picked up the 6th level healing technique. Ha ha! I picked up the fire dragon necklace and looked at it. It didn't add luck or magic dodge. It seems that luck and magic dodge are still only provided by the best. The prodigal son of Tianya put on the fire dragon necklace. I received 2 skill books. Level 6 magic shield. Increase physical defense and magic defense by 50%. Required level, 11 to 90. Level 6 healing technique. Increase the healing effect by 50%. Required level, 11 to 90. Sure enough, both skill books have good bonuses. Tianya Mingyu learned the 6th level magic shield. The prodigal son of Tianya learned the 6th level healing technique. Everyone smiled and continued to clean up the monsters. More than 10 minutes later, everyone finally saw a huge creature from a distance. A giant dragon covered in fiery red, with gleaming red scales hovered above a huge throne. Its head almost touched the roof. A longan is bigger than a person. Simply terrifying.